The pale body of an elderly man sprawled on the floor, his long gray beard caked with blood oozing from his broken nose, and his half-open eyes under frowning eyebrows stared upward unseeingly. The dark-haired young man froze in a tense pose, clenching his fists and lowering his gaze to the floor, while a full wicker basket of medicinal plants hung from his shoulders. A horrifying picture of a brutal murder appeared before the protagonist. His grandfather, cut in two, lay at his feet. An inner emptiness tormented the young man as he tried to realize the strange lack of emotion at the sight of his relative's tragic death. Watching the tongues of flame devouring his home, the young man's mind was filled with thoughts of his own indifference to the death of his only family member. The memories came in a bright flash. A joyful boy running to his grandfather, clutching tightly in the palms of his hands the spiritual plant he had discovered. Sage welcomed his grandson's return, listening to enthusiastic accounts of his successful search for finds in the eastern mountainsides. Grandpa admiringly estimated the size of the 5 nyang prey, while his grandson, taking the basket off his shoulders, shared the story of his encounter with a fox den with cubs. An anxious worry distorted the old man's face as he watched the lad's movements, fearing the worst at the sight of his hand reaching for the basket. The boy's sincere childish bewilderment and his touching concern for the fox's maternal feelings calmed the growing anxieties of the learned grandfather. A peaceful atmosphere enveloped them, and the old man proposed to proceed to dinner, setting the table little by little while the obedient young man carefully carried away the heavy basket. A sudden piercing seriousness sounded in the trembling voice of the grandfather, resolutely demanding an important promise from his favorite grandson named Chan. The surprised young man froze half a step, gazing intently into the unusually tense, silent face of the usually good-natured old man. The wise warning of the need for eternal concealment of one's true self came through in the heavy words of the troubled elderly man. Demonic blood-red eyes with tiny pupils radiated primal malice as the boy quietly apologized to his grandfather. A terrifying lightning-fast transformation transformed the human form into a distorted four-legged creature, swiftly approaching the throne's sickle. The fierce, beastly rush of the guy who had once again assumed human form was accompanied by words full of bitterness about the impossibility of keeping his promise. The busy streets of Zhongyang County were filled with the usual bustle of citizens scurrying about their daily business on the main road amidst the dense buildings. An old wagon with bloody prisoners, whose bodies were covered with numerous scars, was slowly moving down this street. The crowd furiously shouted insults at the criminals, calling them the dregs of society and animals unworthy of existence. Poisonous curses and insults came from all sides, creating an atmosphere of general hatred for the detainees. The watchful eye of an observer from the building snatched up a lone figure sitting apart from the rest of the prisoners. The protagonist sat alone, his clothes bloodied, his hands shackled with wooden shackles, and his head slumped down helplessly in deep silence. The man's discerning eye noted the striking similarity between the young prisoner's age and their young master, taking a sip from his cup. The observer's interlocutor stood up abruptly, warning against underestimating the young delinquent, explaining the reason for his isolation in a separate wagon due to extreme danger. A quiet conversation about fearlessness in Yanghu was accompanied by ordering an extra drink from a passing waitress. The story of the many victims killed by a common grass scythe made one shudder as it revealed the true nature of the demonic killer. The conversation took a businesslike turn when one of the interlocutors revealed the true purpose of his visit: the search for a mercenary. A tense silence hung in the air, interrupting the leisurely tea party after mentioning the search for a doomed young man whose disappearance would go unnoticed. A sudden blow from a rock split the lone prisoner's head open, splattering drops of blood over the sides of the wagon. A furious shout of, "Go to hell, demon!" accompanied the stone throwing by an enraged spectator from the side of the road. The noise drew the attention of the two interlocutors, who hurriedly looked out of the building, watching the scene unfold. Despite the hail of curses from the crowd, the prisoner remained motionless, hiding his eyes under fallen strands of hair. The close attention of the man with a cup of tea in his hand focused on the mysterious guy, as if seeing something special in him and trying to unravel his mystery. Chan threw his hair back with an elegant movement of his head, revealing a handsome face and meeting the gaze of the watcher who had been looking at the young man the entire time. An ironic remark about the contrast between angelic appearance and the bloody deeds of a brutal killer was interrupted by the hurried departure of one of the interlocutors. The bewildered cries of his abandoned comrade echoed after the figure that was rapidly descending the stairs. Hidden beneath the wide brim of his hat, the stranger's gaze followed a lone wagon carrying a prisoner passing directly in front of him. Heading in the opposite direction, the mysterious stranger's mind reflected a mental victory. He had found the perfect candidate for his purposes. Fate had brought him together with the same young killer, whose hands were stained with his own grandfather's blood. The Golden Jade Palace of Zhongyang County plunged into the darkness of night, hiding the dark secrets of its interior. The convoy shift moved measurably down the corridor, passing wooden cages with prisoners whose eyes followed every movement. Two silent guards took up post outside the solitary cell, where an unusual prisoner languished, requiring special protection. The bloodied protagonist, shackled in wooden shackles and chains, reflected bitterly on the haste of his actions. The captive's frozen gaze stared into the void, while memories of the mysterious pursuer took over his tormented mind. The impressive monster in human form clutched Chan's neck with a steely grip, mocking the audacity of the inexperienced pursuer. The demonic eyes of the monster blazed blood-red fire with molten lava pupils, inspiring primal terror. It's a bitter irony of fate. Having finally found his grandfather's killer, the protagonist finds himself helpless before his lightning-fast reaction. Despair overwhelmed the young man, the iron grip on his neck tightening, cutting off air as the captive realized the hopelessness of any attempt to resist. The boy's exhausted mind was scrambling for hope, pondering martial arts as a possible way to defeat the enemy. A bitter realization of hopelessness came over the young man as his gaze slid to the barred window, the last reminder of freedom. A strange movement at his feet caught Chan's attention. A mysterious smoke was slowly seeping from the corridor, filling the chamber. A keen sense of smell, honed by years of living with his grandfather among healing herbs, told the young man that this smoke was different from a normal fire. A sensitive nose distinguished the components of the strange aroma. Lizard tail and purple parsnip mixed into a bizarre bouquet. Valerian and ancestral roots showed up in the aroma a little later when one of the guards began to show signs of weakness. A sudden insight into the nature of the sleeping mist came simultaneously with the observation of the convoyers sinking into slumber and the prisoner's neighbors who lay unmoving. The cunning plan matured instantly. The hero lowered his head, pretending to succumb to the sleepy charms of the mysterious scent. The feigned slumber grew more convincing with each cautious breath of poisoned air, while the mind remained alert, waiting for events to unfold. A mysterious figure in a wide-brimmed hat silently slid over to the feignedly sleeping Chan, confident in the effects of the soporific potion. The stranger reached out his hand toward the captive's shackles, preparing to cast some mysterious spell. Magical energy enveloped the shackles on the prisoner's legs, breaking the iron shackles as if they were ordinary thread. Leaning over the captive's arms, the liberator happened to meet his gaze with his wide-open eyes, and from surprise froze in a daze. Horror contorted the stranger's face as he realized he was being scrutinized by the piercing eyes of the awake young man. A lightning-fast knee strike caught up with the confused savior before he could react to the surprise. The young man took advantage of the second confusion of his opponent, who was thrown back against the wall, and rushed away from the cage, closer to freedom. The wrong combination of herbs played into the fugitive's hands. The sleeping potion had no effect on him, giving him a chance to escape. The certainty of escape was suddenly replaced by bewilderment as a strange sensation coursed through the running guy's body. The elusive touches on his back paralyzed Chan's muscles, turning him into a helpless puppet. The stalker caught up with his victim, paralyzing the pressure points on the hapless fugitive's body with masterful precision. The helpless body flew back against the wall from the crushing blow, turning the hope of rescue into excruciating pain. A horrible hunch flashed through Chan's mind. He was facing a martial artist, possibly the one involved in his grandfather's death. But the gaze of the defeated young man picked out an important detail: the absence of the characteristic scar at his opponent's left eye, which stood motionless in the distance. The silence of the dungeon was broken by the appearance of a mysterious gentleman, whose interest in the prisoner made Cam's guard tense. His refined manners contrasted sharply with the dungeon's gloomy surroundings, his squeamish gaze sliding over the dirty walls. The young lord's authoritative tone demanded a better view of the captive in a sitting position, while the beaten young man lay motionless on the earthen floor. The guard's rough hands jerked the prisoner up by his hair, leaning his scarred body against the cold wall. Astonishment slipped into the Lord's eyes as he slowly pulled back the cloth hanging from his headdress, revealing his face, an exact replica of the captive. The bitter irony of the situation was reflected in the words of a young boy from an influential family, watching the shocked reaction of his doppelganger. The captive stared mesmerized at his mirrored reflection in rich robes while he enjoyed the effect he had produced. The young gentleman slumped carelessly on the broad bench, discussing his impending execution by decapitation of his doppelganger. A dazed Chan could barely squeeze out a short reply, still trying to comprehend the uncanny resemblance to the rich visitor. Fate's cruel mockery of identical faces has divided their lives, one with power and wealth, the other with the hangman's noose. Stunned by what was happening, the protagonist sat silently against the wall, unable to find the words to respond to the bitter irony of his fate. The unexpected offer of a chance at survival caused the captive to raise an incredulous glance at his wealthy doppelganger. The great sword Seok Manor was ready to receive the third young master, an exact replica of Seok Kyung-won. Despair was replaced by a glimmer of hope in the young man's eyes as the meaning of the sentence began to penetrate his tormented mind. Seok Kyung-won talked about the tantalizing picture of luxurious life on the estate: fine food, beautiful maids, soft bedding. He nonstop vividly described future freedom and wealth, while the protagonist tried to comprehend the sudden turn of his fate. The guard suddenly interrupted the conversation, holding out an ominously shimmering red orb in the palm of his hand, intended for the prisoner. Kamoa's explanation of distrust of criminals made the young man wary, suspecting the mysterious balloon to be a deadly poison. The promise of an antidote after the task was completed hung in the air of the dungeon, demanding an immediate decision from the lad. The young man's fascinated gaze stayed fixed on the red orb approaching his face, as his mind frantically searched for a solution. Mentally appealing to the spirit of his grandfather, the hero made a fateful decision, opening his mouth to the unknown. A tense silence hung in the chamber as everyone watched the hesitant prisoner finally decide to swallow the orb. A faint smile of satisfaction slid across the young gentleman's aristocratic face as he made sure everything was going according to plan. A desperate hope of avenging his grandfather flashed in Chan's eyes as he asked about the confirmation of a new life. The condescending approval of the wise choice sounded in the Lord's words like a seal on a pact with fate. The imperious order to release the captive from shackles and pressure points was met with respectful consent from Kam. Immediately proceeding to carry out the instruction, the guard's experienced hands methodically freed the prisoner's tortured body from the shackles and paralyzing pressure points. The freed body filled with strength, allowing the former prisoner to finally rise to his feet with a sigh of relief. The procession moved down the gloomy corridor of the prison, Kam in front, the gentleman behind him, the former prisoner closing the procession. Seok-gyu-won's unexpected order to switch places made Chan wary, but he obeyed. The prudent guard cautiously checked the deserted courtyard through the ajar door, preparing to escape. Turning to signal a clear path to his companions, Kam was unaware of the deadly danger behind him. Terror froze in the guard's eyes as he saw his master in the former prisoner's death grip. The gruesome sight of his head turning 180 degrees and the crunch of Song Kyung-won's broken neck echoed through the hallway. Kam's desperate scream merged with the thud of a falling body as the assassin approached with a devilish grin. Mocking words about a slipped hand rang through the air as the shocked guard pivoted away from the approaching demon. The killer's sinister joy at eliminating the fake was reflected in his terrifying smile, heralding a new victim. The grim scene of mass slaughter unfolded to the accompaniment of heartbreaking screams coming from the torched building. The ruthless killer displayed a monstrous madness, waving his victim's severed head around and reveling in his own cruelty. Panic gripped the cafe's customers, scattering in terror at the sight of the bloody spectacle and desperately urging the guards to stop the crazed killer. The protagonist continued his macabre dance, juggling a bloody scythe and a trophy head, immersed in an abyss of perverse hilarity. The assassin's gaze slid over the bloody mess of dozens of bodies as he contemplated revenge for his grandfather's death, feeling a strange satisfaction. The boy's euphoria collided with the bitter memory of his grandfather's admonition to hide his true nature from prying eyes. Reflecting on his true nature, the young man carelessly tossed his held head back to the mountain of lifeless and mutilated bodies. The sudden realization of his own monstrous joy at the sight of blood caused the first glimmer of fear in Chan's eyes as he covered his face with his bloody hand. The panicked exclamation of a surviving eyewitness about a demon with a scythe echoed through the hall as he tried to crawl away. The fleeting reflection on his demonic nature quickly gave way to the familiar bloodlust as the young man drew his deadly weapon once more. A sudden powerful kick to the stomach interrupted the main character's attack, throwing his body away like a piece of fluff. The impressive strength of the attacker sent the young man into a crushing flight, ending in a hard collision with a stone wall. Lifting his hazy gaze, Chan noticed the fleeing figure of his first opponent, while a new, far more dangerous foe loomed before him. The mysterious warrior noted the young man's survivability with undisguised surprise as he leisurely drew an ancient weapon with an ominous gleam from its sheath. The wounded protagonist, holding his bruised stomach, struggled to his feet, watching the mysterious foe from behind. Careful analysis of the stranger made the guy go cold. In front of him stood an experienced assassin of incredible level. Hidden beneath the headdress, the mysterious martial artist's face expressed condescending superiority over his inexperienced opponent. The supernatural speed of the attacker took the young man by surprise, as the enemy was able to reduce the distance in a matter of moments and be right up to Chan. A steel grip tightened around the protagonist's throat as the stranger's powerful arm closed around his neck with lightning speed. Panic flooded Chan's mind, whose legs dangled helplessly in the air as his consciousness refused to believe his opponent's inhuman speed. The tense muscles of the hero's neck rippled under the ruthless grip as the assassin mockingly mused on the pointlessness of the pursuit. The sharp blade pierced the young man's body before he realized what was happening, leaving only a mute question in his shocked eyes. A scarlet trickle of blood flowed from the open lips, but the powerful warrior's iron grip on his throat did not weaken, continuing to hold the trembling victim. The deadly blade extracted from the protagonist's body glistened in the hands of the martial arts master, bewildered by the incredible survivability of his inexperienced opponent. The cold-blooded decision to eliminate the young man immediately materialized in preparation for the second fatal blow. The weapon pierced through him again, leaving a bloody trail. Wounded and exhausted, he could barely make out words about how he had made a fuss and committed so many senseless murders instead of a quiet life in hiding. His wounded body began to collapse in the merciless grip, and his head bowed helplessly. Chan could not realize how his opponent had overpowered him with such ease. Consciousness was fading rapidly, but the will to live refused to leave the young man who had just discovered his grandfather's killer. By some miracle, he had managed to survive the fight, but now he faced an equally sad fate. He found himself in a prison cell awaiting execution. The bitter realization of a missed chance was replaced by sudden pain as the guard's mighty hand pressed the hero's neck into the cold wall, accompanying the action with a contemptuous insult. The loud voice of an enraged Cam rang through the corridor, accusing the prisoner of ruthlessly killing the young master. A cocky smirk played across the boy's face as he tried to loosen the steel grip on his throat, explaining his unwillingness to be a blind puppet. Anxious thoughts of the guard's incredible strength filled the young man's mind as he watched the inexorably clenched hand and the blazing hatred in Cam's eyes. The prisoner's insight exposed the true nature of the guard, whose loyalty to the young master proved less than strong. The provocative words sent the escort into a frenzy, causing him to throw the prisoner to the floor, ordering him to shut up immediately. The guard professionally cupped his captive's hand, pressing his face into the cold stone floor and continuing to hold him with a steely grip around his neck. Threats of reprisal were heard in the guard's words, comparing the defiant prisoner to a stray dog deserving of death. The teasing smile never left Chan's face despite the painful grip, as if mocking his tormentor's rage and provoking further questions. A grimace of uncontrollable rage contorted the face of the guard, whose patience was melting with every second of the captive's mocking grin. A cold-blooded explanation about the deadly poison and the need for an antidote came out of the young man's mouth, revealing the true reason for his submission. A cunning plan to turn the young lord of the sword manor into a loyal dog resounded through the words of the protagonist lying on the floor. The guard increased his painful grip as his mind comprehended the suggestion of making the assassin a puppet instead of an execution. A triumphant smile lit up the guy's face as he saw Cam begin to realize the benefit of the proposed deal. A thoughtful silence hung in the air, while the guard's furrowed brow betrayed the strain of thought weighing the pros and cons. A sudden flash of rage contorted the man's face as he swung his sword sharply over the prostrate captive. The sharp blade stabbed into the stone floor a few centimeters from the boy's face, demonstrating the guard's final decision. The solemn announcement came from the guard, returning the sword to its scabbard and slowly rising. The final decision resounded over the former prisoner's prostrate body, giving him a new name, Seok Kyungwon. A demonic smile lit up the face of the protagonist, realizing the success of his risky plan. The measured movement towards Sword Seok's estate was accompanied by Kam's admonitions about the new rules of behavior for the young lord. A strict prohibition against meeting the residents of the estate was sounded while changing into new clothes, symbolizing a change of identity. A derisive question about the resemblance to the doppelganger was met with a stern reminder of the voluntary choice to play the role of puppet and the threat of losing the antidote. The tense attention of the protagonist was attracted by the changed tone of the convoyer, whose face took on a menacing seriousness. The deadly warning of the consequences of disobedience was accompanied by an aggressive gesture that almost touched the young man's face. Chon's deceptively submissive but sarcasm-soaked reply hung in the air, filled with latent hostility. A grim reminder of the daily need for an antidote was accompanied by a careless toss of a yellow ball of salvation medicine. The first rays of dawn caught the protagonist enjoying the morning nature and slowly absorbing the life-saving medicine. A thoughtful hand involuntarily touched the site of a recent wound on his abdomen, while his mind contemplated the miraculous transformation into a young lord. Mental gratitude to his grandfather for his survival mingled with a grim vow not to die until the long-awaited revenge was accomplished. A grim satisfaction filled his soul at the thought that the enemy thought he was dead, because the body of his doppelganger, Seok Kyung-won, should have been discovered by now. Ambitious plans to study martial arts filled the young man's mind as he contemplated the majestic sunrise. The bloody memories of the gruesome discovery, the mutilated body of his beloved grandfather and the bloody sickle, flashed through his mind with renewed vigor. A sinister smile played on the boy's lips, mentally promising an equally horrible death to his grandfather's mysterious killer. Morning light flooded the room as the protagonist sat down at the table, preparing to enjoy a modest meal after his miraculous rescue from imminent execution. Chong's thoughts swirled around the incredible twist of fate. Not only had he escaped death, but he had also gotten the rarest chance to learn martial arts. He concentrated on his food, noticing with the corner of his eye the mysterious silhouette outside the door, the very man who had been introduced by the senior guard. The new young master felt inexplicably irritated by the threatening presence of Go-chan, the apprentice guard Kam looming nearby. The frustration was clearly readable on the guard's face, not understanding the value of watching a guy who didn't even know martial arts. Suddenly, the space shuddered with Go-chan's indignant cry of outrage at Seok Jin-won's death, threatening to ruin the carefully laid plans. With a lightning-fast movement, Kam blocked his interlocutor's mouth, reminding him to remain cautious and follow his original plan. The chief guardian gave clear instructions for relentless surveillance, promising to devise an alternative strategy, forcing his subordinate to bow his head in submission. The ominous promise to eliminate Chon came from the lips of the departing Kam, who did not notice the confusion on the face of his student, clearly not ready for such drastic measures. The head guard's face contorted with uncontrollable rage when he mentioned the impending alliance with his new allies. The guard at the boy's door suddenly called out to the mentor, perplexed at the complexity of the plan in the presence of the poisonous substance. The subordinate hurriedly reminded the young master of the effectiveness of the poison and the careful choice of the young master, trying to catch up with the rapidly retreating teacher. Shrewd Kam abruptly cut his disciple short, emphasizing Chong's extraordinary intelligence and abilities, managing to take the dead man's place very quickly. The head guard's last words echoed down the stairwell, leaving the confused warden a daze at the top of the stairs. The apprentice froze in silent contemplation of his mentor's receding figure, immersed in heavy reflection. Despair gripped Guo-chan, realizing the impossibility of disobedience, causing him to bang his head against the door of the young master's room in impotent rage. An unexpected knock caught the protagonist's attention, causing him to gaze warily in the direction of the source of the sound. Chan's thoughts were feverishly analyzing the strange behavior of the head guard who had disappeared after introducing the mysterious companion. The young man methodically devoured the noodles, musing about the seeming safety of the place, hiding the true reasons for the need for a doppelganger. A sinister smile lit up the protagonist's face, realizing the possibility of betrayal as his fingers frantically clutched the chopsticks. The monotonous duty of the subordinate continued in exact accordance with the received instructions of the new master's guards. The tedious monotony of the service was beginning to take its toll on the vigilance of the guards, whose heads were leaning more and more heavily against their chests under the weight of slumber. The sudden rumble and thump of the doors swinging open snapped the guard out of his half-slumber as the lad swiftly left his chambers. The guard's worried questions about the reason for Chan's sudden exit dissolved into the young man's calm explanation about wanting to take a walk and discuss some intriguing points. The guard's stern tone was accompanied by an unmistakable gesture to return to the room, ending with an ominous warning to preserve the young gentleman's life. The protagonist's attempt to strike up a conversation about a little secret by mentioning Guo Chan's name provoked an instant aggressive reaction from the guard, who grabbed the guy by his clothes. The guard's lightning-fast movement threw Chan against the wall, leaving his legs dangling helplessly in the air. Guo Chan's angry tirade about place and position was accompanied by a demonstrative superiority in height as he placed the guy in front of him. The enigmatic smile and long piercing stare of the main character created an unnatural tension in the air. Chan's unexpected remark about the superiority of the comm guard caught Guo Chang off guard, giving him no time to realize the situation before the young man's hand rested on his shoulder. The guard's trained body flew into the air as the supposedly inexperienced in martial arts, Chan Lightning quickly applied a shoulder throw. The masterfully executed grab caused the mighty Guo Chan to let out an agonized cry as his arm was pinned at an unnatural angle. The protagonist cold-bloodedly repeated the pinpointing technique previously used against himself, precisely finding the right spots on his opponent's back. Paralyzing terror gripped the guard, realizing the impossibility of movement and the young man's astounding mastery of the life-point blocking technique. An epiphany flashed through Guo Chan's mind as his face contorted with anger at the thought that this unassuming kid might turn out to be a real master. Chan's mocking words about the exact repetition of Guardian Com's technique were accompanied by a new wave of painful effects on the helpless opponent. The chilling realization of his incredible ability to instantly learn complex combat techniques made the guard turn to the young man sitting on top of him in horror. The reflection of the protagonist's demonic smile in Guo Chan's dilated pupils confirmed the wisdom of the teacher's warnings about the danger of the mysterious captive. The guard's desperate attempts to free himself were accompanied by the intermittent screams of the new young master as he tried to get up off the floor. Triumphant threats of imminent agonizing death without a daily antidote burst from the lips of the defeated guard trying to quiet the young man. The steel grip of Chan's authoritative hand cut off the guard's hysterical screams, forcing him to silence. A demonic smile once again lit up the face of the protagonist, who remembered the existence of poison as the guard continued to spew furious curses. The bloody demonstration followed a painful bite of his own finger as the young man forcibly injected his poisoned blood into the mouth of the defeated guard. Excruciating convulsions engulfed Guo Chan's body as the deadly poison began to spread through his veins. Chan's focused gaze followed the squirming guard as his mind analyzed the need to control his internal energy. Years of experience interacting with poisonous plants has turned the protagonist's blood into a deadly weapon, allowing him to mercilessly kick a guard trying to rise. An unperturbed explanation of the ability to distinguish the composition of poisons was accompanied by a demonstrative licking of bloody drops from a wounded finger. A sarcastic remark about the lack of need for an antidote was followed by another scornful glance at the defeated guard. Suddenly changing the topic of conversation to asking about the sword-sock manner sounded especially ominous after the previous show of strength. The horror of realizing the demonic nature of the enemy was reflected in the guard's eyes as he heard the conditions for obtaining the antidote. Parallel events were unfolding in the main hall of the sword-sock manor, where no one suspected what horror was happening in the building next door. A tense atmosphere enveloped the clan head's chambers, where the healer was closely monitoring the patient's condition. The painful appearance of the head of the Seoki Dan clan caused the people in the room to be uneasy. The bitter realization of his own powerlessness was reflected in the quiet whisper of the old man caring for the sick man. The application of all sorts of herbs were fruitless attempts to determine the source of the mysterious illness that plagued the experienced healer, who continued to wipe the sweat from Inden's face. The inevitability of choosing an heir resounded in the old man's words to the weakened head of the clan. The tense succession situation was exacerbated by the lack of choice of a successor among the four sons, threatening to escalate into a bloody power struggle. The old man was immersed in anxious thoughts about the head's first wife, whose boundless love for his firstborn could push her to the most terrible acts for the sake of power. The air in the room thickened with the appearance of Lady Sok, the first wife of the head of the estate, accompanied by a stare and a question about her spouse's state of health. The old man tried to speak, but the imperious woman cut him off abruptly, approaching the patient's bedside with cold determination. The healer admitted his powerlessness to the strange ailment, while Lady Sok barely restrained a triumphant smile beneath a mask of feigned sorrow. Words about the mysterious illness and the possibility of turning to shamans as a last hope hung in the air before they were interrupted by the old man's hysterical scream. Fury contorted the healer's face as he shouted accusations of blasphemy, calling the shamans vile foreigners. The steely notes in Mistress's voice were accompanied by a piercing look as she spoke of her unwillingness to watch her spouse slowly fade away. With an imperious gesture, the woman ordered the old man out, begging him to give up questionable treatments and announced the arrival of a shaman to treat the disease. A thin smile slid across the lady's lips as she ordered access to the entrance to this room to be closed off until the shaman arrived. The ominous demand for absolute secrecy of what was going on behind closed doors emphasized the seriousness of the first wife's intentions. The conclusion of Guo Chan's account of the estate's situation sounded in the silence that had settled. Chan's gaze gave away his thoughtfulness and deep analysis of the information he had received to further his plan. The protagonist rose to his feet, carelessly tossing words of farewell to the guard, causing him to take a wary interest. A heavy pause hung in the air before the young man turned to the window that overlooked the main hall of the manor. His voice sounded with unbreakable confidence as the hero announced his intention to meet with the head of the manor without dignifying the guard with a glance. Zheng stepped out into the street with unbreakable confidence in his actions, and Guo Chang followed him like a faithful shadow. The protagonist's foresight astounded the guard when he accurately revealed Xiao Gen 1 and Cam's plot to use the doppelganger to provoke the first son. The young man uttered a phrase about the genius of the plan, leisurely opening the envelope held in his hands. His eyes glided over the lines of the firstborn's file. 20-year-old Shok Young-ho, the weakest of the brothers with a birthmark, a regular in taverns and brothels.
The characterization of the second son revealed the 18-year-old Seok Yun-pyung as the heir to his mother's cunning and devious mind.
The cunning plan was to provoke both brothers into killing the doppelganger, that is, the protagonist. When the vigilance let down, the brothers would inevitably get at each other's throats, which was a classic strategy for victory without direct intervention. A perfect calculation assumed that after fratricide or disinheritance, the miraculously surviving Xiao Gen 1 would return to rule in troubled times. A flawless intellectual plan is ruined by an unknown variable, the protagonist cutting short the life of its creator. The guard anxiously inquired about the purpose of the visit to the head of the manor, while the young man tore up documents explaining his concern for the head's life and comfort. Scraps of paper were flying in the wind, and the protagonist continued on his way, ignoring the guard's fear of the teacher's reaction. The snide remark about loyal Guo Chan made the guard's face twist with anger, realizing the hopelessness of his situation. The first wife of the head of the Seok Manor stood in the courtyard, looking out for someone impatiently. Her face lit up with joy at the sight of the old man climbing the distant steps. The mysterious man with the staff, still at a distance from the woman, imperiously demanded the location of the head of the manor. Shaman Mayo Shin exuded power with his stern appearance, his long gray beard rippling under the piercing gaze of his frowning eyebrows. Lady Sok, who continued to stand unmoving hurriedly, expressed her trust in the shaman's miraculous abilities, trying to placate the man. Approaching at close range, the old man warned of the worsening danger of the mysterious disease, demanding that the area within 30 paces be cleared to preserve the spirit's blessing. The shaman's piercing gaze rose furtively as he demanded the removal of the lady herself from sacred territory as well. As the old man took a few steps behind the woman's back, she faintly reminded him of her special request. The shaman continued on his way, only assuring that he remembered the agreement to hand over the seal and the secret manuscript of the head of the manor. The reward of 300 silver nyang for the relics sounded like a promise from the lips of the motionless Lady Sok, who did not dignify her interlocutor with a glance, who could only give thanks in return. The imperious order to clear the area spread across the courtyard, forcing those present to hastily remove themselves until further notice. Following her own instruction, the noble lady headed away, pondering her forced turn to the forbidden practices of shamanism. Immersed in her own thoughts, she did not immediately catch sight of the figure of a young man diligently practicing martial arts from the far side of the courtyard. Disdain distorted the lady's noble facial features at the sight of the head's fourth son, Seok Chun, born from a liaison with a prostitute. Mrs. Leduc mentally resented the intolerability of equal rights to a bastard born of a fleeting affair with a commoner. The majestic figure of a woman strode away along a familiar route, accompanied by her loyal assistants, not noticing the figures approaching from the other side of the building. The protagonist and Guo Chang froze as they noticed the presence of an unknown person at the far wall of the manor. The guard whispered about the fourth son's training, not surprising the young man who had already studied the files of all the heirs with this information. The hero's mind recalled information about Seok Chun, a talented warrior who had inherited his father's character and was considered a favorite to inherit. Guo Chang explained the meaning of the rider's stance, demonstrating a basic exercise to strengthen the lower body, the foundation of martial arts. The young man's pensive gaze slid over the practiced figure before continuing forward with a sudden stop. The unexpected question about being able to defeat a teacher after learning martial arts made the guard go cold with terror. Chan turned his head slightly and insistently repeated the question about killing guard Cam, a chilling calmness pervading the air. Anxious thoughts swirled in the guard's mind, amazed at his ward's insight and coolness. Overcoming his inner resistance, Guo Cheng began to explain the basics of martial arts, mentioning the importance of internal energy and catching the guy's attentive gaze. The Guardian revealed the secrets of breathing techniques that transformed inner strength into powerful qi that could strengthen a warrior many times over. The experienced mentor warned of the vast difference of 30 years of practice and the many secret techniques that made the teacher an unbeatable opponent. A sad note slipped into the hero's voice as he pondered the long journey of mastering the techniques, finding silent confirmation from his companion. Secret glee overflowed the guard's soul, imagining the futility of the lad's attempts to master martial arts even in a lifetime. Guo Chan's attentive gaze followed the new master as his thoughts returned to the truth about starting training early, preventing qi pollution. The reality of impossible training in adulthood was reflected in the critical gaze of the guard studying the exact replica of Xiao Genwan. Gloating triumph swept over the guard, mentally comparing the naive gentleman to a frog stuck at the bottom of a deep well. A sudden movement of the protagonist cut off the flow of smug thoughts. A hand reached imperiously to the guard's face. The shrill words about the greedy glint in his eyes were accompanied by a threatening gesture, pulling the skin under the eyelid of the startled guard. The friendly smile contrasted strangely with the imperious demand for loyalty, making Guo Chan's guard inwardly shudder. The heavy realization of the hopelessness of the situation echoed in the bowed head of the guard, causing the gentleman to turn contentedly, celebrating a small victory. The hero's pensive musings on the guard's current weakness and mistrust sounded sad as the frightened Guo Chang furtively checked the safety of his eyes. The guard's unexpected warning to leave interrupted the gentleman's musings, causing genuine bewilderment in his gaze. A quiet whisper about the younger lord's long-standing enmity toward the real Xiao Genwan awakened the hero's interest in hidden family conflicts. The careless account of the brutal beating and abuse of the mother of the fourth son of the Xiao clan's fourth son 2 years ago only elicited a chuckle and a contemptuous snort from the protagonist.
Loud laughter at the safety of his younger brother's limbs echoed around the courtyard, causing a confused bewilderment to appear on Guo Chan's face.
The repeated warning of the danger of the situation found the Lord's understanding, allowing the fourth son to continue his secluded training. An unwavering determination could be read in every movement of the training Seok Chun, whose body glistened with sweat under the rays of the setting sun. A mysterious purple twilight enveloped the majestic main hall of the manor, creating an ominous atmosphere of the events to come. An oppressive emptiness filled the long corridors of the building, as if all life had left the place in anticipation of something inevitable. The mystical ritual of the shaman turned the sick man's room into a web of red threads entangling the limbs of the motionless body. Ominous purple streaks streaked across the sleeping head's chest, spreading from his heart like the tentacles of an ancient creature. Mayo Shin's inquisitive mind analyzed the master's incredible resilience in the face of death energy that could instantly consume an ordinary person. The grim realization of the 50% chance of success made the shaman reach for his ancient chest of magical tools. The cold indifference to the patient's fate was evident in the methodical movements of the sorcerer, preparing everything necessary for his mistress's secret errand. The honed movements of the old man with the brush betrayed years of practice in writing sacred symbols requiring absolute precision. Ancient spells filled the air with mystical energy, guiding the enchanted hieroglyph to its intended target. The magic leaf completed its flight on the chest of the head of the manor, marking the beginning of an irreversible change in reality. A supernatural glow like heavenly lightning rushed toward the seal, filling the room with an otherworldly light. The final gesture of the shaman's joined fingers was accompanied by a powerful spell designed to destroy the head of the manor's mind sickness. Ancient words about the great Dharma warrior and the mysterious transformations of the golden body came off the lips of Mio Shin, who was frozen at the patient's bedside. Sacred incantations of Buddha purity and protective crystals were accompanied by a mystical gesture of crossed fingers pointed at Inden. The ritual chants of water kings and heavenly judgment were suddenly interrupted by the convulsions of the previously motionless body. An alarming realization of the excessive power of the deadly energy caused the shaman to hastily switch to enlightenment spells. The ominous transformation of the clan head manifested itself in blood-red eyes and demonic screams that shook the walls of the room. The concentration of the ritual was broken by the creak of an opening door, severing one of the mystical threads entangling the space. The horror of realizing the interrupted ritual distorted the old man's face, realizing the irreversibility of the impending disaster. A supernatural force tossed the patient's body, hurling the shaman and his magical chest against the far wall. The discarded old man met the ritual breakers at the very threshold, where he had been thrown back by the same mysterious force. The guard's angry cry was cut short at the sight of the stranger in the room and the creepy state of the head of the manor. Calm confidence was read in the movements of the protagonist, approaching the bedside with a ritualistic gesture of greeting. A mute scene of surprise froze on the face of the shaman as he continued to stand in the distance talking to the guard, watching in parallel the unusual reunion of father and son. The new young gentleman's respectful bow right beside the recumbent body contrasted with the tense atmosphere of the room. The shaman's anxious cries for the uninvited guest to leave immediately mingled with the moans of the sick man who had captured Chan's attention. Despair resounded in the old man's words about the ruined efforts to contain the disease, making Guo Chan shudder at the mention of death energy. A pleading note appeared in the voice of a shaman trying to stave off impending disaster. The sudden coughing fit of the patient caught the attention of everyone present, interrupting the tense dialogue. A demonic scream tore through the silence of the room, taking the shocked witnesses by surprise. A poignant realization of the nature of the mysterious disease came to the protagonist at the sight of the patient's unnatural eye color and behavior. A supernatural force tossed the body entangled in threads, distorting its form so much that horror threw everyone present back against the walls. Realizing how this could end, the shaman shouted orders to hold the body as the disease finally consumed the head of the manor. Panicked terror gripped the guard at the sight of the unnatural movements of a body writhing in a frightening dance of possession. The shaman's commanding cry spurred the hero and Guo Chan into action. They grabbed Indan's hands as the ancient words of the spell filled the air with power. The magical hieroglyph that had previously rested near his heart was now being drawn to his forehead by an invisible demonic being with frightening strength. The malevolent entity inside the head of the manor fiercely resisted, causing the body to thrash in the shackles of the restraining arms, digging into the guard's wrist. The unnatural force twisted the guard's limbs at an impossible angle, accompanying the movements with a furious demonic howl. Excruciating pain distorted Guo Chan's face. Tears of despair sprang from his eyes. Mio Shin's disturbing remark about the creature's growing strength came in a moment of temporary calm for the head of the manor when he was finally able to be placed back on the bed. The desperate order to restrain the possessed man mingled with the sight of an ominous purple vapor rising above the writhing body. Panic gripped the guard, noticing the black entity crawling up the arm of the head of the manor towards his own wrist. A determined rush of the protagonist with sword at his side cut through the tense atmosphere of the room, rushing to his aid. The lightning-fast decision was embodied in a swift sword strike, that cleaved through air and flesh, freeing the guard from the demonic grip. Indan's severed wrist spurted a fountain of blood, horrifying those present, but it was the dark entity that suffered most, deprived of a path to a new victim. A sinister smile blossomed on the face of the protagonist, whose mind had already mapped out the next step of the bloody plan. Panic distorted the guard's face as he realized the Lord's insane intention to completely cut off the clan head's arm. A decisive sword motion overtook the scream of protest, sending more blood splattering against the walls of the ancient room. Disgust and fear mingled on the face of the guard, furtively watching over his shoulder at the actions of his mad master. The severed limb parts fell to the floor, continuing to exude an ominous purple glow of demonic energy. The magic leaf in the shaman's hands flashed with a bright light, making contact with the defiled flesh, cleansing it of dark power. Gochan's practicality was evident in his quick action to stop the bleeding while the others went about their tasks. Anxious thoughts of a failed mission and a crippled head tormented Myoshin's mind as he planned a stealthy retreat. The icy touch of the bloody blade against his neck interrupted the frightened old man's escape plans. Bewilderment was simultaneously reflected on the faces of the shaman and the guard, trying to comprehend the unexpected turn of events. Gochan's respectful address interrupted Chang's deep thoughts, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The young man's sarcastic question was met with desperate objections from the old man, who insisted on the mortal danger of the ailment that had afflicted the head of the estate. The shaman's vehement cries of critical lack of time were accompanied by an accusatory question about wanting the head dead. The protagonist's perceptive mind instantly picks up on the hidden meaning of the clause, sparking a keen interest in the identity of those wishing for his father's death. Chan's threatening tone made the frightened old man raise his trembling hands, trying to deny the obvious misunderstanding. The ominous approach of the sharp blade was accompanied by the young lord's insistence that the truth be revealed immediately. The shaking voice of the shaman gave away the First Lady's involvement in the conspiracy as the gleaming blade touched his neck. The stunning confession about the search for the secret manuscript and seal elicited a violent reaction from the guard and a perplexed question from the protagonist. Guochan's sudden insight revealed the true intentions of the First Lady's devious plan to ensure an unhindered inheritance for the first son. The guardsman's excited and even a little furious call to save the chapter came with genuine concern. The First Lady's alarming warning of mortal danger underscored the critical importance of preventing the first son's ascension. Chan's thoughtful agreement was accompanied by the continued threat of the old man, desperately offering to help save the chapter. The young man's unexpected decision interrupted the flow of the shaman's promises as the blade smoothly withdrew from his neck. The imperious order to search for the manuscript and seal was accompanied by the threatening smile of the protagonist, who carelessly slung his sword on his shoulder. Fury and incomprehension distorted the facial features of Guo Chan and the old man, stunned by these words. The old man's desperate warnings of mortal danger to the head were met only with a cold demand to waste no time, finally convincing those present of the young gentleman's madness. The tense atmosphere diffused slightly as the shaman reached into his pouch, retrieving a mysterious object. A magical vessel braided with red threads and decorated with a sacred hieroglyph appeared in the old man's trembling hands. The wise shaman revealed his plan to use the vessel as a lure for evil spirits, capable of protecting the head of the estate from deadly contact. Ritual words of the great calamities of earth and heaven rang out over the severed limbs where Myoshin had positioned himself with the magic vessel. The demonic entity moved slowly along the mystical threads to the sound of incantations about samadhi, seals, and sacred invulnerable truths. The culmination of the ritual produced an eerie sight. A ghostly hand, emerging from the stump of a limb, clutched tightly to a red-threaded enchanted vessel. The agonizing scream of the head of the manor, which had reached an unbearable volume, and the supernatural blue glow of his eyes filled the room with a new wave of terror. The questioning gazes of the protagonist and his subordinate crossed on the man's distorted face, waiting for the next act of the macabre performance. The repeated invocation of the 5 truths was interrupted by a fit of coughing as the demonic hand tightened its grip around the sacred vessel. Anxious thoughts about the excessive power of the deadly energy tormented the shaman's mind. Fearing the release of the evil spirit and looking for a way out of the dangerous situation, the old man's inner doubts wavered between disobedience of the young master and fear of his bloody sword. A sudden insight lit up the shaman's face with a sly smile, marking the birth of a new plan. The cunning suggestion of spirit restriction was accompanied by a hint of unwanted presence of a guard, causing Guo-chan to exclaim in surprise. The guard's tactful decision to leave the room without a direct order was accompanied by his polite notice to wait outside. Ominous determination echoed in the shaman's voice as the door closed, leaving him alone with the helpless head of the manor and the unsuspecting protagonist. The ancient words of the incantation of earthly calamities and heavenly samadhi echoed off the walls as Inden's body shuddered in mystical convulsions. The otherworldly voice coming from the exhausted body of the head of the manor filled the room with a supernatural chill. The triumphant realization of success lit up the face of the shaman as he continued his ritual chants to the accompaniment of the clutching demonic hand. The treacherous Mioshin turned to the possessed body to demand that he reveal the location of the secret manuscript and seal, while Zhong idly watched from the sidelines. A gravely voice from Indan's body revealed the secret of the underground healing room behind the front stone door, where the treasure he was seeking was kept. The demonic entity, having fulfilled its purpose, shattered the sacred vessel into tiny shards, releasing the ancient evil to freedom. The shaman's immediate order to cut the threads sounded as the creature rushed toward its true goal. Mortal danger loomed over the head of the manor as the sinister spirit began its rapid progress through the threads to his body. A decisive swing of the protagonist's sword severed the mystical threads right in front of the approaching entity. A multitude of ghostly hands like dark tentacles collapsed at the young lord's feet, instantly choosing him as a new target for obsession. Chan's frightened gaze went to the shaman, whose face expressed the exact same confusion. But the fleeting confusion on Myoshin's face changed in a split second from confused to a sinister grin that foreshadowed something terrible. The demonic energy that took the form of countless dark hands gradually enveloped the guy's body, consuming him whole. The old man's devious plan was coming to fruition as his hands attached the magical hieroglyph to the forehead of the frozen young man. A smug smirk appeared on the shaman's face, pleased with his victim's inexperience as his fingers reached for the shards of the broken vessel. Inner jubilation overwhelmed the old man, contemplating the detached state of the protagonist, immersed in the abyss of incomprehension. The triumphant announcement of the chief culprit sounded toward the young man, who stood frozen as if in deep thoughtfulness. The fierce voice of the demonic entity emanating from the young lord's body descended upon the shaman, accusing him of dastardly deceit. But soon a sinister satisfaction slipped into the otherworldly voice as the spirit realized the youthfulness of its new prey. The ghastly intent to take over the young body resounded in the triumphant whisper of the ancient evil, which had already begun to realize its plan. The grim prophecy of eternal imprisonment in the depths of his own mind were the last words to reach the hero's consciousness. Reality dissolved into a vision of the past. The familiar riverbank appeared before the captive mind's inner gaze. The protagonist's gaze froze, absorbing every detail of the familiar place where every stone and tree held the memory of the past. The peaceful mountains spread out before him as a majestic reminder of a life spent among these slopes and valleys. Enjoying views that were impossible to forget, the young man scooped up water from the clear river stream. A strange, unfamiliar sense of unease swept over Chan as he headed down the winding mountain path with the full bucket. A heavy feeling of forgetting something important made the hero stop, bowing his head in agonizing contemplation. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the ominous flames and puffs of black smoke rising behind the trees, which interrupted the flow of anxious thoughts. A chilling horror gripped his body as the realization that fire had engulfed his home pierced the mind of the alarmed young man. A desperate cry of "Grandpa" broke the silence, and the abandoned bucket rolled on the ground, spilling precious water. Pleas for the safety of his kinsman escaped the lips of the fleeing Chan, traversing the endless road to home. A thick shroud of smoke enveloped the clearing, where a screaming hero burst in, desperately calling for the only person close to him. Cold drops of horror appeared on the boy's pale face as the terrible picture appeared before his frozen gaze. A desperate dash toward the prostrate body was accompanied by a heartbreaking scream as the young man rushed toward his grandfather's motionless and bloody body. Trembling hands gently lifted the old man's graying head, while a broken voice begged him to open his eyes. The growing realization of loss poured out in desperate questions and pleas as the hero clutched the lifeless body of his loved one. A bitter realization of his grandfather's true worth pierced the young man's heart as memory resurrected the precious moments of their interactions. Inconsolable grief bent the figure of the hero over his knees, where rested the head of the only man who had sincerely loved him. The demonic being carefully watched the unfolding scene, finally grasping the essence of human affections. The triumphant voice of the dark entity broke the illusion as purple magic gathered in his ghostly hand. A blob of dark energy rushed toward the back of the protagonist, bent in grief, ready to consume his soul. The sinister power swiftly spread across the young man's body, leaving glowing purple patterns of an ancient curse on his skin. Grandfather's familiar voice reached the hero's consciousness, but fear of turning around stiffened his movements as the dark force continued to envelope his body. The warm words about helping the old man made Chan raise his head, seeing his grandfather alive and smiling in the distance. The affectionate call for help was accompanied by a joyful smile, which the grandfather always bestowed on his favorite grandson. Confused questions came off the lips of the protagonist, not realizing the reality of the events taking place. Dark blue pupils gave away the demonic entity's grip, while the young man's body remained motionless between the two realities. A sudden impulse threw the hero into the old man's arms with such force that he barely kept his balance from the onslaught of emotion. The grandfather's surprised questions about his grandson's strange behavior were drowned in the tight embrace of the bored young man. His grandson's trembling voice betrayed the depth of gratitude for saving his life as a tear rolled down his cheek. The affectionate movements of a soothing hand on the boy's head betrayed the old man's understanding. Unaware of the watching spirit, the gloating laughter of the creature accompanying the order to give in to the memories dissolved into the void, remaining unheard by those involved in the scene. The triumphant demon watched the happy picture of looking at the sickle, proclaiming it an eternal dream for Chan's captive mind. The lad's touching question to his grandfather about the meaning of the name, righteousness, mingled with the gloating laughter of the creature standing a little ways behind them, and anticipating Chan's eternal imprisonment in sweet memories. A tempting whisper of freedom from the fear of loss touched the ear of the frozen protagonist as the dark figure approached his back. Chan's tense muscles betrayed wariness as his pupils slowly slid to the side, trying to catch the source of the ominous presence. The swift turn and the iron grip of his fingers on the face of the stunned demon shattered his confidence in his own invulnerability. The rage from the awakened painful memories resounded in Chan's voice as the demon screamed about the impossibility of detecting him. Anger overwhelmed Chan's soul, whose fingers dug ever harder into the demonic face, punishing him for desecrating the sacred memory of his grandfather. A chilling question about misunderstanding desires sounded from the hero's lips, still holding the demon in a steely grip. Beastly rage distorted the features of the young man's face, eager to tear his grandfather's true killer to shreds instead of sweet illusions. The primal desire oozing from the depths of the captor's mind pierced the demonic essence through the points of contact. A bloodlust that frightened even the spirits of the afterlife pulsed in every cell of the creature in front of the demon. Bewilderment gripped the dark entity, sensing an unprecedented lust for murder from a living human with the markings of demonic power. Grandfather's sudden voice about the meaning of the name broke the tense silence as the hero continued to hold the squirming demon. The old man's ghostly figure rose up, speaking of his grandson's peculiarity and desire to raise a righteous man, while the wind slowly blew away the particles of his body. The last admonitions of the righteous path sounded from the disintegrating silhouette, carried away by the otherworldly wind into oblivion. His grandfather's parting words about afterlife prayers allowed the demon to break free of the shocked hero's death grip. The panicked realization of the young man's insane nature drove the dark entity into a run, driving it deeper and deeper into the labyrinths of another's mind. The smug thoughts of body grabbing were interrupted by the appearance of a sun-drenched clearing with fragrant flowers and beautiful green grass. An incredulous question about the hidden essence of the meadow escaped the demon's lips, struck by the incongruity of the bright landscape to the dark soul. The mysterious door that appeared in the middle of the flowery clearing caused the demonic entity to slow its run. The ancient seal on the mysterious door pulsed with the power of hidden memories, generating a strange unease in the demon. A smug smirk contorted the face of the dark force, reaching for the doorknob with the intention of consuming another's consciousness. Triumphant words froze in the demon's throat as the massive door began to melt away in a ghostly haze before his hand, A furious curse echoed across the clearing as the last outlines of the door dissolved into black smoke. The treacherous ground beneath his feet became a quicksand mass, dragging the dark force into the depths of distorted reality. Primal horror distorted the features of the evil entity, who realized the inevitability of its absorption by the mysterious force. Desperate jerks from the engulfing mass were accompanied by the screams of a doomed creature, realizing the inevitability of being swallowed up. The demonic entity slowly sank into the strange consistency, leaving only its head and a frantically clinging hand above the surface. The attempt to penetrate deeper into consciousness turned out to be a trap. The young man's memories were mercilessly absorbed by the dark power. The return to the real world took the shaman by surprise. The old man was already preparing to leave the room, confident of his victory. Horror distorted Myoshin's features as an ominous rustle behind him caused him to slowly turn around to his intended victim. The calm gesture of the young man tearing off the magical hieroglyph contrasted with his gaze that promised retribution for what he had done. The careless touch of his palm on the floor released writhing dark entities like the serpents of the underworld. Chan's indifferent gaze to the old man's fear concealed his intention to demonstrate something that could shake the shaman's confidence. The demonic monk materialized behind the hero's back, welcoming his new lord as an equal in this mysterious dance of forces. Gloomy thoughts overcame the young man sitting on the ancient steps of the main hall of the Swordsock Manor. A heavy sigh broke the silence as Jung Myung-gin bowed his head, immersed in his memories. The image of the head of the estate, Seok Indan, a hero and righteous man, came to mind along with a fateful meeting 19 years ago. The fame of the martial arts master brought their paths together in a battle against pirates, where they fought shoulder to shoulder. Defeating the sea robbers had led Zhang to swear an oath of allegiance, but now tears of helplessness glistened in the inner master's eyes. The bitterness of what was happening was reflected in his gaze wandering over the familiar outline of the manor. The first wife's sarcastic words about the unworthiness of the heir echoed in his tormented mind. Ladyk's sly and insistent suggestion that he leave the manor while searching for relics tormented the loyal warrior's soul. The inner struggle between the duty of peace and contempt for the shamanic deceivers was reflected in the slumped figure of the master. A sudden determination pushed him out of the steps, breaking the shackles of doubt. The sacred oath to friend and comrade won out, guiding Jung Myung-gin's steps towards the chambers of the head of the manor. Primal terror distorted Myoshin's features as his dilated pupils focused on the creature whose nature was far from ordinary spirits. The shaman's heart clenched at the realization a high-class demonic spirit had appeared before him. Chong's short order to kill the old man caused the demonic monk to furiously rush forward without any hesitation. Precious seconds of stupor were replaced by a desperate spell that the shaman barely had time to create, thus protecting himself from the deadly blow. Watching his opponent's actions, a disturbing realization of control over such a powerful being came to the old man, forcing him to rethink the situation. But no matter how hard he tried, his mind refused to accept the unthinkable fact of a mere youth controlling a powerful spirit. Desperate attempts to resist the embodiment of absolute evil were draining the last of the resisting shaman's strength. The demon's superior strength shattered the protective barrier, bringing the destructive energy from his hand close to the trembling old man. A blood-red glow flooded the space as a blow of monstrous force threw Myoshin back against the far wall. An unyielding will allowed the old man to stay on his feet, challenging his opponent with a hard but determined stare. The demonic monk shrouded himself in an ominous red aura, slowly approaching the victim with his face distorted with rage. Panic gripped the shaman, causing him to dash along the wall in search of a life-saving blade among the hanging weapons. Animal fear seemed to nail Myoshin to the wall as the inexorably approaching shadow made desperate pleas for mercy. The demonic entity, ignoring everything it heard, brought its distorted face closer to its victim, releasing a stream of dark energy. A deafening scream paralyzed the shaman's entire body, robbing him of the ability to move in the face of an unknown nightmare. A multitude of ghostly hands burst from the demon's distorted mouth, reaching for the immobilized victim along with material limbs. A futile attempt to defend himself with his sword ended with a momentary interception of the old man's trembling hand. Desperate pleas for mercy escaped the lips of the defeated shaman as demonic hands dragged his stubborn body. The protagonist's cold words about the futility of sacrifice interrupted the pathetic attempts to justify himself for past deception. A sinister grin contorted Chan's face, dismissing the petty reasons for his revenge and noting his magnanimity. The last words about excessive knowledge were accompanied by the insincere smile of a hero bent over a defeated old man. Myoshin's desperate cry of a devious plan was accompanied by futile attempts to hold onto the floor with bloody fingers against the inexorable force. Dark energy engulfed the shaman's face in a similar fashion to the one that had previously attempted to take over the hero. But the last word, demon, was the old man's final exhalation. Looking out into the corridor, the protagonist invited the waiting guard into the room in a calm voice. Go Chang crossed the threshold, curious about the conclusion of the case but froze in horror at the sight before him. The lifeless body of the bloodied shaman was sprawled on the floor of the room in a rather unusual pose. The guard's quiet question about the old man's death was interrupted by the Lord's order to deal with the body while he raised his sword with a meaningful question for help. Grabbing his weapon, Chan swung with the clear intention of doing something to herald the beginning of the carefully planned chaos. Ruthless sword blows shattered ancient utensils and relics, creating a picture of a desperate battle. The elaborate legend of a mad shaman allegedly causing mayhem, chopping off the head's hand and attacking the rest of the estate's inhabitants, resounded through the new blows. The grim look of the guard who had taken to carrying out the order expressed poorly concealed indignation. The cold confirmation of the staging sounded in response to the stunned Guo Chan's direct question. The guard voiced doubts about the plausibility of the situation, especially to the shrewd mistress, dragging the body closer to Indan's bed. Turning away, the young man thought there was some truth in what he had said, and pondered the guard's words about the lack of credibility of the shaman's mere madness. More and more thoughtfulness was showing on the guy's face as he realized the need for a more plausible version of events. Guo Chan's anxiety increased when his master shifted the sword into his other hand with a frightening expression. Creepy laughter accompanied Chan's self-torture of sticking a gun into his own leg to make the story of the attack convincing. Horror distorted the features of the guard who had watched his lord's cold-blooded self-mutilation and realized its true nature. Showing off his bloody hand, Chan asked with a sneer if the new version of events was convincing enough. Guo Chan's inner monologue reflected a growing fear of his cold-blooded new master, willing to injure himself for the sake of covering his tracks. The young guard reached for the lord's bloody leg, offering to help, but he refused, realizing the force of the impact of his haggard appearance. The ominous aura of the Lord made the guard shudder with involuntary fear as the unnoticed figure silently watched through the open doorway. The sudden realization of the inner master's presence was brought out by the startled cry of a stunned guard. Astonishment contorted Zhang's features at the sight of his comrade prostrate on the bed and the gray-haired elder leaning beside him. Uncontrollable anger burst out in a furious accusation, shaking the air with the righteous anger of the inner master. The guard's panicked excuse merged with the young lord's attempts to explain the situation to the suddenly important person. Chan got to his feet and masterfully played up the weakness, asking to check on the head's condition and pointing with a trembling hand to the bed. The theatrical fall of the main character interrupted his own words, creating the perfect illusion of helplessness. A furious Zhang Myung-gin unleashed a hail of questions on the confused Guo Chan, demanding an explanation for the third master's plight. Sprawled on the floor, the young man skillfully hid a sinister grin beneath disheveled strands of hair as the guard watched in a daze. A sudden epiphany of the Lord's pretense flashed through the guard's mind, but prudent silence preserved the mystery of what was happening. Darkness enveloped the Swordsock Manor, leaving only the dim light in the windows of the healing hall. A wealth of healing herbs, mushrooms, and potions filled the room with the thick aroma of ancient recipes, promising healing from many ailments. Chan enjoyed the smell of medicine, lying on the bed with his wound bandaged as if everything was going according to his plan. Remembering the spirit's words regarding the location of the relics behind the western stone wall caused the protagonist to grin contentedly. Thoughts of the secret manuscript and seals swirled in the young man's mind as he planned a nighttime inspection of the room with less crowds. A respectful knock and the appearance of a loyal guard with his head down interrupted the gentleman's musings. A slight rebuke for being late met Guo Chan's eyes as he hurriedly reached for the contents of his inner pocket. The shaman's two precious, medium-thick books passed from the guard's trembling hands to the protagonist's interested gaze. The disturbing news of the body burning caused genuine surprise on Chang's face, demanding an explanation. A detailed account of the destruction of evidence, along with the shaman's body and belongings, confirmed attempts to cover up the evidence of the crime. A scattered clear, and the protagonist's outward calmness concealed a careful analysis of the books he had received and their potential usefulness. A sincere smile slid across the Lord's face, accompanied by rare praise for his subordinate's efforts. The direct question about the purpose of the visit came after a prolonged silence, when the guard, after hesitating, inquired about the purpose of the mysterious books. A smooth gesture from the protagonist directed the guard's attention to the dark window that hid the estate's nocturnal secrets. The puzzled guard slowly approached the window opening, peering into the impenetrable darkness beyond the glass. A careful study of the night landscape ended with the recognition of the total absence of any unusual phenomena. Immersed in the study of the book, Chan deliberately ignored the confused response of his faithful guard. The sudden shout outside the door of no entry made the young man hide the book under his clothes with lightning speed, staring at the doorway. The resolute figures of the unknown visitors peering through the translucent door insisted on seeing Seok Genwan immediately, regardless of his weakness. The imperious appearance of the first wife of the head of the estate broke the privacy of the room, filling the space with tension. The unfriendly disposition and cold hostility of the tall guest was read in her every movement, despite her brief statement of the need for conversation. The hero's impassive face hid his inner tension as he waited for the inevitable conversation to continue. The young gentleman demurely continued to sit, while the guard respectfully greeted the first lady of the manor. A mental mark swept through the hero's mind. The first wife of the head of the estate, the powerful Lady Shock, stood before him. A shrewd eye noted the woman's special status as the main person for Guardcom, a warrior and brilliant strategist with a sharp mind. Remembering the warning of this woman's danger, superior even to her first son, the young man bowed respectfully. A courteous apology for his inability to get up due to his injury complemented the forced greeting from his bed. Anxiety clenched the guard's heart. Any mistake in the subtleties of etiquette between the real third son and the first lady could ruin everything. But Chan was able to pull off the greeting unexpectedly well. The cold declaration of the pointlessness of greetings and formalities elicited a surprised look from the protagonist, who had not expected such hostility. A lightning-fast sword strike struck Chong's injured leg before the young man could realize what was happening. Blood gushed with renewed vigor, causing Guo Chan to scream desperately as he watched the horror done by the First Lady. The guard's noble intentions to help his lord were cut short by the cold touch of sharp blades on his throat, accompanied by a harsh order to freeze. The First Lady's venomous sneer sounded especially ominous in the tense silence of the room. The noble lady bent down to the young man's face, scornfully accusing him of deliberately self-harming for the sake of concealing the truth. Condescending arguments about the impossibility of a shaman becoming possessed during a ritual were met only with silent immobility from the protagonist. The First Lady's mocking laughter filled the space while Chan maintained his outward humility by lowering his head. A furious slap came down on the hero's face from the furious noble lady, along with an accusation of disrespect. The force of the blow threw the young lord to the floor, eliciting a desperate cry from the loyal guard. The imperious demand to reveal the true version of events made Guo Chan hold his breath in fear of the lord's possible answer. Sprawled by the window, the protagonist maintained a mysterious silence, despite the First Lady's insistence. An ominous grin flickered through the veil of dark hair on the bloody lips of the defeated young man. An unexpected quiet laugh began to build up in his throat, which puzzled the confused lady, causing her to freeze. The new young master's malicious laughter soon broke through the oppressive silence of the room, filling the space with demonic mirth. The only disturbing suspicion of the young man's madness flashed in the eyes of the shocked mistress. A simple gesture of a pointing finger forward drew the attention of the ominous figure of the demonic monk, who had appeared in the window opening directly behind the lord's back to the enemies ahead. The dark entity, obeying the silent command, rushed past the frozen lady towards its intended target. An instinctive unease made Ladek turn around slowly, trying to realize what was happening. The demonic monk displayed monstrous strength, suspending the lady's companion high above the ground with an iron grip. A sudden insight into the connection between the shaman's murder and the current events struck lightning through the clouded mind of the First Lady of the manor. The ingratiating words about the secret manuscript and seal touched the noble lady's ear as the protagonist silently approached from behind. A subtle hint of the possibility of civilized negotiation distorted the haughty face of the interlocutor as Songhwa's muffled moans echoed behind them. Chan's declaration of disinterest in the position of head and mention of her son's ambitions were met only with cold hostility from the First Lady. A sinister smile slid across the young man's face as he haughtily announced his impending meeting with his second brother in response to the open attack. The careless mention of the younger offspring's fighting skills lit a spark of horrified realization in the First Lady's eyes. The ironic words about reconciliation through the manuscript were accompanied by the barely restrained fury of a woman not even trying to hide her extreme irritation. The limping figure of the protagonist moved away, leaving scarlet footprints on the floor behind him, and his words about the powerlessness of the enemy hung in the air. The mocking concern for cold weather health was the last straw. The First Lady collapsed on the bed, shaking with impotent rage. Sharp cries of despair broke the noble tranquility of the exquisite hall in Lady Seok's residence. The exquisite furniture was flying chaotically around the room under the onslaught of the mistress' uncontrollable anger. The blows of his feet shattered the already broken chair, while the air was filled with furious questions about the insolence of the insolent youngster. The furious curses against the lowlife did not stop, despite the subordinates' attempts to calm the angry mistress. The suggestion to calm down triggered another explosion of rage, directed now at the aide trying to protect her years of labor. Trembling fingers touched her forehead, while bitter thoughts of the misjudgment of the silly boy tormented the mind of the lady, who realized the futility of the attempt at intimidation. A disturbing suspicion of the young man's skillful play crept into the noble lady's mind, causing the woman to freeze and rethink what was happening. Memories of earlier praise for his diligence and diligence took on a new sinister meaning. The sudden death of his mother caused a precipitous decline in the family's influence, forcing the heir to seek refuge in the darkest corners of society. The furious pounding of her fist on the table underscored the bitter realization of her lost vigilance, while the aide tried to reassure her mistress with promises to remove the threat. An uneasy premonition seized the woman, who realized the disastrous consequences of a secret manuscript falling into the wrong hands. Covering her eyes to regain her composure, she mentally vowed to stop her defiant opponent at all costs. A determined look accompanied the order to send a message to the Phoenix Pavilion, informing the vultures of the demise of Shaman Myoshin. Unconcealed horror contorted the aide's features at the mention of the Phoenix Pavilion, instantly realizing the gravity of the situation. The powerful community of shamans of which Master Myoshin was a member was awe-inspiring in name alone. A grim satisfaction reflected on the woman's face as she anticipated the collapse of the ambitious plans of the estate head's third son, Shok Kyung-won. An impenetrable darkness enveloped the treatment room, creating the illusion of a complete absence of life at this late hour. A mysterious voice from the back of the room read out the first book of the Yin-Yang school, telling the story of the transformation of the dead into evil spirits. Chan, illuminating the pages with a dim flashlight, greedily absorbed the knowledge from the books he had received from the guard. Turning the pages rapidly, the protagonist studied the description of a red spirit capable of causing discomfort in certain places. The consistent descriptions of orange parasitic spirits and deadly yellow entities made the young man wonder about their true nature. The sudden appearance of a demonic monk, as if out of thin air, interrupted the concentrated reading. The ghostly creature's impatient question caught the guy pondering the demonic monk's affiliation with the yellow spirit category. The wisdom of using inconspicuous vaults to hide important items was confirmed by the words of a spirit whose searching abilities were highly valued. The memory of the failed attack on Lady Shok made Chan wonder about the nature of her invulnerability. Unlike the injured maid, the memory of Guo-chan's torment on the floor prompted the protagonist to solve the mystery as his hand reached for the lock of the box. A mystical appearance of wind rushed out of the ajar vault, hinting at its unusual contents. Reflecting on the fighting prowess of Lady Shok and Guardian Kam caused the young man to turn another page of the ancient folio. The realization of the need to find a more powerful ally was accompanied by the study of green spirits, capable of controlling the environment. Closing the book, the protagonist experienced the satisfaction of the knowledge gained, opening up new possibilities. Determination filled Chan as a mysterious passageway, leading to the depths of the dungeon opened before him. The anticipation of discovering a secret manuscript and seal energized the young man, ready to uncover ancient secrets. The dim light of a lantern illuminated the path of the protagonist as he descended the roughly carved steps into the underground labyrinth. The mystery of such a deep hiding place to store the manuscript and seal occupied Chan's thoughts as he continued his descent. The value of the hidden artifacts fueled the young man's curiosity, encouraging him to delve deeper and deeper into the bowels of the dungeon. The realization of the demonic monk's powerlessness against guardian-level cam warriors strengthened the guy's determination to accumulate more trump cards. The massive gate that appeared in front of the protagonist caused a fleeting doubt in the correctness of the chosen path. The unlocked door turned out to be only the first of a series of surprising discoveries awaiting the young man ahead. The memory of the fourth door of the healing hall led Chan to a fork with 5 passages, among which he had to choose the right one. The stone slab stood out among the other doors for its monumentality and the carved sign on it. Disappointment was reflected on the face of the protagonist, who found behind the massive slab only emptiness instead of the relics he was looking for. Bewilderment sounded in the young man's voice as he realized the necessity of continuing into the unknown. The uncertainty made the boy constantly look back as he moved deeper into the mysterious corridor. A fatal error of inattention led to the activation of an ancient trap lurking beneath the hero's feet. A massive chain-link stone flew off the ceiling, rushing straight at Chan's head. Natural ingenuity allowed the protagonist to avoid a fatal blow by deftly dodging the falling block. The glint of an object flying from afar caught the attention of a young man who had barely recovered from his first ordeal. A lightning-fast reaction saved the guy from the deadly spears that pierced the air within centimeters of his body. A new wave of deadly spears fell on the young man, but now he was ready. He pulled out the weapon stuck in the wall and began to repel the attack. Various spears flew from all sides, and when a small point rushed towards his chest, the hero simply held out his lantern as a shield. A grim anticipation of a greater challenge flashed through the hero's mind at the sight of a giant arrow beyond his size. The question of the importance of the manuscript pierced the mind the instant the body soared over the deadly point in a desperate leap. Stone chips splattered in all directions from the impact of the giant arrow, hinting at the concealment of something more valuable than a simple manuscript. The gruesome sight of the next challenge loomed ahead, a forest of sharp axes and spiked balls swinging on rusty chains. A gambling gleam appeared in the hero's eyes before leaping into the heart of the deadly mechanism. The triumphant figure of a young man straightened up behind a series of obstacles, clutching a lantern in his teeth and adjusting his disheveled clothes. A relieved exhale accompanied the removal of the flashlight from clenched teeth. Another test had been passed. Confidence in reaching the goal was strengthened at the sight of the exquisite passage that opened up ahead. The noble wood of the subterranean chambers caused genuine amazement to the explorer, studying the unusual room. The furnishings of the secret hideout, dishes, furniture, and books suggested the long stay of someone important. An indifferent remark escaped the hero's lips as he approached the dais with the small table. The young lord's gaze instantly focused on the small casket crowning the mysterious altar. The young man's eyes lit up in triumph as the light of the mounted lantern revealed the cherished find. The golden hieroglyphs' unyielding determination and wooden sword transformation technique shone on the covers of the 2 ancient books in the chest. Memories of Guo Chan's quiet explanation about the essence of the manuscripts, combining sword techniques with the art of internal energy storage, dispelled doubts. The young man's deft movements hid both manuscripts beneath the folds of the spacious garment. Suspicion about the small number of books in the huge house led the hero to continue his search for more valuable treasures. His attentive gaze stopped on a massive chest, whose lone presence in the far corner raised questions. The inappropriateness of the bulky box in the exquisite interior instantly caught the attention of the discerning Chan. Fresh drag marks and scuff marks on the floor around the chest gave away its recent movement. The first thought of a possible hiding place caused the hero to carefully push the heavy box away from the wall. His keen mind did not fail him. The chest that had been pushed aside hid exactly what he had expected to find. A secret passage beneath the floor, sealed with sheets of mystical hieroglyphics, opened to the explorer's view. Chan's decisive actions led to the quick opening of a secret passage into the bowels of the estate. Surprise reflected on the hero's face at the sight of a wooden chest hidden in the dark depths of the hiding place. The magical seals covering the find testified to the importance of what was hidden within. The powerful dark energy emanating from the chest indicated something more significant than mere manuscripts. The strange behavior of the lantern flame in opening the chest made the young gentleman wary. The hero's stunned gaze widened in surprise as the depths of the open chest revealed an ancient book in a creepy leather cover. A close examination of the unusual folio under the dim light of a lantern revealed its sinister uniqueness among the other manuscripts. The nauseating odor and repulsive texture of the human skin cover caused not horror, but a predatory grin on the young man's pale face. Joyful shouts and the rattle of festive drums shook the courtyard of the manor, where servants were excitedly preparing a lavish celebration. Second young master, Seok Yoon Pyung, reveled in everyone's jubilation as he watched the bustle of the numerous servants. The unusual brightness of the colors in the spacious main hall of the manor caused an enthusiastic exclamation from the young gentleman at the open window. An anticipatory smirk contorted the noble features of his face at the thought of soon ascending to the coveted position of head of a powerful clan. Warm words of gratitude for his loyalty rang out to the silent ally who stood respectfully behind the lord's back. Sincere joy and wide-open arms greeted Cam's appearance at the doorway of the lavish festive hall. The deep respectful bow of the old guard was accompanied by befitting words of loyalty to the new young lord of the clan. Thunderous apologies for being late spread throughout the hall, reaching even the festive bustle of the estate's courtyard. Seok Yoon Pyung's florid excuses about the modesty of the ceremony, due to his father's illness, were met with an understanding refusal by the enthusiastic guard. The joyous laughter of the second son accompanied the invitation to enter, which the chief guard promptly followed. At a silent command, all the musicians and drummers delicately left the room, leaving the gentleman alone with his guests. Gloating pleasure sounded in the voice of the party host mentioning Seok Gen-won's loss of martial skills. Grim thoughts of the real lord's dead body flashed through Kam's mind as he silently bowed with a predatory grimace. Heavy reflections on the impossibility of revealing the truth tormented the guard who remembered the offer that had saved his life. A sinister smile lit up Cam's face as he confirmed the third young master's inability to martial arts, planning his own betrayal. The smug laughter of the second young lord of the manor reflected his superiority over his opponent, who had lost his fighting skills and whom he had surpassed effortlessly. The mocking rhetorical question of thanks for the eulogy caused a wave of obsequious laughter among those present. The unexpected interest in the reasons for the loss of his brother's abilities made the guard tense inwardly, feverishly searching for a plausible answer.
The condescending words about forgiving possible guilt came with a mocking laugh from the seated Seok Yoon Pyung.
Cam's polite refusal to tell the truth was accompanied by grim thoughts of the prospect of a lifetime of servitude to the insolent young man. Hurriedly showing his answer of secrecy, he sought to forestall any repercussions for the young lord of the manor who had agreed to trust the guard's word. After uttering a phrase about his interlocutor's previous activities as an assassin, the second son gave him a meaningful look. The young gentleman's sudden knowledge of his interlocutor's past caused the latter's apparent confusion, reflected on his face. Continuing to bow, Cam tried not to show his face as he cursed his interlocutor in his thoughts, realizing that he had underestimated his true nature. Leaning closer to the guard, Seok Yoon Pyung drilled him with a mocking gaze, ironically curious about his reaction. Realizing his miscalculation and being trapped in this verbal duel, the guard could barely squeeze out a response of denial of secrecy. Arrogantly giving the order to leave, the second son looked at the guard with undisguised contempt, as if he were nothing in his power. As the guard obediently walked across the courtyard to his quarters, he did not notice the gaze of Seok Yoon Pyung watching from the window. Suspicions about the secret happenings around the third brother, spoken aloud, reached the ears of the two silent guards standing behind their young master. The second son's assignment to first-class rookie Cho Il-san to follow his brother and check on the loss of combat skills was met with a silent nod. The guard's clarifying question about the boundaries of what was allowed in the upcoming mission broke the tense silence of the Lord's chambers, drawing Seok Yoon Pyung's attention. The cruel permission to maim the enemy flew off the young lord's lips along with a cold chuckle of superiority. A deep bow hid the dangerous gleam in the guard's eyes, anticipating the fulfillment of a bloody errand. The dim flame of the lantern revealed the silhouette of the protagonist from the gloom of the dungeon, studying the mysterious find from all sides. The mysterious beat of the ancient book echoed in his fingertips, confirming the reality of the supernatural origin. The inexplicable sensation of an impending tornado rippled beneath his fingers, touching the strange artifact. Exploratory excitement instead of fear gripped the hero at the sight of a mysterious object in a hidden vault. The impatient desire to tear off the protective beads and reveal the secret of the ancient folio overwhelmed the determined young man, but something held him back. The sudden appearance of a mystical portal in the stone floor caused the hero to turn around sharply with wary bewilderment. The ominous figure of the demonic monk materialized from the flickering glow, breaking the silence of the underground shelter. The questioning gaze of the protagonist stopped on the unexpected guest, continuing to hold the book tightly in his tense hands. The mysterious glow in the monk's eyes was replaced by a respectful bow, acknowledging the new lord's authority over the ancient powers. A wave of incomprehension was reflected on the young man's face as he tried to comprehend the true nature of the changes taking place around him. The gradual realization of the meaning of the demonic monk's strange gestures illuminated the protagonist's mind with a new understanding. It was this behavior of the otherworldly being that strengthened confidence in the special significance of the ancient manuscript discovered. The return of the book to the chest coincided with the realization of the appearance of the guests upstairs. The demonic monk who had been following Guo-chan had returned for a reason. The short word destroyer escaped the young man's lips as he stared tensely at the dark ceiling of the dungeon. The anxious premonition was confirmed. The shrouded figure of a samurai was moving silently across the rooftops of the estate, scouting for information. The silent leap of the mysterious scout led him to a spreading tree whose crown concealed an observation post. Perched against the massive trunk, the spy spotted a yawning Guo-chan, barely holding back the rolling sleep at his post. The suspicious absence of a guard near the wounded gentleman forced the scout to disappear into the night shadows. And a vague suspicion of secrecy caused the shrouded observer to move to the window in one swift movement. Cautious approach to the lighted opening was replaced by growing bewilderment at the sight of the opening. The unmoving figure of the third son on the bed caused contradictory feelings in the soul of the watching spy. Distrust of the obvious led the scout to enter the room, suspecting deception in the Lord's strange orders to the guard. The intention to check for the presence of life energy was interrupted by a sudden discovery that made Joel-san freeze in place. Horror and disbelief distorted the spy's facial features at the sight of the holy book in the most unexpected place. Trembling fingers grasped the manuscript of the wooden sword transformation technique, greedily reading the ancient lines. The feverish excitement was replaced by awe on the face of the reader, realizing the authenticity of the precious find. The strategic value of the find eclipsed all questions about its origin in the mind of the triumphant scout closing the sacred text. The premature jubilation was interrupted by the chilling presence of the sleeping third son behind the hapless spy's back. The touch of another man's hand on the back of his head was the first signal of the self-confident scout's fatal mistake. A crushing blow against the table scattered the dishes in all directions as the intruder's face pressed into the wooden surface. A mocking question about the reason for the knight's visit was accompanied by a tug on his hair, lifting the spy's bloodied face. The bitter realization of the master of the room's skillful pretense was replaced by another blow against the hard surface of the table, so much so that blood from his nose splattered everywhere. Rage and disgust for the dastardly opponent pulsed through the spy's mind between merciless contacts with the wood. Blurred consciousness slowly returned to the battered scout, picturing the world upside down with the figure of his tormentor. Joel-san's desperate screams echoed off the walls of the unfamiliar room where he hung suspended by his feet. The ominous invitation to talk was accompanied by the clinking of a blade being pulled across the floor, causing a shiver of horror on the bloodied face of the captive, who did not realize what torture the cruel master of the room was preparing for him. Joel-san's prostrate body with a broken nose and a torn-off mask lay motionless on the wooden floor, plunged into unconsciousness. Guo-chang, who was guarding the entrance, burst in at the sound of fighting and froze in amazement, recognizing the captured infiltrator as one of the three trusted guards of the second young lord. An alarming perplexity about the reasons for his brother's interest flashed across the protagonist's face when the spy's identity was revealed to him. Guo-chan's experienced gaze assessed the situation. The disguise of the nocturnal guest clearly indicated the uninvited visitor's ill intentions. An icy smile slid across the young lord's lips as he slung the emotionless body onto his shoulder, eliciting a surprised exclamation from the loyal guard. Desperate protests of torture escaped the lips of the agitated guard, begging to just let the hapless spy go. Alarmed warnings of the second lord's anger for his favorite servant were cut short by a painful cry. The young lord twisted the counselor's arm hard. Alarmed cries of mortal danger echoed from the retreating figure, with the prisoner on his shoulders as the guard tried in vain to stop him. His helpless rage erupted into a childish tantrum as Guo Cheng scrambled on the floor, pounding his hands and feet on the cold boards. Reflecting on the Lord's cunning in past situations calmed the worried mind of the guard sprawled on the floor. But doubts crept into the guard's soul. His lips tightened nervously, and his former confidence melted away with every moment of anxious waiting. The suspended prisoner's desperate cries for freedom echoed throughout the gloomy dungeon, reverberating off the damp walls. The two quiet questions asked by the protagonist sitting on the floor sounded especially ominous in the oppressive silence of the basement. Smug threats of consequences and mentions of Seok Yunpeng's patronage escaped the lips of the inverted captive. The audacious demand for the return of the secret book was accompanied by inner doubts. The spy did not understand why the victim did not beg for mercy. A cold smile distorted the young lord's features, letting the captive know that his plan to negotiate was doomed to failure. Horror contorted the spy's face as the glint of a blade retrieved from the floor confirmed the futility of his hopes for the second lord's protection. A feigned agreement to release the captive was accompanied by slow steps toward the rope, holding the bound hands behind his back. A relieved exhalation and words of gratitude to the Lord were interrupted by a sudden drop of the arms. The ropes were cut. The daze of strange insensibility was replaced by a chilling horror as the bloody finger appeared in front of Jo Il-san's eyes. The panicked realization of losing a finger mixed with the horror of not being able to move and feel the familiar chi inside her body. The calm explanation about the anesthetic poison was met with Cho Il-san's eyes widened with horror, hanging upside down. A methodical explanation of the effects of herbs from the medicine room preceded the beginning of the agonizing interrogation in the underground chamber. The gruesome promise to cut off a finger for every second of silence was accompanied by the glint of a bloody blade raised to the light. The first question about the reasons for the brotherly espionage hung in the spry air, soaked with the metallic odor of fresh blood. Reflected light flickered on the blade of the deadly blade as the protagonist invited the captive to speak with icy calm. The oppressive silence of the dungeon was broken by the whoosh of the air being split. The first finger fell to the stone floor, proving the seriousness of the threats. The methodical counting of 2 was accompanied by a new movement of the bloody blade, the second finger joining the first on the cold stones. The captive's furious curses echoed off the walls as the third finger separated from his hand under the torturer's cold-blooded counting. In a moment, the fourth finger fell to the damp floor with a thud, and the long-awaited answer still did not fly from the trembling lips of the suspended spy. Cold sweat mingled with the blood on the face of the exhausted guard, whose desperate pleas for mercy filled the gloomy dungeon. A pensive contemplation on the fate of the thumb was accompanied by the slow raising of the bloody blade to the eyes of the torturer. The icy confidence on the young master's face made Jo Il-san reconsider the price of his stubborn silence. The confession of verifying the loss of combat skills came out at the last moment, as the cold steel almost touched the last finger of his left hand. A heavy exhale of relief escaped the captive's bloodied lips as the protagonist slowly took a few steps back. A thoughtful echo of the question about the loss of combat skills echoed off the cold walls as the young man sank into deep thought. The young lord's piercing gaze drilled into the eyes of the suspended captive, prying out the truth of the guard cam's involvement. The trembling words of affirmation drew respectful admiration for the cunning of the head guard, who had found a way to get the information out without exposing the whole truth. Feverish thoughts of Kam's possible double betrayal were rushing through the exhausted mind of the suspended Cho Il-san, who was gingerly eyeing Inden's third son. An ominous silence hung in the air after the words of no questions asked while the fate of the bloody informant was decided. The young lord's true demonic nature was revealed to the exhausted spy, who realized his imminent uselessness. The desperate cry of the Pledge of Allegiance echoed through the dungeon, causing genuine bewilderment on the face of the would-be executioner. The primal fear of death pushed the experienced Cho Il-san to a desperate decision, to swear allegiance to his recent captor. Frenzied praises of the Third Lord's merits were mixed with mentions of the transformation technique of the wooden sword that should rightfully belong to him alone. The tempestuous vows of eternal service were interrupted by the young lord's sudden assent, which bore a cruel chuckle. The guard's relieved shouts were cut off at half a word, replaced by anxious bewilderment at the new master's strange reaction. A sinister smile played on the young man's lips as he inquired as to the loyal servant's readiness for immediate assignment. A hasty assent to any order escaped the parched lips of the haggard spy, unaware of his fate. The sudden thrust of a sharpened blade into a defenseless neck interrupted his readiness for devotion with a gurgling, bloody cough. The cold words about disposing of another's life were drowned in the whipping torrents of blood pouring onto the stone floor of the dungeon. The indifferent remark about borrowing blood sounded to the accompaniment of scarlet splashes of life force flying in all directions. Cho Il-san's last furious curses dissolved into a deathly wheeze as his eyes faded forever beneath the vaults of the basement. The assassin's gaze returned to the mysterious book. His own power was not enough to remove the protective beads. A careful study of the artifact led the protagonist to a hunch that the seal matched the description from the original book of the Yin school of thought, so he set about implementing his plan. The sinister ritual began when Cho Il-san's blood, filled with bitterness and envy, began to drip onto the bead book placed in the box under the hanging corpse. A mystical action unfolded before the eyes of the retreating observer as the scarlet liquid slowly coated the sacred objects. The powerful influence of the corrupted blood was manifested in the gradual destruction of the magic beads releasing the book. An intuitive premonition stopped the movement of the protagonist, who was just about to approach the freed book. An incredible torrent of blood rushed from the small box, spreading across the floor at the feet of the frozen young man. The inexplicable phenomenon generated an endless stream of scarlet liquid from the confined space where the bead-free book was visible. The supernatural phenomenon continued to develop, coloring the entire space of the room, including the air blood red. A majestic entity began to form from the bloody stream, dropping its lifeless body and rising up. A daze swept over Chan, whose widened eyes reflected the incredible sight of the transformation. The intricate weaves of liquid gradually took on human outlines, starting with the formation of two arms. The agonizing process of transformation continued with the appearance of a head, as if tearing a bloody cocoon from within. The silhouette of a beautiful maiden loomed through the scarlet mare, emitting an energy so powerful that it threw the protagonist back. An overwhelming desire to watch made the young man struggle against an invisible force, keeping himself on his feet. The majestic creature, having completed its transformation, itself rushed toward the frozen observer. The mysterious figure was dressed in dark red robes adorned with many flowing plumes. The incredible beauty of the girl who appeared became more and more obvious as she approached. The protagonist's astonishment reached its limit at the realization that an entity surpassing the power of the violet-level ghosts appeared before him. The ancient knowledge of the yin-yang school of thought revealed the secret of the fifth status, an azure ghost generated by the interaction of pure energy and corrupted artifacts. The stunned look on the protagonist's face expressed genuine surprise, for instead of the expected purple ghost, something else appeared before him. The sudden change in the surrounding reality made Chong inwardly startled, realizing the failure of the situation at hand. Blood streams surrounded the young man in a deadly ring as their mysterious mistress slowly approached, hiding her face behind a translucent veil. Scornful words about stupid creature flew from her lips as the intense gaze from beneath the fabric studied every feature of the boy's face. Powerful blood streams attacked Chong with increasing force, forcing him to exert all his strength to resist the deadly magic. The creepy entity pulled a mysterious object out of her hair, serving as both a hairpin and a mysterious magical artifact. An ancient azure ghost spirit that had existed for over a century possessed monstrous power, capable of creating large-scale illusions and causing unbearable pain. Indifferently ignoring the young man's presence, she immersed herself in the ritual with the mysterious pipe until something unexpected caught her attention. Astonishment contorted her features as she discovered the guy's incredible survivability, still resisting her deadly magic. The protagonist, holding the bar above the blood-drenched floor, mentally analyzed information from ancient books about the danger of these creatures. A mysterious smirk appeared on Chong's face as he deliberately attracted the ghost maiden's attention with provocative words. Genuine surprise reflected in her essence as her attention shifted completely to the brash young man. The lad's insightful remark about the primitive nature of ghosts, hungry only for soul or body, was accompanied by a contemptuous gesture of a bloody hand. Chong continued to deliberately provoke the creature, emphasizing her helplessness without material embodiment. The ghostly maiden remained unperturbed, continuing her mysterious pipe ritual and bestowing ambiguous glances on the lad. The young man, rising to his feet, defiantly challenged the ghost, offering to take his soul by force. With a majestic gesture, she directed the bloody stream that rose from the ground directly at the defiant opponent. The lightning-fast attack took the protagonist by surprise, leaving only a moment to realize the impending threat. Scornful words about stupid mortal accompanied the crushing blow that plunged Chan into a torrent of blood. The ghostly maiden's furious tirade was accompanied by threatening swings of her pipe and a sizzling stare. An amplified stream of bloody energy rained down on the young lord's face, partially penetrating his mouth. The creature's fierce scream accompanied the brutal attack, leaving the boy's face as if stripped of skin. A smug smirk contorted her features as she continued to mock her victim's helplessness. The ominous demand to give up his soul sounded quite serious as the young man, panting, tried to stay on his feet. The unbreakable will of the protagonist allowed him to resist the raging torrents of blood, seeking to knock him down. Chong's incredible resilience caused the ghostly maiden to be genuinely amazed as she stepped away from smoking with astonishment. The bloody, scarred hero continued to stand, maintaining an unwavering expression despite his injuries. The ghostly maiden's amazement turned to curiosity at the sight of the young man enduring terrible wounds that betrayed his unusual nature. The rushing streams of blood at her imperious gesture bound the protagonist's legs, depriving him of movement. A powerful burst of energy threw the boy upward, pinning his injured body to the tall pillar with invisible shackles. The ghostly maiden, towering upward, close to the captive's face, offered to grant his wish in exchange for voluntary surrender. Chan, fighting the pressure of the currents around his neck, struggled to squeeze out a question about the reasons for such an unexpected offer. A condescending explanation about the uselessness of a wounded soul flew from her lips as she found herself up close to the protagonist. The young man, after pausing a little, finally gathered the strength to inquire about the consequences of refusal. The ghost's cold reply left no doubt of her willingness to find another victim in case of disobedience. The young gentleman, having carefully weighed the pros and cons of the situation, announced a definite desire. A genuine delight swept over the ghostly maiden, eager to hear her victim's request. The creature's passionate tirade expressed a willingness to destroy any abusers and traitors who hurt her potential ward. The impatient creature hovered almost physically over the lad, gripped by a longing to hear his cherished wish. A cheeky grin lit up Chan's face as he voiced his wish, demanding the ghost to become his obedient familiar. A fierce grin distorted the features of the ghostly maiden, enraged by such a bold and unexpected demand. The creature's vengeful resolve materialized in new streams of blood rising from below. Threatening words accompanied the rising wave of bloody energy rising from below, ready to rain down on the defiant young man. The ghostly maiden cast aside her veil and directed the full might of her fierce gaze and magical power at the protagonist, as if saying without words that he was about to be finished. The sudden realization of overprovocation was reflected on the protagonist's face as he watched in awe at the approaching wave of murderous power. The crushing might of the bloody stream descended upon the defiant youth, defending the honor of the offended mistress with unprecedented fury. A malevolent grin distorted the features of the ghostly maiden, watching her victim's torment in a merciless whirlwind. Sadistic pleasure was evident in her words, describing every detail of the suffering inflicted with morbid obsession. A feigned regret of soul damage accompanied the brutal beating of Chong's body, reminiscent of a raging storm. The metallic flavor of the dark liquid that entered the exhausted boy's mouth seemed thicker than cherry juice. Immersing himself in a meditative state, the protagonist focused on analyzing the strange sensations of the mysterious substance, trying to understand its composition. The intuitive realization that it was blood was accompanied by a persistent search for the nature of the distinctive features of this fluid. Memories of past experiences with blood surfaced in the guy's mind as he was called a demon with a scythe, trying to compare past sensations. Vivid memories of living, pulsing blood contrasted with the current sensations. The realization of the presence of death in the substance around him coincided with the beginning of the destruction of the illusory reality. The ghostly maiden's sudden retreat gave away her growing unease at the inexplicable events. The shattering of the powerful illusion revealed the true situation of the protagonist who was watching from the sidelines. A powerful energy wave threw the creator of the illusion off, breaking her control over the situation. The reality of the dungeon once again surrounded the opponents, bringing them back to the original point of confrontation. Disbelief and shock were reflected on the face, and in the scream of the ghostly maiden, who realized the failure in Chan's ability to defy her deadly magic. The creature's amazement peaked at the sight of an unharmed young man standing confidently before her, in defiance of all laws of reality. The scarlet butterfly gathered bloody streams, leaving a path of scarlet droplets behind her wings before returning to her mistress. The magical creature left its mistress, marking its flight with a bloody dew falling to the cold floor of the dungeon. Butterfly swept toward an unperturbed Chan, whose gaze remained fixed on the face of his ghostly rival. The ghostly maiden mentally noted freedom of feeling, not taking her gaze off the young man while Joel-san's lifeless body lay between them. The ancient Taoist spell of freedom of the senses allowed one to completely shut off sensory perceptions and protect oneself from illusions, which was difficult in practice even for experienced masters. The creature's amazement grew as speculation began to swarm in her mind as to how this young creature, who looked nothing like a Taoist master, was able to achieve such a result. The assumption that he had already been born with the innate abilities of a wizard seemed to her the most plausible of all possible explanations. The protagonist remained silent for a while, but then, as if he had read her mind, burst into such uncontrollable, hysterical laughter that he couldn't stop. The ghost maiden's irritated question gave away her worry about losing control of the situation. The young gentleman, finally stopping his laughter, cast a piercing glance at his rival from beneath his lowered head. Fury distorted the ghost's features, but the angry tirade was interrupted by the young man's sudden actions. Chan pulled out an ancient book, previously wrapped in sacred beads, defiantly pointing at it. The protagonist's confidence was based on ancient knowledge of the connection between powerful spirits and material vessels. The unexpected decision to destroy this magical artifact with her teeth took the ghost maiden by surprise. Shock shackled the creature, unable to believe the destruction of the holy book was taking place. A piercing cry of pain confirmed the young lord's hunch about the ghost's connection to the ancient folio. Chong's triumphant cries accompanied the incessant destruction of the magic tome, biting off more and more chunks. The furious curses of the ghostly maiden mingled with the fountains of blood exuded by the shattering book, forcing her hand to cover herself. The stunned girl contemplated an incredible sight. A bloody vortex, intertwined with the energy of an ancient book, was breaking the laws of the universe in defiance of the seals of the greatest Taoists. The azure ghost's furious leap caught the young man off guard, knocking him down with the crushing force of the unearthly creature. Fiery words of accusation burst from her lips as she pinned the careless fellow to the stone pillar with redoubled force. Blazing rage distorted the maiden's features, turning her pupils into spheres of fire as she spewed curses at the mortal who had rejected her blessing. A cheeky grin played on the protagonist's lips, curious about the true cause of her anger despite the ghostly hand clutching her throat. Chan's sudden realization of the girl's inability to touch the book was reflected by the shock on her supercilious face. The young gentleman, realizing his advantage, continued to deliberately chew the cover slowly, ignoring the vehement demands to stop. Chan's inner monologue described the blood raging in his veins, threatening to burst the vessels with uncontrollable force. The ghostly maiden continued to shake the young man's neck, demanding that he immediately spit out the sacred pages. The sharp pain piercing through the guy's body was reminiscent of his first experience with poisonous herbs, but was now accompanied by an understanding of the immortal creature's desperate anger. The ghost's uncontrollable rage grew, promising mad reprisal against the defiant mortal. The unperturbed protagonist continued to chew, ostentatiously swallowing the pages despite his increasing grip and the veins ballooning in his face. The ghostly maiden's fierce scream expressed the depths of her hatred for the reckless mortal. A supernatural force squeezed the young man's throat, forcing blood to spurt from his mouth. The majestic estate was plunged into an abyss of raging flames, shrouded in impenetrable smoke. A confused Chan stood in front of the burning building, trying to locate himself in this chaos. An endless sea of dead bodies surrounded the guy who found himself in the epicenter of an unimaginable massacre. A sudden movement caught the protagonist's attention, causing his eyes to widen in surprise. Amidst the general destruction, a bloody azure, ghostly figure was seated, leaning on a sword stuck in the ground. The maiden wrapped the torn flap of cloth around her arm, binding herself tighter to the sword, and turned her gaze to the figure perched at the top of the stairs. Although the ghost's words remained inaudible, The protagonist could unmistakably sense the all-consuming rage emanating from her. The wounded figure, drenched in blood and tears, radiated an unyielding desire to continue the battle against the enemy that had hurt her. The ghostly warrior was inexorably approaching the foot of the throne, where her opponent was reveling in his own superiority. Chong's gaze recognized the legendary founder of the Six Warrior Sect, a consummate swordmaster in the seated figure. Azure Ghost soared in a desperate leap, drawing his sword for a decisive strike against the smug opponent. The insidious sect founder, who had remained motionless until the last moment, suddenly put out a hand with a weapon and pierced the maiden with the blade. A fountain of blood sprinkled both opponents as the sword was mercilessly ripped from the body of the Azure Ghost, whose gaze was extinguished in unbearable pain. Struck by the fatal blow, the figure swiftly began to fall to the foot of the grand staircase. The numerous followers of the sect founder standing below froze in anticipation of their lord's order. The leader's single gesture set the ruthless army of novices in motion. A silent crowd surrounded the defeated maiden, whose vacant gaze was staring into infinity. Each of the minions bared a short blade, preparing to deliver the final blow to a defeated foe. The Azure Ghost continued to sob silently, not taking its frozen gaze away from the invisible dot. Sean froze over the sight of the ancient tragedy, where only strands of blonde hair, dried blood, and abandoned weapons remained. Among the relics of the past, the young man recognized the very book whose cover he had recently tried to devour. A piercing scream snapped the protagonist out of his vision, bringing him back to the reality of the present moment. The bewildered lad found himself leaning against a pole with an overbitten book in his hands, noticing a strange red thread stretching from his soul. The ghost's surprised exclamation of unexpectedly becoming a familiar interrupted Chan's musings on the mysterious red thread that connected their essences. A wry smile lit up the protagonist's face as he watched the Azure Maiden despair, refusing to believe their bond was real. The ghost's sudden furious yell caused the young man to turn around sharply, caught off guard by the unexpected attack. The angry supernatural force once again pinned Chan against the pillar, demanding that the mystical bond be broken immediately. The cruel grip loosened as the ghostly maiden realized that the choking pain was mirrored on her own neck. The mystical connection forced the ghost to retreat when she began to suffer the same torment she inflicted on the protagonist. The boy's thoughtful gaze slid down his own neck as the ghost in the distance spewed curses, realizing the consequences of their unwitting union. A sudden memory of the demonic monk he had seen only after experiencing an illusion pierced the protagonist's mind, believing him to be missing. Meanwhile, the demonic monk and Guo-chan continued on duty, motionlessly guarding the protagonist's room in a dream state. Chan turned to the backrap familiar, who was smoking a pipe, suggesting that they begin their introductions with platitudes. The boy's persistent attempts to learn the ghostly maiden's name were met with cold silence and defiant ignoring. The threat to come up with a nickname came from the young man with the clear intention of provoking a reaction from the taciturn familiar. The sarcastic nickname Dung Beetle in Red sounded like a cheeky joke, instantly causing a storm of emotion in the interlocutor. The girl's indignant scream was exactly the answer the hero expected, already on the verge of hysterical laughter. After calming down a bit, the guy watched the unfolding familiar with an acerbic laugh, adding oil to the fire with his comments. The ghost's proud refusal to give his name sounded an emphatic pft, showing contempt for the mortal. Then the guy, not at all embarrassed, plunged into the creative process of coming up with a derogatory nickname for his new surname. Looking again at the maiden's appearance, an idea suddenly struck him, and he uttered, "Green Spirit," now looking at her meaningfully. The chosen nickname was clearly to his liking, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. "I'll call you that," as it perfectly reflected her sarcastic nature. The Azure Ghost remained completely indifferent, defiantly continuing to sit back and showing complete contempt for the new master with his entire appearance. Inden's third son commented sarcastically on the impossibility of simply subduing a wayward familiar, recognizing the difficulty of taming such a stroppy spirit. Deciding to proceed gradually, he turned his attention to an ancient book with a human skin cover that looked ominous and mysterious lying on the floor. An attempt to ask about the mysterious book was met with sarcastic incomprehension from the ghost. What green spirit? Who clearly had no intention of revealing any secrets. The girl arrogantly refused to help, considering the mortal's questions trivial and unworthy of her attention. The determination to figure it out for himself made the young man open the ancient folio, preparing unexpected revelations. The delighted discovery of the bloody writing brought a sinister smile. The human skin cover concealed text written with life force. The mysterious combinations of hieroglyphics plunged the hero into deep thoughts, unwittingly attracting the curious gaze of the spirit. The familiar silent observation was accompanied by barely restrained laughter at the mortal's attempts to unravel ancient mysteries. Chan's irritation at the spirit's taunts was replaced by the realization of intense scrutiny. The maiden's impassive face betrayed an inexplicable interest that was detected by the lad's calm gaze. Ancient lines about the power of the mind and other forms of being slowly wove themselves into an incantation on the lips of the concentrated reciter. The azure ghost's sudden interest showed at the words about creating a form from the void, causing the spirit to turn around. The spell of reality's deceptiveness was accompanied by a strange change, the ghostly body losing control as sweat trickled down her pale face. Mystical energy swirled around the protagonist, creating a sparkling cocoon of ancient magic of unprecedented power. Ancient words about demonic barriers continued to tumble from his lips as the mystical energy enveloped the reciter in an increasingly dense cocoon. The final lines about the higher blood completed the spell as the hero's hand began to merge with the ancient book in a single ripple of power. A puzzled look at the frozen azure ghost was replaced by a close examination of the mysteriously clinging book. A shocked cry from the spirit broke the mystical stillness, disrupting the ancient ritual with an unexpected revelation. Furious bewilderment shook the ghostly maiden, who could find no words to express her amazement and anger. The young man's innocent question about a possible mistake was accompanied by an attempt to free his palm from the intentionally stuck folio, but all was to no avail. A painful groan escaped from Chan's chest as the dark power began to surge through his dilated veins. Using the book as a guide, panic distorted the features of the ghostly maiden, whose desperate cry of "no" betrayed an understanding of the nightmare taking place and all the consequences. The urgent warning to hold her breath sounded a life-saving order from a spirit who understood the danger and finally decided to help. A flushed face with swollen veins betrayed the effort of a hero following the instructions to clear his mind. The mystical glow began to melt away, leaving the young man in the center of the room with the ancient book stuck to his palm. The weakening bonds of magic allowed the folio to slowly separate from his hand, freeing the prisoner of the ancient ritual. The azure ghost's facial expression and amazed observation betrayed her delight at the speed of overcoming the magic trap. The spirit's attentive gaze noted every detail: the falling book, the dissipating magic, and even the peaceful face of the meditating young man. The loud clatter of a fallen folio merged with the maiden's thoughts of the unbelievable. A mere mortal had undone an ancient ritual on the first try. A smug smile flooded the ghost's entire face, for it was her way of hiding her genuine amazement at the miraculous rescue of the inexperienced caster. The ghost maiden's centuries of experience had known no such occurrences, while the young man was completing the release of the remnants of mystical energy. Relieved exhalations and greedy gulps of air accompanied the exhausted hero's fall to the bench after the grueling ordeal. The calm explanation about not being ready for the attachment ritual and breathing wrong sounded unexpectedly peaceful from the previously angry girl. The gentleman's sly smile followed the question of a sudden desire to help, waiting for the stroppy spirit's reaction. But instead of a reply, an indignant "huh" was heard, which distorted the ghostly face's features with unexpected fury. An explosive cry of fear for his own life was met only with good-natured laughter and mocking assent from the gentleman. A patient explanation about the nature of the attachment ritual revealed the cause of the physical pain. Trying to control empty chi caused a storm of internal energy. The spirit's meaningful gesture directed the young man's attention to the motionless body on the floor, eliciting a perplexed look. Jo Il-sang's lifeless body, prostrate on the floor, was to be the next object of the mysterious ritual. Practical instructions about the direction to the dead man's dantian were accompanied by a clarifying question about the location of the energy center. The irritated remark about basic knowledge gave away all her spirit's impatience with her master's inexperience. Clear instructions sounded as the hero finally positioned his body properly and prepared for the ritual. The concentrated touch on the Dantian area was accompanied by mentally speaking the ancient spell words that Chong had spoken a little earlier. A familiar glow of magical energy enveloped the determined caster, as the ghostly observer watched the proceedings closely.
A pleasant warmth spilled through his veins and palm, marking a successful interaction with a material object instead of the void.
The pulsation of the awakened Dantian filled the new young master's body with invigorating energy, opening up new possibilities. Watching what was happening, the Azure Ghost uttered nonchalant chi power hints that dissolved into puffs of smoke from the ghostly pipe. The announcement of the power of the ritual coincided with the wave of joy that swept over the consciousness of the guy who had successfully completed this task. Solemn words of affection echoed in the air as attentive eyes followed the mystical action. The warm wave of energy spilling into the hero's stomach caused a surprised realization. This was the very chi that Guo Chang was talking about. Reflection on the long journey of accumulating chi was replaced by excitement at the possibility of speeding up the process through absorbing other people's energy. The hero's clenched fist glowed with inner strength as his mind reveled in thoughts of swift superiority over others. The sudden disappearance of the surrounding energy caused a shock on the young man's face, widening his eyes with genuine surprise. A worried look went to the familiar, whose calm voice through the puffs of smoke explained the nature of Chi's disappearance. The wise words about needing a special method to hold the energy in the Dantian sounded like a verdict on hasty hopes. The secret knowledge of the special nature of Chi and the importance of its purity from mixing with other energies opened new horizons of understanding. The familiar's piercing gaze accompanied the revelation of the impossibility of gathering such valuable power through an attachment ritual. The disappointment in the young man's voice was met with a condescending laugh from the girl, who reminded him of the difficulty of a martial arts master's path. The cryptic words about the pricelessness of the attachment ritual sparked a new wave of curiosity in the hero's eyes. In-depth insights into the ritual's connection to mind-splitting techniques were accompanied by the maiden's practical advice to direct energy to the fingertips. Chan gazed intently at the girl, waiting for clarification, and the girl, exhaling with slight irritation at his lack of understanding, began to explain. The familiar patiently explained the special chi circulation methods needed to create the right mental picture and then manage the energy. Inwardly doubting the newcomer's abilities, she still watched him try to master a complex technique without proper training. The familiar's inner monologue expressed regret at the inevitable waste of precious chi to train an untrained mortal, while the protagonist focused on following instructions. The violet energy that enveloped the hero's outstretched arm pulsed in time with his concentrated breathing, attracting the maiden's astonished gaze. A sharp clench of his fist encased the seething power in a steely vice of control, demonstrating the novice's unexpected skill. The Azure Ghost's shocked exclamation froze in midair as her dilated eyes tried to comprehend the impossible display of power. The hero's focused gaze didn't look away from his companion's reaction, preparing his next move with frightening purposefulness. A powerful blow on the stone pillar released the stored energy, causing the ancient pillar to shudder on contact. The deafening crack of splintered stone echoed through the room, turning the monolithic pillar into a pile of rubble. Boundless amazement swept over the ghost at the sight of the flying debris of the pillar, disbelieving the abilities of an untrained mortal. A satisfied Chan raised his hand palm up, admiring the result and chuckling at the effect produced. The ghostly maiden's inner monologue was filled with questions about the true nature of this unusual mortal. The familiar's deep amazement at seeing the unprecedented talent accompanied the young man's satisfied inspection of the pierced wall. The grim realization of the simplicity of killing with martial arts was reflected in the pensive look of the protagonist, who still didn't believe he had succeeded. The spirit's discerning gaze assessed the young man, while she gave a disparaging opinion on the uselessness of soul training in martial arts. Slender fingers lowered the smoking pipe, while the maiden's voice revealed the true essence of martial techniques, effectively destroying the enemy. A sudden sound behind her back snapped the woman out of her deep thoughts, bringing her back to the reality of the moment. Chan's sincere interest in the second technique elicited an involuntary chuckle from the familiar, willing to share knowledge against his nature. The abrupt realization of what was happening distorted the spirit's facial features, causing her to exclaim in annoyance. Angry words about not wanting to help mortals were accompanied by a sharp back turn, expressing clear displeasure with the situation. The spirit's inner monologue revealed admiration for the apprentice's extraordinary ability to grasp knowledge, explaining the old master's affection. The young man's attempt to appeal to the green spirit encountered a cold wall of alienation and a categorical refusal to communicate. The hero's frustration was replaced by tension at the sight of the dark power pulsing mysteriously in his hand. Perplexity gripped the protagonist as he tried to understand the nature of the cold energy that contradicted his mentor's words. The internal struggle between the desire to ask and the sight of the offended girl culminated in the hero's silent decision. A frustrated gesture and a heavy sigh expressed resignation to having to find answers on his own. An optimistic remark about the joy of independent discovery was followed by a strong appeal to the spirit to leave the place. Night darkness enveloped the manor, where only the warrior Ho-En, Lady Shock's loyal protector, continued his mysterious journey. Cautious steps took him up the steps of the Phoenix Pagoda building that held ancient secrets. A majestic statue met the entering warrior, silently guarding the sacred space. Ho-En's inquisitive gaze slid over the many wooden statues, trying to figure out their purpose in this place. The dim flames illuminated the figure of a warrior who had stopped for an important conversation by a small fire. A respectful cough prefaced the restatement of the message already sent earlier. The grim news of the shaman's death at the hands of his third son, Seok Genwon, echoed through the frozen air. The ancient stone statue continued to remain majestically silent, showing not the slightest response to the pleas of mortals. The clinking of a pouch of silver coins accompanied the warrior's respectful words about Lady Shock's generous offering left at the sacred foot. The heavy request to eliminate the third young lord dissolved into the tense silence of the temple, awaiting a divine decision. Ho-En's tense gaze followed the stone face of the statue, searching for the smallest signs of a higher will. A mysterious omen appeared in the form of the suddenly extinguished flame of a candlestick, whose smoke was whimsically carried away by an unseen force. The warrior's sincere bow expressed silent gratitude to the higher powers that accepted the bloody offering, and Lady Shock's grim request. An oppressive foreboding twisted Ho-En's insides as the heavy temple door closed behind her back, leaving the curses unspoken. The chilling sensation of an unseen gaze haunted the warrior in the night darkness, forcing him to turn again to the ominous structure with ancient secrets. The lifeless shell of the shaman froze on a ritual elevation at the foot of the main statue, as if a final gift to unknown forces. The elder's fierce conviction of violent death was reinforced by an angry blow of his staff, echoing through the sacred hall. The grim ascent that came from the distant statue heightened the anxious forebodings of the assembled servants of the ancient cult. The ominous evidence of the hovering maid pointed to the intervention of a yellow spirit that had taken possession of the mind of the third heir to the estate. The startling suggestion of the ancient spirit's subjugation of young mortals caused a wave of fierce disbelief among the age-wise elders. The disturbing debate over the essence of the creature, pure spirit monster or powerful yokai, emphasized the deadly danger of the situation to the entire clan. The elders' unyielding order to destroy the third lord and release the captive spirit rumbled beneath the ancient vaults of the shrine. The unanimous chorus of agreement from the devoted followers reflected boundless reverence for the wisdom of the gray-haired leader of the ancient order. The majestic dawn painted the mighty walls of the Swordsock Manor with blood-red light, heralding the inevitability of the changes to come. Exhausted from sleepless guarding, Guo Chang could barely stay on his feet, unable to hold back another yawn in the pre-dawn haze. Irritated grumblings about the young gentleman's restless nature accompanied the heavy footsteps of the weary night guard. The young lord's sincere gratitude for the friar he had brought caused a faint glimmer of joy in the weary soul of the faithful servant. The burning embers filled the old brazier with life-giving warmth, unaware of their true purpose in the coming ritual. The guard's idle curiosity about the purpose of the roaster was replaced by a chilling horror at the sight of the sacred scrolls in the Lord's hands. A deathly pallor covered the face of the guard, who saw the ancient secret manuscript in the ruthless hands of the mysterious young man. A desperate cry of pain and disbelief tore through the morning silence as the first precious pages began to turn to gray ash. The guardian's unbridled grief spewed out in high-pitched wails as the sacred knowledge was consumed by the insatiable flames of the ancient brazier. The methodical destruction of the second volume was accompanied by the frantic screams of a shocked witness to this sacrilegious act, a mental curse to the mad master destroying the priceless texts of the Sword Manor froze in Guo Chan's fevered mind. The endless screams of the faithful guard reflected the depth of shock at the sacrilege of the sacred relics in progress. An angry question about the reasons for the monstrous destruction of ancient knowledge was shattered by the icy silence and the same look from the imperturbable protagonist. A fiery speech about the enduring value of martial arts only caused the indifferent young man to exhale contemptuously and roll his eyes. The Lord's authoritative voice interrupted the hysterical screams of his subordinate, hurling the last holy book directly into the skewed face of the guard. The cryptic words about the sole use of knowledge caused Guo Chan to slowly take the folio away from his face, trying to comprehend what he had heard. A meaningful gesture of his index finger to his temple accompanied the revelation of storing all the techniques in the young gentleman's memory. The overwhelming realization of the truth restrained Guo Chan, turning him into a silent statue with his eyes wide open. The calm order to relay the news to Lady Silk and second brother only elicited a confused "what?" from the guards frozen in the middle of the room. The protagonist's sly grin recalled the guard's earlier words about the universal desire to possess sacred texts. The phony concern for the family's peace of mind sounded an ominous omen in the mouth of the wily young gentleman. Anxious wrinkles cut across the Guo Chan's forehead, noticing the dangerous glint in his master's eyes and his threatening smile. A magnificent dawn illuminated the majestic walls of the ancient estate of Swordseok, unaware of the coming turmoil. The head guard's measured voice described the morning routine of making the bed and changing clothes like a sacred ritual. The pedantic adherence to routines continued with daily cleaning, an invariable part of the morning schedule. A thorough check of the to-do list completed the sequence of calibrated actions of a seasoned warrior. Years of mercenarism had forged an iron discipline, making planning and control an integral part of existence. The joyous thought of soon being free from routine flashed through her mind as deft fingers tied the ceremonial headdress. Precious minutes of free time were filled with the aroma of hot tea, promising a peaceful start to an important day. Ambitious thoughts of the coming change of power accompanied each small sip of the fragrant drink. The future clan elder's authoritative gaze swept over the domain, stretching outside the ancient manor's window. The dizzying journey from orphan janitor to mercenary seemed only a prologue to the ambitious guardian's coming greatness. The sudden appearance of a messenger with news of a summons from Mr. Yunpyong broke the measured flow of morning thoughts. Cam's displeased look expressed all the annoyance at the sudden invasion of his personal space, but he said nothing. The bright sun illuminated the guardsman's path to the indicated building, not a harbinger of trouble to come. The swift exit was accompanied by furious curses, and swift steps carried the angry warrior away from the cursed place. Uncontrollable rage distorted Cam's bloodied face, spewing curses into the void. A little earlier, the respectful bow of the head guard was replaced by shock at the news of Jo Il-sung's mysterious disappearance. The angry cries of the second young lord about the missing guard sent to check the loss of his third brother's fighting skills echoed around the hall. Seokyun-pung's uncontrollable rage balanced on the edge between tears of despair and uncontrollable lust for revenge. An alarming thought of failure flashed through the chief guard's mind, but aloud he vehemently denied the false denunciation, assuring contingency. A sharp blow with something to the head cut off the guard's excuses, silently ordering him to bite his tongue. The raging anger of Inden's second son spilled out in furious accusations about the missing guard Cho, accompanied by violent gesticulation. Bitter thoughts of the collapse of all plans tormented Cam's mind, frozen in a silent stupor with his gaze downcast. A desperate vow to find the missing guard sounded through the bloody veil streaming down the head guard's face. The solemn promise was accompanied by a raised fist and the life oath of a martial arts master, trying to break through the wall of distrust. The clenched fist of his right hand sealed the solemn oath of the chief guard, willing to sacrifice a limb for his goal. The fiery assurances worked on Seokyun-peng, whose anger was gradually giving way to tense observation. The heavy silence was resolved by the Lord's brief assent, giving one last chance to prove the truth of his words. A thunderous shout from the second son set a tight deadline of 4 hours to search for the missing guard Cho. A grim addition about the price of failure, a life instead of a hand, elicited a deep bow and an oath of loyalty from the subordinate. Cam's bitter musings on the collapse of all plans with the appearance of the impostor were on his mind as he wielded his way across the manor courtyard. Decisive steps accompanied the grim contemplation of the risky plan, while a bloody hand mechanically wiped his shattered face. Uncontrollable rage forced the bloody rag away, quickening her step towards the inevitable confrontation. The furious climb up the steps was interrupted by an unexpected encounter with a sleepy Guo-chan, delirious. The angry shout of the chief guard caught up with the confused ward, who had no time to realize the reason for the sudden aggression. Kama's powerful arm closed around the younger guard's neck with lightning speed, driving him into the cold stone wall. The startled cry of "Big Brother" was drowned in the increased grip, accompanied by a fierce rebuke for not following a direct order. Go-chan's desperate excuses drowned in a new flood of accusations of possible betrayal and collusion with the hated jerk. His confused attempts to explain were interrupted by the increasing shaking of his frightened body in the iron grip of the senior guard. The careless movement exposed the edge of the hidden book, instantly attracting the intense attention of the enraged Cam. The freed Guo-chan continued to scream as the head guard studied the unexpected find with increasing interest. The expression on Cam's face changed rapidly as he realized the true value of the folio he had discovered. The ominous transformation of the chief guardian's features caused a wave of genuine terror in the eyes of the trembling subordinate. A furious roar about the futility of service fell upon the shrinking Guo-chan, shaking the walls of the ancient corridor. The sticky sweat of fear covered the trembling body of the subordinate, dreaming of falling through the ground from the anger of his superior. A deafening scream paralyzed the rest of the servants, who froze with the bedclothes in their hands, frozen with terror. Cam's ruthless grip dragged Guo-chan through the crowd of frightened subordinates who came out from all the betting rooms. The purposeful journey of the chief guard ended at the door of the third young gentleman's chambers with a sharp kick. Cam's tense gaze was on the back of the young gentleman, who did not dignify those who entered with even a passing glance. This moment was followed by the thud of Guo-chan's body hitting the floor of the room, finally attracting the attention of the unperturbed Chong. Bloody drops from his broken nose decorated the face and clothes of a guard who was unconscious from the blow. The young lord's calm voice uttered a greeting, contrasting with the tense atmosphere of the moment. A glare at the furious guard at the entrance was accompanied by a polite greeting full of hidden challenge. The demand for an explanation rang through the mental curses simmering in the senior guard's head. A fleeting glance at the young man increased Cam's irritation, met by the protagonist's thoughtful bewilderment. An impatient desire to hear an explanation was expressed in a sharp rejection of empty games on the part of the older brother. A short laugh escaped from the young man's chest, breaking the tense atmosphere of the room. Excruciating anxiety was eating away at the mind of Cam's guard, circling his younger brother's prostrate body, demanding an explanation. A lightning-fast movement closed its fingers around the protagonist's neck as the other hand prepared to deliver a crushing blow. A furious death threat accompanied the approach of a face distorted with hatred toward the unperturbed young man. Chan's calm smile and feigned bewilderment only increased the anger of his looming opponent. An insulting shout burst from the chest of an enraged opponent, irritated by the nonchalant behavior of his interlocutor. A demanding question about the fate of the Second Lord's Guard met only innocent incomprehension in the eyes of the held young man. The tightening grip on his neck was accompanied by sarcastic words about his own weakness in front of the martial arts master. The internal struggle with growing unease was reflected on Cam's face as he tried to contain his clawing rage. The protagonist's provocative smirk demanded a response, playing on the frayed nerves of the infuriated guard, provoking further conflict. The third son's venomous words about his inability in martial arts oozed with mocking derision and an expression of superiority. The painful memory of the recent words pierced the guard's mind, putting together a terrible mosaic of what had happened. The crystal clarity of understanding Cho Il-san's assassination lit up Cam's eyes with a blue glow, and his hand clenched the blade that appeared. The reckless mockery of the change of masters continued to pour from the lips of the young man in the death grip of the enraged guard. The demonic cry of killing a guard sounded a provocative challenge, deliberately fueling the enemy's rage. Cam's irritation had reached its limit, making him susceptible to any mind manipulation. The mystical blue glow of his eyes accompanied the crushing blow of the blade, sprinkling his own face with a spray of scarlet blood. Exhausting his emotional outburst, the older brother collapsed on all fours, while the wounded guy leaned against the wall. Bitter memories of an orphan childhood among the mercenaries burst out in confession, staring into the cold floor. The arduous journey of the triple ordeal, filled with sacrifices and part-time jobs, swept before the bowed guard's inner gaze. The desperate cry of lost years was accompanied by a flood of tears and saliva expressing the depth of defeat. The hopelessness of the situation pushed thoughts of murder while the wounded young man tried to stop the bleeding against the wall. Sudden epiphany changed the guard's mood, forcing his gaze into his incomprehensible opponent. Realizing the possibility of replacing the slain Joel Sang, pushed Kam to crawl to the protagonist with renewed hope. The mysterious book taken away from Guo Chan emerged from the folds of his clothes, accompanied by silent words of amazement. The feverish question of continued secret guidance sounded the only chance of salvation for the tormented soul. A mad hope filled his eyes as he realized the value of a manuscript that could atone for the betrayal he had committed. The wounded young man's cold-blooded response contrasted with the fierce reminder of the hopelessness of the situation. A threatening hair grab was accompanied by the touch of a bloody blade to his neck and the promise of a pardon for the manuscript. The flickering blade rose toward the sunlight, reinforcing the threats of an agonizing death with a final warning. The tense silence was resolved by Chan agreeing to give the cherished manual, while a steely grip held her hair back. The guard's triumphant laughter at his defeated opponent was accompanied by a condescending release of tangled hair and a smug exclamation of superiority. The victor's demanding hand reached out with an open palm toward the face of the vanquished, while the other clutched the bloody blade of the deadly blade threateningly. The bold touch of the young man's warm palm, instead of the expected scroll, made the guard freeze in bewildered confusion. Cam's furious stream of curses was interrupted by an unexpected statement about passing on secret knowledge in a different, more mysterious way. A smug smirk lit up the scarred face of the victor, announcing the storage of ancient knowledge in the depths of his own mind, anticipating his enemy's reaction. A furious cry of amazement was replaced by wary confusion as the outstretched hand froze in anticipation of the mysterious ritual of power transfer. A mighty grip closed between the opponents, generating a surge of mysterious energy that shook the air around the combatants. The ominous words of gratitude dissolved into a ripple of violet magic, enveloping the triumphant hero like a demonic cloak. The delighted gleam in his eyes reflected the success of using the ancient mind-splitting technique, while the mystical glow engulfed the helpless enemy. The first attachment technique began to act like a poison vine, while the victim refused to believe the depletion of life force that was taking place. Desperate attempts to break free of the magical grip were accompanied by the demonic laughter of the hero, who had found the perfect test subject for dark experiments. Sadistic pleasure rang in the mad laughter of the possessed young man, reveling in the helplessness of his trembling victim. A chilling realization of the supposed simpleton's true nature burst a desperate cry for mercy from the guard's parched throat. The instinct of self-preservation awakened the last of the strength in his exhausted body, forcing him to raise the deadly blade again for the decisive blow. The uncontrollable rage put all remaining power into a new blow, staining the space of the room with scarlet splashes of despair. A brief moment of weakness allowed the numbed hand to be wrenched from the magical grasp of an insidious foe, offering a ghostly hope. A crushing kick threw the young man's injured body back against the stone wall, giving precious seconds of respite to the exhausted guard. The belligerent posture of the rebalanced Kam radiated deadly menace as the wounded lord struggled to rise to his feet. A disturbing flicker of mysterious violet energy flowing from his numb left hand caught the experienced warrior's wary eye. The panicked realization of irreversibly losing control of his own life force pierced through the clouded mind of the famed martial artist. The sarcastic remark about the illustrious warrior's lack of skill caused a dangerous gleam to appear in Kam's eyes as he prepared for a final, desperate attack. The young man's calculating voice proclaimed the search for a new method of killing, accompanying the words with a piercing stare and a sinister grin. A furious tirade about dirty tricks burst from the guard's hateful face, revealing a bestial grin and eyes blazing with anger. Furious gestures accompanied the shouts of superiority as the guard's hands drew symbols of ancient power in the air. A swift dash with the blade drawn sent the enraged warrior straight at the unperturbed foe. A premonitory cry of "Die" tore the air as the distance between the opponents shrank to a deadly blow. The mysterious words about the demonic monk enveloped the attacker's arm with sinister magic, paralyzing movement and dropping the weapon. An astonished question about the nature of the lockdown was accompanied by furious curses from the head guard, who was frozen in immobility. The mocking promise of a demonstration of a cheap trick flashed in Chan's power-filled eyes, clutching the selected blade. The mystical technique of the demonic monk, all the while holding the victim's frozen hand above the triumphant lord's head. The panicked realization of the returning alien energy pierced the consciousness of the paralyzed guard, who was no longer able to contain his rage. The main character's ominous promise to return the chi, along with the dagger, was accompanied by a deadly swing of the stolen weapon. A lightning-fast strike plunged the gleaming blade straight into the defenseless chest of the frozen enemy. A fountain of scarlet blood surged into the air to the accompaniment of the agonized scream of a defeated foe. Cold words about repossession sounded the final verdict of the new young master. The hand released from his grip left a deadly blade in the body of a staggering Kham, desperately trying to steady himself. The agonizing footsteps of the wounded guard left a bloody trail on the floor, indicating the seriousness of the wound. Anxious thoughts of the mortal danger of the wound accompanied the heavy breathing of the warrior, balancing on the edge of life and death. The agonizing realization of the loss of sacred chi and the crushing power of the demonic strike tormented the inflamed mind of the guard, cursing the fateful choice of this mysterious young man. The lightning-fast fighting stance of his opponent answered the furious cry of the exhausted Kham, ready for one last fight. The triumphant reminder of the deadly poison sounded the last hope of an experienced guardian who had prepared the insidious poison for his victim in advance. A sinister smile lit up the hero's face, folding his hands in a mysterious ancient gesture and inviting him to continue the deadly battle. The sudden change in tactics colored the guard's voice with feigned enthusiasm as he called for negotiations, hiding true intentions under the mask of reconciliation. The tense question of willing negotiation dissolved into the musty air of the room, while the bloodied guard reasoned about the inevitability of mutual defeat. The desperate offer of a life-saving antidote in tinkling gold was interrupted by an agonizing cough, a reminder of the original purpose of escape from the cursed place. Insidious plans for an elaborate assassination of the enemy were shattered by a sudden attack of nausea, barely contained by trembling fingers. A crushing spasm dropped the mighty guardian to all fours, spewing streams of blackened blood onto the ancient stone slabs. The young lord's merciless gaze watched the agony of his defeated foe, showing not a shadow of compassion for his torment. The chilling realization of the deadly pain intensifying with the movement of life energy made the guard gaze into the bloody palm. The ghastly discovery of blackened blood on his trembling fingers confirmed the terrible conjecture of poisoning his own being. The leisurely footsteps of the wounded hero across the spacious room echoed off the walls, accompanied by the desperate cries of the defeated Kham. The deceptively calm explanation about the blood on the deadly blade rang out at the open window, causing the dying guard to bewilder. The ominous confession about the poisonous essence of his own blood was illuminated by the rays of the rising sun, emphasizing the triumphant smile of the victor. The methodical enumeration of poisonous components from the mouth of the hero was accompanied by a shocking revelation about the transformation of his own blood into deadly poison. The meaningful question echoed in the semi-darkness of the room as the young man's figure glided from the window past the defeated guard. A chilling whisper of denial of the antidote at the very ear of the guard destroyed the last glimmer of hope of escape from an agonizing death. The mocking concern for fresh air for the dying man sounded mocking as the gasping Kham clung to a slipping consciousness. The serpent's words about prolonging the agony with cold brought on an animal fear, causing the proud warrior to fall to his knees with a plea for mercy. Hysterical oaths of loyalty tumbled from trembling lips as shaking fingers clung to the ruthless lord's robes. Desperate promises of eternal slavery and devotion were accompanied by a convulsive grip on the young man's shoulders, begging for mercy. The deceptively affectionate gesture of dismissal was accompanied by words of approval that made tears freeze on the guard's contorted face. The feigned agreement to cooperate sounded like a death lullaby to the guard who believed he was being rescued. A glimmer of hope lit up Kham's haggard face, unaware of the guile behind the supposed forgiveness. Cruel irony rang through the words of belated remorse, shattering the fragile illusion of salvation. The guard's perplexed gaze met the ruthless eyes of the Lord, heralding the inevitable end. The contemptuous words about self-serving shifts of allegiance fell heavy stones on the doomed man's heart. The mocking reminder of empty oaths was accompanied by a deadly motion to the hilt of the bloody dagger, sticking out of the guard's body. The victim's helpless resistance was drowned in screams of agony as the merciless hands brought the inevitable end closer. Cam's lifelessly fallen limbs marked the end of the fight, leaving the victor to sit over the defeated body. A methodical check of the enemy's death ended with a quiet rise, leaving the dagger a funerary monument. A tired exhalation expressed the physical tension of a triumphant man who had won an uneasy victory. Mocking reflections on the wasted change of clothes were accompanied by the sipping of a tired hero, marking the marks of a brutal fight. Pensive words about destiny were spoken while picking up the precious book from the floor that had caused the bloody denouement. A demonic spark flashed in the young man's eyes as he pondered the fate of the unconscious Guo-chan. A cold calculation of the loyal guard's usefulness replaced the initial thoughts of eliminating the witness. The imperious order to rise instantly revived Guo-chan's emotionless body, who jumped up with a respectful cry. Admiring praise about skillful retreat tactics and keeping secrets flowed from the Lord, eliciting incredulous gratitude from the confused servant. The imperious order to divert everyone's attention and clear the area while he took care of Cam's body made the loyal servant immediately rush to do the new master's bidding. The ominous question of the beginning of the ritual echoed through the empty room, directed at the breathless body of the defeated guard. A mysterious violet energy enveloped the palm of the hero's hand that touched the dead man's dantian, beginning an ancient ritual of power absorption. Disappointment at the useless heat of the chi being absorbed clouded the seeker's original plans for a different, darker energy. Memories of the cold power from the underground pavilion pierced through the dark art practitioner's mind. An insight into the nature of the deadly chi felt at the moment of killing filled Chong's mind with new understanding. The ominous transformation of the violet glow into black energy occurred during the prolonged contact with the corpse. The rapturous discovery of the concentration of cold chi around the energy core was accompanied by memories of previous kills. A devilish smile distorted the boy's features at the thought of needing new sacrifices to accumulate the mysterious power. The silent ritual over the corpse continued under the watchful eye of the smoking familiar, shrouded in puffs of smoke. An insightful remark about the reason for the control was addressed to the silent demonic monk standing nearby, also watching. The maiden's grim definition of monster elicited only silent agreement from the ancient creature's lowered head. The fairness of the judgment was confirmed by the incredible strength and fearlessness of the protagonist, capable of mastering any forbidden technique. The bright morning sun illuminated the estate where new dramatic events of that fateful day were beginning to unfold. A thoughtful reflection on Guardian Kam's honesty came from the mouth of first-class guard Song Youngpeng. The second young gentleman's calm assurance that there was no deception prompted a perplexed question from the confused guard. The subtle psychology of manipulation was revealed in Seok Yunpeng's words as he methodically wiped the gleaming blade of his ancestral sword. A wise admonition about the contrast of cruelty and kindness was accompanied by a piercing look that emphasized the importance of the words. The respectful acknowledgement of the superiority of another's wisdom elicited a condescending laugh from the young gentleman. A deep faith in the future heir's acumen filled the thoughts of a loyal guard assessing the skill of managing people. The sudden intrusion of a panting guard with a shout of trouble disrupted the calm flow of the morning's conversation. An excited Han Sen froze in the doorway, preparing to deliver the shocking news about Guardian Kama. The shocking news of the assassination attempt on young Mr. Shok Genwan caused an explosion of astonished cheers. An attempted discourse on the folly of proving innocence was interrupted by more serious news from an alarmed messenger. The third son's accusation against Seok Yunpeng made the Lord stiffen in disbelief, not accepting what he heard. The fierce anger of Inden's second son erupted in a crushing blow of his sword on the table, accompanied by an angry shout of the traitor's name. The excited question about the culprit's whereabouts was accompanied by the demanding cry of first-class guard Chong Yangpeng. The alarming news of his older brother's disappearance came from the mouth of a messenger unaware of the dungeon's terrible secret. A furious shout of his brother's name shook the air, accompanied by an oath of imminent retribution for such treachery. The guard's warning of growing suspicion didn't stop the enraged Seok Yunpeng from rushing forward with a naked sword. Furious words about the humiliation and ridicule of the obnoxious brother burst out of the young lord's face contorted with anger. Ready to take revenge right now. The first-class guard's loud exclamation was cut short halfway through trying to get the infuriated lord's attention. The cryptic sentence about other things made the gentleman hesitate half a step, listening for the hidden meaning. A shrewd analysis of the situation with Guardian Kam opened up unexpected possibilities as the Lord pondered what he had heard. The cold-blooded reminder of a mercenary organization that was renowned for its unwavering fidelity to ancient rules and code of honor sounded an ominous omen. The ruthless law of accomplishing the mission at all costs applied even to retired assassins without a single exception. The resolute promise of negotiation came from the mouth of a first-class guardian who knew the secret ways of influence and was ready to act immediately. The formidable mention of the Flying Assassins sector, one of the three greatest organizations of the Central Plains, changed the atmosphere of the conversation. The repetition of the name of a powerful clan reflected a sudden insight on the face of the second son, who realized a brilliant opportunity. Night darkness enveloped the manor, where the faithful Guo Chang carried the customary guard at the Lord's chambers. The focused young man on the bed was trying to create a magical core, following the secret instructions of an ancient manual. Closed eyes concealed intense concentration, while unruly energy refused to obey the inexperienced practitioner. The frustration of another failure tormented the mind. The circulating qi scattered, barely approaching the cherished goal. The Lord's unexpected call caused the wary guard to flinch, who responded with a startled groan. The strange question about dissipating qi caused the servant, who had not expected such knowledge, to be genuinely amazed. The mental mockery of yesterday's martial arts ignoramus erupted into a barely restrained chuckle. A stunning realization of instant qi comprehension flashed through the guardian's mind as the Lord continued his unsuccessful attempts. A fierce desire to scream at the absurdity of what was happening fought with prudence in the experienced warrior's soul. A respectful offer of help replaced dangerous thoughts, hiding true feelings behind the mask of a loyal servant. The wise decision to indulge in the know-it-all was accompanied by an explanation of the technique of checking the circulation of energy through the body. Calm admonitions about concentration sounded behind the young man's back, ready for the mysterious experiment. The gentleman's measured breathing tuned his body and mind to perceive the foreign energy. A violet glow enveloped the guard's hands, penetrating the energy streams of the young body. Suddenly, an astonished exclamation burst out from Guo Chan's chest, stunned by the incredible discovery. The flawless circulation of energy, only possible with the daily masking of points by a great master, was astounding. The awe-inspiring realization of the young man's genius didn't stop the guardian from continuing to investigate the energy flows. Deep concentration revealed new secrets hidden in the depths of another's body. The chilling touch of the eerie energy deep within caused a wave of primal terror. Instinctive fear made her pull her hands away, breaking contact with the unknown force. A brief remark about energy dissipation raised a disturbing question about the nature of the strange phenomenon. Chan's sincere question about the possibility of doing without the energy core was met with the servant's honest denial. A troubled confession about an obscure force near the core was accompanied by a wistful glance at his trembling hand. Gloomy thoughts of having to give up martial arts tormented the young man's mind as he searched for a way out of the impasse. Guo Chan's unexpected assumption about the nature of dispersal caught the young master's close attention. The cryptic mention of an opposing force aroused genuine interest in the eyes of the attentive listener. The hurried excuses of the faithful servant were drowned in the deep thoughts of the third son of Indan, searching for the opposite nature of the mysterious power. The insight about the opposition between warm life qi and cold death energy made the young man agree with the servant's insight. The determination to change the flow of energy was accompanied by a swift movement towards the former place, stunning the bewildered Guo Chan. The desperate cry of warning of a life force blockage was cut short by the appearance of ominous, bloody streams around the guardian. Mystic jets of energy mercilessly sealed the guardian into the wall, sealing his protesting screams with an invisible force. An azure ghost materialized in front of the startled servant, calling for silence with a gesture. Gloating anticipation of the fool's imminent death sparked in the ghost's thoughts as he watched the dangerous experiment. The ancient law of the severance of the contract between spirit and man at the natural death of the latter gave hope of deliverance. The joyous anticipation of freedom rang in the azure ghost's voice, anticipating a speedy denouement. The bloodthirsty promise of tearing apart the soul of a dying man spread through the room along with pulsing streams of mystical energy. An ominous darkness enveloped the estate, leaving only a dim glow in the main building and plunging the Hall of Blessing Flowers into impenetrable darkness. The mysterious figure of the new moon loomed before the First Lady and her loyal warrior in the oppressive silence of the sacred hall. The young shamaness from the ancient Phoenix Pagoda emitted a powerful aura, inspiring awe in those present. Lady Suk's displeasure at the young age of the only messenger was mixed with anxious doubts about her abilities. The first wife's indignant thoughts flared at the sight of the sacrilegious sight of the open coffin containing the body of the dead shaman. The insightful answer about ritually using an adept's body to search for a killer spirit sounded a direct echo of the new moon's secret thoughts. The shocking realization of the young shamaness's superior rank over the deceased Mioshin caused the first wife's silent amazement. The new moon's decisive turn toward Lady Shok was accompanied by an important warning of things to come. The fateful prophecy of the third son's death was illuminated by flashes of rosy radiance and the rumblings of a mystical thunderstorm. Joyful approval lit up Lady Shok's face, whose initial disbelief was replaced by genuine admiration. The shamanist's brief agreement preceded the beginning of an elaborate ritual filled with ancient power. A powerful energy flow connected the hands of the new moon as the sacred words were spoken. Myo Shin's lifeless body shuddered in a ghastly cough, awakened by the dark magic of the ancient ritual. The majestic incantation of the Northern Emperor's blessing was accompanied by the dance of many ghostly hands holding the ritual dagger. The imperious command to obey sounded at the same time as the glowing green blade struck the deceased shaman's body. A supernatural force coursed through the old man's body, causing his limbs to wriggle in an unnatural dance. The shocked onlookers reacted differently to the gruesome sight, with Ho-En averting her gaze and Lady Shok watching mesmerized. Huge blisters covered the dead man's neck, distorting the once noble features into a ghastly mask. Small hands began to tear through the flesh, emerging from the dead man's empty eye sockets and distorted mouth. Countless limbs intertwined into a monstrous pillar, rushing towards the ceiling of the sacred hall. A brief order from the new moon directed the eerie column of hands to search for the mysterious spirit through the lighted window. A disturbing premonition caused the azure ghost to turn around sharply, sensing the approach of an unknown threat.
A lightning stream of ghostly hands rushed past the spirit that barely had time to react.
The unrelenting hunt of many hands rushed towards its true target, the third son of Seok Genwon. The terrifying stream of ghostly arms wriggling like the tentacles of an ancient monster was stopped by the demonic monk at the last moment. The crushing power of the supernatural limbs sealed the defender into the stone wall, ignoring the trance-like hero shrouded in a shimmering aura. Genuine amazement distorted the features of the beautiful maiden, watching the demonic monk's incredible resistance to the deadly counter-assassination. Lady Suk's keen mind had discerned the truth about the agonizing pulses of pain piercing the third son's body with each stroke of the ritual blade. The merciless attacks of the new moon pierced the shaman's weary body with inhuman strength, each blow sending shivers through the ancient walls. The true purpose of the flow of hands remained hidden from the spectators of the bloody spectacle. Not the young lord, but his demonic protector was the target. Perverse pleasure contorted Lady Shok's noble features, her tongue sliding greedily across her lips in anticipation of the suffering to come. The gleaming blade of the ritual blade in the new moon's hands struck with increasing fury, each swing accompanied by a burst of power. The First Lady's ecstatic delight was expressed in tempestuous cries for more cruelty, her eyes gleaming feverishly in the semi-darkness. Each new blow and passionate cry increased the power of the ghostly stream, crashing against the spirit's indestructible defenses. A deadly wave of hands swept toward the motionless hero, whose face remained serene amidst the chaos of the supernatural battle. Lady Sok's sadistic rapture grew with each stroke of the sacred blade, her breath quickening with the anticipation of other people's suffering. The azure ghost's contemptuous words dissolved into puffs of mystical smoke, colored by an otherworldly glow. Sated with contemplating the demonic monk's heroic defense, the azure ghost summoned bloody streams of incredible power against countless hands. The mystical collision tore the ghostly limbs apart, sprinkling the space with fountains of supernatural blood. Once the first wave of attack was over, the spirit pierced the walls with an angry gaze, searching for the source of the insolent intrusion. Supernatural vision allowed the ghost to trace a path through the entire estate to a building radiating hostile magical power. The otherworldly gaze recognized three figures in the semi-darkness of the hall: the First Lady, her faithful warrior, and a shamaness immersed in a sinister ritual. The vehement accusation of interfering with the hunt was accompanied by a deep exhalation from the mystic pipe, summoning a new wave of bloody flow. With a majestic gesture, in an order to destroy, the deadly force was directed at the defiant opponents. The remnants of the ghostly arms scattered under the onslaught of the bloody wave, rushing towards the true target with unrelenting fury. An intuitive premonition of danger caused the new moon to freeze in the middle of the ritual strike, sensing the approach of an unknown threat. The crushing impact of the bloodstream threw the shaman and Myoshin's body into the air, like rag dolls in the hands of an angry giant. Lady Suok's worried cry cut through the silence as she rushed over to the defeated Lady Shuo, coughing on the cold floor. A shocked whisper about the impossibility of resisting death escaped his trembling lips as his gaze studied the marks on his palm. The shamaness' multicolored eyes, one blood red, the other milky white with no pupil, pierced the space with a new understanding of her opponent. The businesslike demand for additional payment was accompanied by a resolute gesture of a clenched fist, demonstrating Madame Shuo's unyielding will. Lady Shook's perplexed question about additional payment was met with the shamanist's firm reply, 1,000 silver for unnamed services. Ho En's indignant cry about the exorbitant price comparable to a huge sack of rice shattered against Madame Shuo's unwavering calmness. An alarming realization of the increased complexity of the task was reflected in the trembling voice of the first wife of the head of the estate. The experienced shamaness explained the presence of the higher spirits, lifting the overturned cart with unperturbed dignity. The ominous warning about the deadly danger of yellow ghosts emphasized the exceptional situation for the Taoist masters. The new moon's self-assured declaration of her own professionalism was met with a tense silence from Lady Shuk. The calm assent of the First Lady was interrupted by the anxious cry of a loyal warrior sensing a catch. Seok Genwan's imperious demand for Seok Genwan's death was accompanied by a grimace of discontent, reminding him of the high price of favors. The mysterious shamaness began the revelation of power ranks, slowly unbuttoning her protective cloak. The majestic explanation of the hierarchy of powers, from gods to serfs, was accompanied by the removal of protective robes, revealing the true essence of a being 2 ranks above Myoshin. A mystical iron hood crowned the Taoist's head, whose shining eye, previously white as milk, now radiated otherworldly power. The lady's amazed thoughts of the elder sister's youthful appearance contrasted with her initial thoughts of the ancient shamaness. The proclamation of belonging to the 3 Taoist masters was accompanied by the release of sinister dark energy from Madame Shuo's body. The shadow beast, spawned by mystical power, revealed the true nature of the familiars of the supreme Taoist masters, the powerful Takabi. A firm promise sounded as the woman resolutely opened the door and headed outside. The unwavering certainty of her 3rd son's imminent doom was reflected in the dazzling gleam of her previously white eyes. There was a strange silence in the protagonist's room. The young man was meditating, Guo Chang was lying unconscious, and the azure ghost was watching from afar. The ghost's scathing thoughts branded those around him as a pathetic rabble who dared to interfere with the natural process of energy circulation. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to the unusual energy of the main character. Purple and black powers began to emanate from him. The unthinkable combination of qi of death and qi of yin made the ghost marvel and continue to watch closely. The living creature's incredible ability to absorb deadly qi caused a flurry of perplexed questions. The young man's astounding achievements, from understanding attachment techniques to circulating and absorbing deadly energy, aroused involuntary interest. The reluctant admission of growing interest coincided with the awakening of a hero shrouded in dark energy. The satisfying confirmation of the theory of the correct direction of flow was overshadowed by the lad's regret at not having enough energy to create the core. The ghost asked in a caustic tone if the mortal was still alive, to which the young man looked puzzled, not understanding the implication of the question. His naive counter-question about his liveliness made her skeptical about the impossibility of absorbing afterlife qi without consequence. Chan's curiosity immediately turned to the state of the room, full of chaos and scattered things, but the ghost only ironically noted his quick change of subject. The young man's insightful questions about the state of the demonic monk and the sleeping Guo Chan made the spirit evasively turn away. The contradiction between the spirit's desire to hide the truth and the demonic monk's determination to reveal the truth divided those present, creating a tense atmosphere. The demonic protector's frank account, accompanied by an accusing gesture toward the azure ghost, caused her to scream fiercely at the betrayal. A lightning-fast leg kick to the monk's stomach was accompanied by accusations as the hero watched the endless chaos. The haughty reminder of salvation from counter-truth and ingratitude has sparked the hero's renewed interest in the mysterious ritual. An ominous howl of "ooh" interrupted the conversation, causing everyone present to turn sharply toward the source of the eerie sound. The gaze of the azure ghost gave away recognition of the approaching threat. Puffs of smoke from the mystic pipe accompanied the spirit's meaningful silence, which attracted the attention of the astute hero. A brief warning about pesky problems coincided with the appearance of a sinister black force from the door crevices. Dark energy seeped through the cracks, filling the room with the eerie presence of unknown creatures. The ghost's scornful musings on the folly of using these creatures as familiars accompanied the hero's attempts to discern the approaching creatures. Creepy creatures with scarlet eyes, sharp teeth, and claws revealed themselves as the Tokebi of Mount Yoya, armored demonic insects. Terror gripped the hero at the sight of countless monstrous creatures filling the doorway with their distorted silhouettes. Ancient legends told about the spirits of mountains, Jimei and reservoirs, Morio, which people have long considered sinister creatures, calling them by the frightening name of Chimimorio. One of these creatures were armored beasts that furrowed the mountain ranges. On Madame Shuo's shoulder sat a creature that resembled a black raven with a single piercing red eye in the middle, emitting an ominous sound. The shamaness released her beast into the sky, guiding it on a special hunt with a specific mission. The strange creature, which combined bird-like features and a snake tail, specialized in spreading chaos through summoned insects. The deadly creature swiftly cleaved the celestial space under the attentive gaze of its mistress. The bitter truth of the Taoist master's intransigence resounded in the words, unapologetic about the possible death of a disciple following a familiar. The girl watched the ravages of evil magic with painful regret as she continued on her way. She was followed relentlessly by huge beetles pointing in the same direction as the other critters. The ominous warning to the third son, Xiao Genwan, sounded a verdict. Today he would fall prey to her spirit as the black birds circled in search of prey. The faithful servant lay motionless on the shabby bed, occasionally emitting quiet, painful moans indicative of recent suffering. Gochan's sharp, silent shout and the slap that left a red mark on his cheek snapped him out of his restless slumber. The stunned and disoriented servant jumped up, waving his arms frantically as the Lord frantically explained the deadly danger of the bugs, capable of wiping out an entire squad in a matter of moments. A sudden, painful scream escaped the servant's throat, forcing him to clamp one eye shut. Gochang stared in horror and bewilderment at his hand, which was covered with many bleeding, swollen bites of strange insects. Growing panic stiffened the guard's movements, while the young lord insisted with stony calmness on immediately using his internal energy to defend himself. The protagonist mentally noted the deadly threat from the tiny insects as he watched the servant's failed attempts to fight back. The familiar calmly commented on the hopelessness of the situation, perched on the nightstand and watching the boy struggle. An attempt to get help from the green ghost has met with cynical indifference, demanding some payment in return. The tempting offer of a body swap was instantly and firmly rejected by the protagonist, who preferred death to a deal with a ghost. Guochan's growing panic reached a climax with each new, denser than the previous, wave of attacking insects that threateningly filled the entire space of the room. The ghostly maiden, with a sly twinkle in her eyes, offered to make a wager, understanding perfectly well the stubbornness and unbroken spirit of the young man. The protagonist's surprise was replaced by wary seriousness at the azure ghost's intense, almost piercing gaze. The harsh terms of the wager sounded like a verdict. Any defeat meant unconditional surrender of the physical shell to the ghost, which was tantamount to a complete loss of self. The young man listened extremely carefully to the subtle nuances of the sentence, trying to unravel the hidden traps. The playfulness in the ghost's voice was gradually replaced by a meaningful hint of willingness to help in case of victory, which made the protagonist strain all internal reserves. With a menacing look, the guy uttered a warning in an iron tone, instantly backing it up with action, crushing the bug with his bare hands with cold-blooded determination. The guard's wild, hysterical scream echoed through the room as he frantically tried to cower in the corner of the bed. But the hordes of insects inexorably continued their onslaught. Go-chan's panicked screams grew with every second as the two of them balanced on the edge of the bed, watching as the floor was completely covered in moving creatures. The order to start an all-out fire sounded so absurd that the guard gave the Lord a look of bewilderment and shock. Everyone present, from the servant to the ghostly maiden, focused their gaze on the lone lantern standing in the middle of the room that could be their only salvation. The faithful servant's weak voice trembled with fear and tears as the gentleman reached for the lantern, ready to go to extreme measures. With an incredible movement of his hand, using some obscure ritual, Chon instantly materialized the lantern in his palm without touching the floor. The shocked guard literally breathed out a suspicion of telekinesis, but received only cold silence in response. The third son of the head of the manor was deep in thought, feverishly trying to ignite a piece of cloth from the lantern's flame. Suddenly, thinking about this whole situation led him to think of Miss Xiao's involvement in what was going on. A clear plan matured instantly: create chaos, take advantage of the commotion, and destroy the shaman without a trace. The flame on the piece of cloth became for him a symbol of hope for deliverance and the possibility of a strategic denouement. The mysterious mistress recited a strange curse about a beast that permeated the Shell Mountains, and a whirlwind of creatures began to form around Chong and Guo-chan. It was evidently a special ploy to prevent arson and foil their plan, for this whirlwind of bugs only snatched the burning cloth out of their hands without doing any damage. The shamaness approached with a cynical grin, showing utter contempt for their attempt to escape. The mysterious white eye of the Taoist had the supernatural ability to see the hidden from ordinary mortals, penetrating through the veil of reality. The confident statement of Chi's worldview emphasized the futility of any attempts to hide behind material barriers. The touch of a hand on the wall revealed a mystical vision, revealing frightened fugitives huddled against the far wall of the bed. The powerful mountain beast spell shattered the stone barrier, causing the terrified Guo-chan to scream hysterically. The dissipating smoke revealed the serious figure of a guest whose presence radiated a deadly menace. The young man's calm greeting contrasted with the servant's confusion, not understanding the nature of their mysterious adversary. The piercing gaze of the white eye discerned two blood-red threads emanating from the young lord's soul. The ghostly force rushed behind the new moon's back, where the demonic monk loomed over her, intent on protecting the lord at all costs. Using a spell to banish evil spirits, a mighty stream of small hands descended from above on the monk, nailing him to the ground with endless blows. His futile attempts to free himself were interrupted by a humiliating gesture of the shamaness, placing her foot on the back of the defeated spirit's head. Guo-chan's desperate attempt to discreetly pull out the blade was instantly revealed by Madame Shuo's all-seeing gaze. A fierce battle cry accompanied the desperate dash of a guard who rushed to his lord's defense with his weapon bared. The ancient hieroglyphs on the sacred sheet flashed with electric discharges after the Thunderer's incantation. The magic scroll thrown at Guo-chan caused excruciating cries of pain, piercing his body with heavenly lightning. The blade that had fallen out of the guard's weakened hand was instantly in the hands of the vigilant protagonist. The shamaness's imperious cry of summoning a beast capable of piercing mountain ranges with its invulnerable shell was accompanied by a pointing gesture at the opposing young man. An army of supernatural beings descended upon the lone figure with a small blade at the imperious command of the mistress. Imminent defeat was reflected in the eyes of the hero, who realized the hopelessness of fighting against so many bugs and a giant beast. The crushing force of the attack swept the guy off his feet and sealed his defenseless body into the stone wall of the ancient building. Creepy insects with sharp fangs and venomous saliva rushed toward the fallen victim, eager to feed on fresh flesh. The shamaness' majestic gesture summoned the mystical bird as she addressed the defeated third son of the Seok clan. The final sentence of the spirit realm was accompanied by the devouring of the victim by countless creatures that hid him from the gaze of the living. Chaotic madness filled the room. A defeated guardian, a hovering beast, and the protagonist surrounded by creatures devouring him. Mrs. Shuo's self-assured musings on the ease of defeating the supposed green ghost were interrupted by a strange premonition. The victorious cry of the mystic bird was accompanied by the tender praise of a satisfied mistress, stroking her faithful servant. Disdainful words about the fate of a doomed victim accompanied the shamaness' turn to leave the room. The triumphant speech was suddenly cut short, as if an invisible hand had squeezed the speaker's throat.
The shamaness' tense body stiffened, picking up the ominous sounds that foreshadowed something terrible.
A shocked glance revealed a picture beyond the most dire expectations of the skillful spellcaster. A bloody figure with eyes burning with a poisonous light towered among the creatures, inflicting new wounds on himself with a sharpened blade. The hero's deadly blood turned the insects concerning her into lifeless shells lining the floor. The stunning sight rendered the powerful shamaness speechless, frozen in mute amazement. The gruesome scene of self-torture was complemented by a complete absence of pain and a fierce gleam in his eyes that foreshadowed more horrors to come. Fresh wounds on his palm added scarlet streams to the bloody spectacle, coloring the space around him. A strategic maneuver with a raised palm allowed the poisoned blood to reach the maximum number of flying creatures. Instant death overtook every creature that came in contact with the hero's poisonous liquid. Horror constricted the shamaness's throat at the sight of the carpet of dead creatures lining the floor of the room. A distrustful gaze shifted from the corpse-strewn floor to the sinister figure with a bloody hand raised. The crazed smile on the blood-drenched face of the young man who turned around made the shamaness freeze in a daze. The stunning picture of bloody madness exceeded Mrs. Shuo's expectations, robbing her of her ability to act. A furious scream accompanied the bloodied young man's swift run, causing the shamaness to recoil. A triumphant cry of blood's deadliness rang through the room as the hero rushed at the girl with a bloody blade at his side. Lady Shu's lightning-fast reaction saved her. A graceful somersault knocked the attacking opponent off his feet. The desperate call of the mountain beast caused the mighty bird to soar to the ceiling, swooping over the protagonist's head. The shamaness's mental calculation called for buying time for the strongest spell, while the beast distracted the deadly foe. A yellow magic ball appeared between his palms after summoning the 8 mind-splitting techniques. The first technique of the attachment ritual coincided with the fierce attack of the sacred bird lunging at the protagonist. The young man's unexpected agility allowed him to grab the mighty beast by the throat as it swooped down. Lady Shuo's shocked exclamation at the sight of the defeated protector broke her concentration on the ritual. The ominous words about the silence that ensued were accompanied by a demonstration of a half-strangled bird in the guy's bloody hand. The mad rush to the wounded beast made the shamaness forget all martial arts and defense spells. A crushing invisible blow to her chest stopped her rapid running, taking her breath away and causing her to squirm in pain. An agonizing cough and loss of balance brought the mighty Shuo down to her knees before her foe, while her mind tried to realize the nature of the strange attack. A sudden epiphany about the mystical connection to the sacred beast revealed the true cause of the tearing pain that mirrored the suffering of the faithful protector. The grim realization didn't explain the whole picture of what was happening, forcing the shamaness to turn her gaze back to the panting, sacred bird. A startling discovery struck her mind. The young man was absorbing the beast's deadly demonic qi like a life-giving nectar. The improbability of what was happening contradicted all the laws of the universe. Destructive energy could not nourish a living being. The concentration of deadly yin qi, capable of killing any mortal, only fueled the strength of the smiling demon in human form. The accidental discovery of the sinister energy within the captured bird filled the young lord with ravenous anticipation. The rapturous realization of the amount of energy that surpassed the power of the slain people promised the creation of a mighty power core. The girl's pleading voice trembled with despair as her hand reached in vain for her ruthless tormentor. Tears rolled down the pale cheeks of the shamaness, begging for mercy for her faithful companion. A cold wind blew through the 3 figures frozen outside the flower blessing hall in Lady Shu's residence. The First Lady's anxious worry about the fate of the dispatched shamaness made it impossible to escape the chill of the night. The mental decision to intervene should the plan fail was accompanied by the heavy realization of the double task of the new shamaness. The insidious plot required not only killing the 3rd son, but also stealing the sacred martial arts scrolls. The calculated thoughts of completely destroying the leadership in the event of failure reflected the depth of the First Lady's resolve. An excited shout from the maid about the arrival of the Taoist master interrupted Madame's gloomy musings. Madame Shuo's familiar silhouette appeared in the distance, attracting the tense attention of the waiting women. A joyous exclamation betrayed the premature triumph of a lady confident in the successful outcome of the task. The smug thoughts of Seok Genwan dying and gaining the secret leadership filled his heart with anticipation. Ambitious dreams of elevating her own son to Chief Lord lit up the lady's face with a triumphant smile. The enthusiastic congratulations of the maids were interrupted by the gentlewoman's careful reminder that the conclusions were premature. The joyful faces of those waiting were replaced by anxious bewilderment at the sight of the strange behavior of the approaching shamaness. The sudden stopping of the new moon caused tense anxiety in the First Lady, who had a premonition of bad things to come. An ominous silence hung in the air as the new moon froze with her eyes closed, gathering her strength for the fateful confession. A respectful bow accompanied the thunderous announcement of the sacred Phoenix Pagoda's refusal to kill Seok Genwon. A single cry of disbelief burst from the mouths of the three shocked women, unable to accept the revelation they had heard. Furious curses to the devilish tempter boiled up in the soul of the shamaness, who held a respectful pose as she waited for Ledic's reaction. The painful memories of the young man's words demanding the First Lady's exposure flashed through the Taoist master's tormented mind. The young gentleman's cold-blooded calculation of an endless succession of assassins was reinforced by the suggestion of a cunning plan of revenge. The strategic transformation of powerful allies into mortal enemies was meant to frustrate the First Lady's devious plans. The agonizing wait for a reaction was accompanied by the realization of the betrayal of the sacred pagoda, though there was no other choice to save the spirit. The thunderous revelation of the lie about Seok Genwon's supposed obsession echoed through the night courtyard. A categorical denial of future requests for assassination and a directive to cease further visits with such intentions sounded the final blow to Lady Seok's reputation. The first wife froze in a daze, trying to comprehend the reason for such an emotional outburst of her interlocutor. The sudden insight came with the awakening of the estate, where there were alarmed cries of a plot against the third son at the behest of an outsider and demands for the arrest of the intruder. Loyal maidservants panicked and warned their mistress of the approach of hostile martial artists armed with flaming torches. A dead pallor covered Lady Seok's face, her lips furiously whispering curses of Seok Genwon's name, realizing the inevitability of her fall. The Taoist master, as he entered the courtyard, heard anxious voices behind him, inquiring about what was happening in the Hall of Blessed Flowers and the whereabouts of the third master. The protagonist's voice cut through the night silence through the open window, demanding confirmation that his instructions had been carried out. The girl's affirmative reply came immediately, reinforced by a painful reminder of the spiritual beast held by the young man. Sho's thoughts were filled with thoughts of successfully executing the plan that turned Lady Seok and Phoenix Pavilion into enemies, all just as Chan wanted. Heavy thoughts of betraying the Phoenix Hall to save the family spirit clouded the girl's mind, foreshadowing an endless pursuit. With a determined gesture, she demanded the return of her spiritual companion, mentally preparing for a swift retreat. Instead of the expected transmission, a meaningful pause followed, accompanied by the young man's studying gaze. A sly smile lit up the protagonist's face, hinting at an additional request through the window opening. The bewilderment was reflected in the shamaness's voice, interjecting about the need to disclose information about him AC. The young man, making himself comfortable on the couch next to the demonic monk and the puzzled guard, demanded details about the controlling spirits, especially the Phoenix Hall. The all-seeing white eye of the shamaness noted the protagonist's uncanny ability to receive spirits with such resentment, observing the connecting thread. A second red thread emanating from the guy's soul caught his attention, indicating the presence of another spirit. The reluctance to tell was met with a demonstrative tightening of the grip on the bird's throat, eliciting a painful groan from the creature. Accepting the inevitable, the girl bowed her head in agreement, accompanying the gesture with a heavy sigh. The narration of the 6 links of Yimei Si began in a quiet voice while the storyteller stood with her head down and eyes covered. A detailed description of the hierarchy of beasts revealed the increasing danger of each level, from the sinister to the divine. The information about the 3 power bearers in the Phoenix Pavilion was supplemented by mentioning their ability to control family spirits. The first to be mentioned was Guo, the hall head's loyal assistant, wielding an uncharted beast of Mount Libu named Gu Diao, whose catastrophic strength remained a mystery. The second was the head of the Phoenix Hall, whose identity was shrouded in mystery, but the shamaness was certain that his Hime Moryo belonged to the highest levels of the hierarchy. The young man's thoughtful retort about the sacred or divine origin of the beast hung in the air. The girl retrieved a small book from beneath her clothes, debunking the legends of sacred beasts and suggesting more realistic options of mythical or demonic origins. Gocheng leaned curiously over the demonstrated book. Classics of mountains and seas, trying to discern the ancient writings. Flipping through the pages, Chong pondered the might of the head of the Phoenix Hall, whose shell beast possessed colossal chi, suggestive of a dragon nature. A mental note about finding a high-level Jime Si flashed through the young man's mind as he closed the ancient folio. With a careless movement, the guy sent the spirit bird flying toward its rightful owner, accompanying the action with a loud cheer. The clumsy landing forced the girl to maneuver her fingers gently, calming the agitated, squeaking spirit. 3 times repeated thanks, uttered through clenched teeth, gradually gained distinctness under the young man's insistent gaze. The loyal servant, who had been watching another display of his master's difficult character, listened silently to the order to release the girl. The weight of the realization of the pavilion's betrayal pressed on the shoulders of the shamaness, leaving the spiritual structure with her companion. The satisfaction of a successful manipulation filled Chan, realizing that from now on, Lady Sok was under constant supervision. The accumulated chi of the shell beast pulsed in the Dantian region, ready to form an energy core. Dark energy effectively dissipated around the young man's clenched fist, signifying his readiness to learn martial arts. The anxious servant approached the window where his master stood, not understanding the cause of the sudden disturbance. An alarming warning of a resentful spellcaster sounded in the guard's words as he looked at Lady Shuo's silhouette moving away. Chan's carefree confidence shook under the weight of the words of possible revenge, forcing him to recognize the thoroughness of the loyal guard's fears. Third son Yingdan's cryptic reply that there was no real threat caused Guo Chan's perplexed gaze to widen as he tried to comprehend the hidden meaning. The sudden change of subject took the servant by surprise when the young man reminded him of the need to fulfill his promise. Madame Shou hurriedly strode away from the manor without a backward glance, gently cradling the injured spirit bird to her chest. The distressed squeals of the mountain beast tore through the night silence, and the Taoist was horrified to realize the real possibility of its imminent death from its injuries. Hugging the suffering spirit tighter, she mentally spewed a stream of furious curses at the hated Siok Genwan. An unfinished vow of vengeance froze on her lips as the eerie sensation of someone else's presence made her turn around sharply in search of the unseen observer. The mysterious voice mockingly commenting on her thirst for revenge caused a panicked fear that made the girl rush to flee from the unknown threat. In her swift flight, her iron hat came off and rolled on the ground, and a growing sense of danger made her stop. Horror flashed through the Taoist master as her snow-white eye began to bleed, indicating the intrusion of a sinister entity so powerful and malevolent that it seemed incredible that it existed. In an instant, his hands flew up to the bleeding eye socket where the mystical white eye had previously shone, now flooding his fingers with a scarlet flood. Right in front of her, as if from the void, an upside-down azure ghost materialized in all its frightening splendor.
An eerie admiration sounded in the ghostly creature's words, noting the attractiveness of its victim even with the only remaining eye.
A startled shriek escaped the shamaness as she instinctively jerked her hand away from her wounded eye, not believing what was happening. The released bloody stream, having gained a sinister independence, rushed not downward, but straight into the girl's mouth with such incredible force that it cut off the air supply. The First Lady brought her palm down on the table in uncontrollable rage, calling what was happening a blatant insult in the face of the head of the outer hall. Desperate attempts to justify herself poured forth a torrent of indignation as she tried to convince him of the absurdity of the assassination charges, calling the whole affair an insidious slander. The insistent rhythmic tapping of the outer hall head's index finger on the wooden surface of the table was accompanied by a quiet but commanding voice that made her interrupt. Though the indignation was still visible on her face, the woman finally fell silent, standing in front of the man with poorly concealed displeasure in her gaze. The imposing voice of Song Woon-baek, the head of the outer hall, finally cut through the tense atmosphere with a demanding order to silence. At his question about the noise in the medicine room yesterday, the lady instantly cried out that it was inadmissible to visit the private chambers of the master of the manor. Song Woon-baek's penetrating, almost accusing gaze accompanied his pointed question about saving the estate master, hinting at possible dark motives for her actions. A new wave of rage distorted the features of the woman, whose face turned purple with anger at this direct hint, causing her to shout out the title of head of the outer hall. The man's eloquent silence and his adamant expression silently demonstrated the absolute superiority of his authority in this situation. The realization of her own predicament finally silenced her, bowing her head in forced humility before the massive desk he sat at. The categorical statement about the inevitability of a thorough investigation made her frown even more and lower her gaze, wrinkling her forehead at the seriousness of the situation. The promise of personal oversight of the integrity of the investigation sounded especially ominous when he emphasized his intention to scrutinize the actions of everyone involved, including both sons. A deep night darkness enveloped the estate, dispersed only by the occasional lights flickering in the windows of the stately buildings. Left alone, the head of the outer hall continued tapping his finger thoughtfully, pondering the strange motives of Lady Shok and the second son in their attempt to eliminate the third heir. The logic of what was happening eluded comprehension. The choice of victim seemed irrational, given the third son's inability to martial arts. The tapping of his finger on the polished surface of the table intensified as he pondered the possible existence of reasons unknown to him for wanting this particular heir dead. Memories of Seok Genwon's extraordinary arrogance, especially evident in his attitude toward submissive subordinates, raised more and more questions. Attempts to explain the strangeness of the young man's behavior by natural shock at the proximity of death or natural restraint now seemed less and less convincing. The determined expression on Sangwon-baek's face reflected a firm intention to personally look into the events. The peaceful silence of the room was broken only by the measured breathing of the meditating hero, with the demonic monk towering behind him while the weary guard slumbered in his chair. The sudden movement of the demonic entity culminated in the appearance of a mystical portal, through which the silhouette of a familiar azure ghost appeared. A leisurely grace accompanied each movement of the ghostly guest, retrieving a graceful pipe from a hairpin while the monk greeted her with a respectful bow. The majestic figure stopped in front of the bed, facing the meditating young man to make an interested observation. The ghostly maiden's gaze squinted in surprise, expressing genuine amazement at the amount of armored beast chi absorbed by the young man. Thoughtful reflection on the strange method of creating a nucleus through the absorption of dead energy was replaced by recognition of its efficacy at the sight of the results. Curiosity made the ghostly maiden bring her face closer to Chan's features, trying to unravel the nature of the unusual phenomenon. The hero's unexpected awakening created an awkward moment. His gaze met the astonished eyes of a ghostly maiden frozen in close proximity to his face. Chan's perplexed question about her actions was met only with silent embarrassment in the flushed cheeks of the ghostly interlocutor. The ghost's abrupt U-turn gave away an attempt to hide her obvious embarrassment, while her voice unconvincingly denied any intentions. Playful curiosity was evident in the hero's voice as he watched the azure spirit's confused back. A startled exclamation accompanied the half-turn of the ghost's head, whose gaze tried to give the situation a tinge of stern scrutiny. An irritated order to focus on circulating chi rang out in a complete reversal of the familiars, eliciting only a merry laugh from the young man. Bitter reflections of her failed wager with the spellcaster plagued the ghost's mind as she tried to hide her blush behind puffs of smoke. The hero's sudden exclamation of the need for inspection caught the attention of the embarrassed interlocutor. Sincere interest was reflected in the ghost maiden's question when the guy talked about the possible formation of an energy core. Her self-assured speech about the impossibility of quickly creating a core was cut short when her gaze caught something unusual. The hero's surprised observation about the strange vault beneath his navel caused genuine amazement in the ghost's widened eyes. Curiosity soaked into Chan's question about the energy core as his gaze studied the glowing formation. The azure ghost's shocked exclamation was accompanied by close attention to the unusual phenomenon. Sincere curiosity replaced the earlier irritation in the maiden's voice as she received consent to investigate the phenomenon. Guy asked, puzzled as to the intentions of his interlocutor, as she extended a glowing finger toward the vault. The warning to endure the pain was cut short when the spirit's glowing palm touched the energy core, eliciting a loud scream from the young man. The unexpectedness caused the maiden to jerk her hand away before she had intended, and her gaze filled with a puzzled incomprehension of what was happening. The strange incompatibility with the energy core prompted the confused familiar to ask the demonic monk to repeat the experiment. Exhausted by a series of unusual checks, the protagonist watched the pinching and tapping of two creatures trying to solve his mystery. Inner musings on the impact of the familial bond were reflected in the maiden's pensive gaze at the glowing palm. A sudden idea lit up Azure Ghost's mind at the sight of the sleeping Guo-chan, causing her to prepare a shining finger for a new experiment. A sharp touch on the servant's dantian caused him to awaken instantly with a cry of pain, confirming the method worked on ordinary people. The maiden's thoughtful clucking was accompanied by the incomprehension of the demonic monk and the silent anguish of the subject guard. Denying personal involvement in the phenomenon, the familiar met the hero's curiosity about other methods of verification. The ghostly maiden's uncertain words about the existence of other ways to check hung in the air, interrupted by surprise. A sudden knock on the door made the protagonist wary, for at such a late hour he was not expecting visitors. The tense gazes of the occupants of the room crossed to the door, whence came the imperious voice of Sang-won Baek. Chong's thoughts were frantically darting around the unexpected visit of the head of the outer hall at such a late hour, trying to unravel the true reason for the appearance. Sang-won Baek, leading the outer hall, epitomized loyalty to Seok Manor, having faithfully served the second generation of rulers. An unwavering conservative who enjoyed the boundless trust of the elders, he had the final say in the selection of the patriarch, rendering even Lady Seok powerless before his authority. Reflections of the visitor's powerful influence flashed through Chong's mind as the head of the outer hall entered and inquired about the third son's wakefulness. The young man, remaining on the bed, inquired with feigned calmness as to the reason for such a late visit of a distinguished guest. Sang-won Baek knelt down and sincerely apologized for the lack of protection from the martial artists of the outer hall. The protagonist tried to calm the remorseful old man, assuring him of his lack of guilt and insisting that the ceremonies be stopped. The guy accompanied his soothing words with a characteristic gesture of an outstretched hand, as if warding off the excessive excitement of his interlocutor. The venerable elder, carefully rising from his knee, reached his hand to the head of the third son of the head of the estate. The hand frozen in the air created a tense atmosphere without completing the movement he had started. The lingering pause forced a weary Chan to raise his gaze to the hand hovering over his head, waiting for the next action. The old man's relieved exclamation was accompanied by a strong, friendly pat on the young gentleman's shoulder. The head of the outer hall looked around the room and inquired as to the whereabouts of the protective dagger given to each young lord during the master of the manor's illness. The disturbing question about the possible loss of weapons went unanswered immediately. The lad's attention focused on the slumbering guards. The protagonist's resourceful answer about storing the dagger in the closet brought a noticeable look of relief to his interlocutor's face. The old man's sincere joy over the blade's safety was transmitted to the young man, who was forced to support the general mirth. The attempted excuse for the initial misunderstanding elicited a condescending laugh from the head of the outer hall. An ominous transformation of facial expression accompanied Chan's sudden admission of having no memory of the dagger he had received. The atmosphere instantly changed when the man confirmed that he had never handed a gun to an interlocutor. Sang-won Baek's lightning-fast reaction manifested itself in a swift attack on the exposed imposter. The young man's superior physical fitness allowed him to gracefully somersault to dodge the crushing blow that turned the bed into rubble. An angry cry from the head of the outer hall accompanied his swift approach to the false heir. Using the meridian technique, the experienced warrior explained the imposter's first mistake: the lack of the third master's characteristic arrogance. As the old man continued his pursuit of the young man thrown off by the technique, he uncovered a second clue: an atypical calmness when threatened with a blow. Sang-won Baek, maintaining a menacing expression, emphasized the guy's unnatural equanimity with his arm hanging over his head. The triumphant statement about the paralyzing effect of the meridian attack sounded confident. Sang-won Baek's demanding cry for the whereabouts of the present young master echoed around the room. But instead of answering, the protagonist performed a flawless aerial flip with straightened legs with incredible effort. The successive landings on both feet caused obvious confusion for the man, who had expected his opponent to be completely immobile. The disbelieving exclamation reflected the shock of the head of the outer hall facing an impossible phenomenon. The terrifying image of the main character with scarlet eyes and a demonic smile was accompanied by the cry of the green spirit. The ghostly hand materialized suddenly, piercing the opponent's chest in the heart area with such force that he only had time to take a convulsive breath. A barely audible cry of a pierced heart escaped the lips of the familiar, holding the vital organ. The pale face with veins showing through was distorted with anger and fear as the ghost's hand remained inside the body, eliciting furious curses. The calm confirmation of the green spirit's conjecture took the frightened opponent by surprise as the violet energy enveloped the confrontation scene. Azure Ghost explained the neutralization of the meridian technique by the natural dissipation of the opposing energies of life and death. The familiar's joyous exclamation of the formation of the energy core was accompanied by the pulsation of the young man's dantian with an unknown force. Astonishment froze on the Ghost Maiden's face as she realized her body's incredible ability to resist acupuncture without a colossal reserve of internal energy. The achievement of the core formation was marred by the revelation of identity and the presence of the untouchable head of the outer hall, disrupting the original intent. A sinister smile lit up the protagonist's face as he gave orders to the demonic monk to take possession of the enemy. Horror distorted Sang Wunbaek's features as the mocking voice of the ghostly maiden called her Master the Devil Incarnate. The confusion of the head of the outer hall was heightened by the young lord's misunderstanding of his interlocutor and the meaning of the cryptic order. Excruciating pain pierced the old man's consciousness, ballooning the veins in his face distorted by the scream. A hoarse mind tried to comprehend the impossible, an exact replica of the third son, invulnerable to acupuncture, and the intangible presence of a heart-clenching entity. The last of his strength went into questioning the identity of his opponent while demonic arms wrapped around his weakening body. The calm reply about the title of the third lord of the Sword Seok Manor was the last thing the head of the outer hall heard before being swallowed by the darkness. The dawn sun was rising majestically above the mountain ranges surrounding the ancient Sword Seok Manor. Go-chan's disturbing observations about the broken bed and the unusual politeness of the guards of the outer hall filled the morning with misgivings. The respectful bow of the guard at the entrance was followed by the announcement of a young gentleman waiting. The outward assent of the faithful servant concealed the inner confusion reflected on his puzzled face. The opening door revealed the silhouette of the unmistakable Sang Wunbaek, causing the guard to gasp in barely restrained amazement. The doorway opened fully to reveal the head of the outer hall and a third gentleman sitting nearby, inquiring as to the purpose of his subordinate's visit. The solemn moment of the high guest's farewell caught the entering servant in a daze at the improbability of what was happening. Go-chan's frozen figure did not move even as the head of the outer hall walked past him towards the exit. The guard's stupor was interrupted by the gentleman's casual voice inviting him to share the breakfast he had just brought. The closed door loosened the tongue of the shocked servant, but instead of an explanation, he received an invitation to sit down for an important conversation. The calm guard took a seat next to the eating host, ready to heed any questions. The unexpected request for instruction in the basics of the manor's martial arts froze along with the sticks near the smiling hero's mouth. The guard's astonishment was extreme, expressed by a piece of food falling out of his mouth and an incredulous interjection. The protagonist's previous training was accompanied by strange balance disturbances and uncoordinated movements. Frustration sounded in the protagonist's voice as he tried to synchronize his movements according to a secret doctrine while his familiar silently watched the futile attempts. Thick smoke from the pipe accompanied a brief remark about too advanced a level of technology.
A calm explanation about a high level of understanding of martial arts was met with a perplexed look from the young man who didn't see the difficulty.
The Azure Ghost's irritation erupted into a lecture on the impossibility of mastering advanced techniques without a basic knowledge of martial arts. Mystic knowledge was for masters seeking to transcend their current level of development. The refinement of the technique lay in the efficiency of the movements, useless without an understanding of the fundamentals. The ghostly maiden's mentoring tone emphasized the futility of trying without a basic understanding of martial arts. The bitter realization of the need to learn the basics was reflected on the young man's face as he thoughtfully devoured the noodles. The agitated servant jumped up from his seat upon hearing the hint of learning the manor head's secret techniques, but only received an indifferent refusal. A modest desire to simply possess knowledge was met with disbelief by the guard praising Muram's legendary technique. The guard's submissive posture accompanied an admission of his own inability to teach the lord the basics of martial arts. The guard's limited knowledge of training was due to the manor's special martial arts background, which he had only seen from afar. The sacred 9 techniques of Seok and the art of sword wielding were passed down exclusively within the family. The ancient knowledge belonged only to bearers of the surname Sok and their blood relatives. The young hero's pensive gaze betrayed deep thoughts about the availability of mysterious techniques. The guard interrupted the lord's musings, explaining that only the head of the manor and the young gentleman possessed this knowledge. Putting his wands aside, the boy was surprised to clarify this information, receiving a sad confirmation from the guard. Anxious thoughts of enmity with the heirs and the risks of exposure tormented the faithful guard watching the brooding lord. The main character's decisive answer and his sudden rise from the table caused amazement in the eyes of the confused guard. The seriousness of his intentions was read in every movement of the young man heading for the door. The brief answer about finding a teacher caused confusion to the guard following behind, not presenting safe training options. Anxious questions about possible suspicions were shattered by the gentleman's calm confidence to act despite his fears. The guardsman's attempt to object froze at half a word, his face frozen in a mask of genuine surprise at the scene. The instantaneous transformation of the guard's facial expression from surprise to anger was not accompanied by a single body movement. A furious exclamation about his younger brother's choice burst out from the guard when he noticed Seok Yu-chun practicing nearby. The guard's stupor was interrupted by the young lord's determined strides toward the trained man. A desperate cry and a grip on his master's shoulder betrayed the sincere fear of a loyal servant who remembered the true nature of the relationship between the brothers. A reminder of past events was met only with a calm look from the gentleman who mentioned the insult to his mother and the beating that followed. The guard's emotional protest shivered under the weight of painful memories of that fateful day. Vivid memories of the young master's broken ribs and tears tormented the soul of the faithful servant, who considered it a total failure. The warning of his younger brother's deep resentment toward the third young master hung in the air with an unspoken threat. All resounded in the words about a 16-year-old monster reaching the highest realm. The sudden appearance of the familiar was accompanied by an approving appraisal of the talented young man's potential usefulness. Admiration for the young master's brilliance resounded in the words of the ghostly mentor watching Seok Yu-chun's training. The warning of limited power at noon was said simultaneously with the released puffs of smoke from the ghostly maiden's pipe. The smile on his face and the young man's thoughtful silence gave away the depth of his thoughts about the situation. The guard's internal monologue about finding alternatives was interrupted by a shocking realization. His master was already approaching the trainee. Seok Yu-chun's focused training with his eyes closed under the scorching sun showed his unwavering determination. The approaching footsteps broke the deep concentration, causing her eyes to open in surprise. A momentary transformation of surprise into bestial rage distorted the younger brother's facial features at the sight of the third lord. Chan's friendly gesture of greeting contrasted with Guo Chan's panicked attempts to get his master away before the fight began. A threatening warning of consequences sounded in Seok Yu-chun's words, hiding his inner surprise at his opponent's lack of fear. The unexpected turn of events caused the practiced young man to freeze, startled by the sight of the object in his guest's hands. The amazement in Seok Yu-chun's voice was met with a calm question about the coveted book his brother had pulled out from under his clothes. A wise provocation with the book's throwback broke up the initial hostility by suggesting authenticity on its own. A deft movement caught the book while a piercing gaze studied his opponent's intentions. The first glance at the open book caused an instant epiphany on Seok Yu-chun's face as he greedily sunk his eyes into the ancient pages. An inner jubilation swept over the young man at the sight of the legendary martial arts principles collected in the secret technique of the head of the manor, causing him to feverishly flip through the precious pages. The joyful excitement on his younger brother's face was abruptly replaced by disappointment when the middle of the book revealed pages torn out, compromising the integrity of the sacred text. The serious tone of the question about the missing pages cut through the tense silence between the interlocutors. An enigmatic smile and a gesture pointing to his head was the protagonist's only response. Fury flashed through the younger brother's thoughts, but outwardly it only manifested itself in a restrained question about the origin of the mysterious book. The calm confidence in Chong's words emphasized the importance of possessing the book over the mystery of its appearance. The angry shout of the fourth son of the head of the manor gave away the lingering resentment against the third brother that tormented his soul. The furious accusations of attempted power-grabbing were accompanied by such force that the servant involuntarily squirmed from the outgoing energy wave as Chong stood there with a nonchalant smile. The sharp throw of the book was accompanied by an angry curse at the smug third gentleman. An unexpected attack took the protagonist by surprise. The book fell to the ground while he was trying to explain the misunderstanding. Picking up and shaking off the book, the protagonist revealed the true purpose of the visit. Not power, but arrangement. Sincere surprise distorted the features of the fourth son's face, scrutinizing his interlocutor. An incredulous question of intent hung in the air as the wrestler assessed the sincerity of the words. The protagonist's attempt to point out the disbelief was interrupted by a lightning-fast attack. A fist appeared in the very face of the speaker. A crushing blow to the nose threw the protagonist backwards, leaving no chance for evasion. An alarm cry from the guard cut through the air as his lord's body flew back several meters from the force of the blow. A mystical fiery aura surrounded the fourth son's fist, displaying his incredible strength and disdain for false claims. A cruel reminder of the events of yesteryear rumbled over the lying hero, while the terrified Guo Chang was the only obstacle in the enemy's path. Seokyu Chun's fierce shout, full of anger and lingering resentment, echoed throughout the training ground. The calm silence of the protagonist lying on the ground, wiping the blood from his face, contrasted with the fury of his attacker. The inner jubilation of meeting a true master of the higher realm was reflected in the satisfied smile on Chang's bloodied face. A grim reflection on the mysterious owner of the dark sword flashed through the hero's mind. Dismissing this candidate, memories of the art of Guardian Cam and the head of the outer hall surfaced in his mind as a benchmark of martial prowess. The realization of Guo Chan's fears came to the hero at the sight of the fourth son's blazing aura, whose power seemed truly monstrous. Wiping the blood from his nose, the young man pondered the gulf in strength darkly, wondering if he would ever be able to reach a similar level of skill. Thoughts of revenge on his grandfather flashed through his mind as the hero, wiping his nose, nonchalantly assessed the power of the blow he had received. Sincere surprise distorted the features of his opponent's face, not expecting such an understated reaction to his attack. Seokyu Chun's threatening words were accompanied by a slow approach to the rising hero, reasoning about the naturalness of distrusting his younger brother. The younger heir's furious lunge was accompanied by a firm grip on his older brother's clothes and a fist raised to strike. The psychedelic grin and complete lack of fear in the young man's eyes only added fuel to the fire of conflict. The provocative words about handing over the teachings to Lady Seok or the second brother caused a new wave of rage in the younger one's eyes. A snide remark about the future of the clan under the rule of other heirs was accompanied by a confident gesture. The hero's hand lay on the palm of his opponent's palm, clutching his collar. A reminder of the head's special love for his youngest son was interrupted by a furious cry of attempted menace. The calm words about the dependence of life on the decision of the new head sounded like an unconcealed threat, emphasized by the confident look of the hero. The sudden realization of the situation was reflected in the fierce eyes of the fourth brother, whose mind began to perceive the new reality. The younger brother's hand slowly unclenched as his inquisitive gaze studied the true nature of the man standing before him. Uncertainty flashed in the eyes of the stalwart warrior, whose hand froze in midair, unable to finally pull away. The direct question about Seok Genwon's identity sounded the result of much thought and observation. The anxious change on Guo Chan's face gave away his worry as he watched the unfolding scene from behind the fourth brother's back. A confident pause preceded the hero's calm reply, challenging his interlocutor's doubts. Confusion distorted the younger brother's features, expecting a completely different development. A tense dialogue about the depth of mutual knowledge elicited only a mocking response from the younger heir. Cruel memories of a past beating rang out with a sneer in the voice of the wrestler, whose haughty gaze searched for signs of fear. The hero's unexpected lunge forward caused the formidable Seokyu Chun to retreat with surprise in his widened eyes. The evocative question of the depth of knowledge beyond bloodlines and long-standing conflict hangs in the air. A cascade of personal questions about feelings, thoughts, and ambitions rained down on his interlocutor, whose eyes widened at the pressure. The painful memories of the nickname underachiever burst out with a furious cry from Seokyu Chun's chest. Desperate questions about the reasons for rejection and the choice of interlocutor were accompanied by an aggressive hand motion, bent on a new attack. The simple answer about his younger brother's superiority sounded an unexpected recognition of his worthiness. Astonishment replaced the fury in the eyes of his interlocutor, demanding confirmation of what he had heard. The bitter truth of living a life of contempt and humiliation because of a lowly background reverberated in the younger brother's memory. Years of grueling training were dedicated to the sole purpose of gaining someone's recognition. Ironically, the confession came from the last person the fourth young gentleman expected it from. Inwardly reflecting on the 2-year feud caused Seok-yu-chun to lower his head in thoughtfulness. A sudden realization of the need for personal change came to the younger brother as his gaze drifted to the vast sky. A short chuckle accompanied his agreement, leaving Guo-chan's guard confused as to the true meaning of those words. A determined U-turn emphasized his willingness to listen to any suggestions from his older brother. A satisfied smile lit up the protagonist's face, celebrating the small victory that marked the success of his plan. A carefree song accompanied the young man's joyous return, contrasting with the scowl of the guard following him. The guard's mental admiration for the gentleman's skill knew no bounds as he watched his receding figure. The incredible skill of the deception exceeded the expectations of the guard, realizing the need for a special plan for an imposter inexperienced in the martial arts. 3 conditions rang through the air as the protagonist turned to his brother, sealing their secret agreement. Powerful notes were in Chan's voice, demanding immunity and financial support in exchange for future clan supremacy. His brother's calm assent to the first terms was accompanied by a wary question about the 3rd clause of the contract. A skillful play on intrigue allowed the character to make it seem that the first 2 items were the most important, hiding the true purpose. The direct request for training in the Seok Manor's martial arts caused Guo-chan to raise his eyebrows in surprise. Seok-yu-chun's unexpected laughter and question about forgotten techniques dispelled worries about possibly exposing the deception. Seok-gen-won's subtle calculation succeeded. His younger brother agreed to reveal the secrets of martial arts. Masterful manipulation of the 4 sons' thirst for recognition ensured complete trust and unquestioning transfer of knowledge. The young lord's genius was manifested in instantly mastering techniques that even Seok-yu-chun took years to learn. Inner satisfaction at the fortunate coincidence of circumstances was hidden behind the servant's outward praise of his master. The guard's enthusiastic words about the brilliant plan were replaced by regret about passing on the secret techniques as the path led them back. The protagonist's cryptic question about the insignificance of this fact caused the guard to freeze in bewilderment. The slight uncertainty in the young man's voice was replaced by determination to share his cunning. He had taught Seok-yu-chun the wrong techniques. Guo-chan's frozen figure, with eyes widened with shock, went unnoticed by the gentleman who half turned around. A methodical explanation of the distortion of every 13th or 14th character was accompanied by a visual demonstration on the fingers. A smug smile slid across the young gentleman's lips as he recalled his successful trickery with the technicians and deft avoidance of exposure. A sudden realization dawned on the guard, but aloud he only warned of the dangers of distorted techniques that could lead to the practitioner's death. A devilish grin distorted the features of the turned gentleman, whose indifference to the fate of others reaffirmed his true nature. An icy fear gripped the guard, silencing him and submissively accepting his master's cruelty. The night darkness enveloped the Phoenix Pagoda, hiding its majestic outline in the gloom. The mystical glow of several candles created a ghostly halo around the seated Taoist reflection master. Solemn footsteps broke the sacred silence of the temple as the shaman approached the mighty master. The disturbing news of New Moon's disappearance was brought by the worried head of the Phoenix Pavilion. The bitter truth about the betrayal and severance of relations with Patriarch Sok echoed off the walls of the ancient pagoda. The heavy footsteps of the pavilion head measured circles around the master as he spoke of the damage to the order's reputation. The Taoist master's imperious command to find the new moon was accompanied by the angry thumps of his staff against the stone floor. Furious words about restoring his reputation met with the silent but submissive assent of his faithful disciple. A lone hat, characteristic of the shamans of the Phoenix Pagoda, was found among the majestic mountain peaks, holding an ominous secret. The sight of huge bloody puddles nearby, filled with scraps of torn garments and scattered personal belongings, completed the picture of tragedy. The ancient ritual of the search for truth began with the ignition of a sacred leaf covered with mystical hieroglyphics in the shaman's trembling hands. The grim realization of the cruel death of New Moon, the greatest of the 3 Taoist masters of the Phoenix Pavilion, made one freeze in anxious silence. An inner premonition of something amiss prompted him to perform the sacred ritual of unification, which required a special hand position. The powerful invocations to the forces of nature generated a fierce whirlwind, lifting the surrounding objects into the air. The mystical power of the northern Qi promised to reveal all the mysteries of what had happened, while the hurricane wind tried to rip the bloody hat off the lone stump. Sacred gestures of folded fingers accompany the utterance of a swift decree summoning ancient powers. The veil of time opened before his inner gaze, revealing the last moments of New Moon's existence. The vision showed a departing figure with a wounded beast, promising a speedy return at the fateful hour. The reality of the past slammed into consciousness with the sensation of cold female hands guiding his gaze to something unknown. Recognition in the vision of the azure ghost pierced the shaman's mind with a chilling revelation.
Caution and fear made one try to discern the threat behind them as the headpiece slipped in the ominous silence.
The vision of New Moon's fate ended with a turn of attention to the bloody headdress on the stump, dropped in the final moments. The freshness of the vision was reflected in the searcher's frightened face, which was covered with sweat under the cloth of his headdress, betraying the genuine terror in his widened eyes. The sudden realization of the azure ghost's presence made her raise her head to the heavens in search of answers.
A mental resolution to prepare thoroughly for the coming events took shape under the gaze into the heavens above.
The peaceful atmosphere of Sword Silk Manor was bathed in the rays of the bright sun, not foreshadowing the coming changes. Astonishment froze on the azure ghost's face, oblivious to the smoking pipe in his hand as his gaze fixed on the incredible sight. The astonishing precision of the ward's movements, perfectly repeating techniques from an ancient book, made the spirit freeze in mute admiration. The flawlessness of every gesture, punch, and position of the limbs at perfect angles demonstrated the young man's incredible skill. Lightning-fast movements and unmistakable reproduction of the most complex techniques caused incomprehension and amazement of the observer. The traditional way of mastering martial arts began by learning basic techniques that connect into fundamental movements. The improbability of the situation was the absence of the slightest error after the first attempt, as if the techniques had been known to the young man all his life. The mental remark about the need for only physical muscle development, without practicing the technical part, filled the ghost with admiration. The inward recognition of his pupil's genius was reflected in the piping figure, frozen with his pipe, never taking his eyes off his training. Quiet chagrin flashed in the spirit's covered eyes, remembering the initial reluctance to teach the begging student. The pensive expression on his face betrayed the inner struggle of a ghost pondering possible alternatives. The sudden realization of her own thoughts caused the maiden to react violently, drawing the attention of the training Chan. Go-chan's unexpected appearance with the message of the summons interrupted the tense moment of introspection. The mysterious intentions of the gentleman regarding the arriving servant caused the latter to look up in surprise. Habitual life flowed through the streets of Jueyang City, not distinguished by crowds or unusual occurrences. Guochen's attentive gaze in the everlasting orchid pavilion studied the mysterious leaf holding a cryptic sign. Careful examination of the document required different viewing angles, forcing the guardian to change his viewing distance. The obscure symbol on the paper raised many questions for the puzzled observer. Recollection of the Lord's words clarified the origin of the mark. An application to the Informants Guild to search for something important. Mental doubts tormented the servant, aware of the dubious reputation of the only information guild in the region. The sudden realization of her own concern made her frown in surprise at the concern shown. A bitter chuckle accompanied the thought of turning into a loyal dog as his back leaned against the cool wall. Philosophical reflections on one's own situation did not arouse much protest in a man without a definite purpose in life. The sad story of a child abandoned by his parents and raised as a murder weapon surfaced in the guard's mind. The lack of special talents and the parallel departure of the cruel guard Kam, who treated his subordinates as things, determined the young man's fate. The resignation to the position of the thing in the eyes of the new master was of little complaint to the accustomed servant. The bitter realization of his own uselessness and the inevitability of future rejection weighed heavily on Guochan's mind. A gleam of joy came at the thought of improved conditions of service and reduced workload through the help of other servants. The guard's anxious thoughts of the Lord's unpredictable actions and possible dismissal overshadowed the relative well-being. His determination to complete his errand was interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps on the corridor steps. The sudden appearance of a burly man climbing the stairs with loud laughter caused the guard to look perplexed. The panting owner of the informant pavilion, Guak, apologized for the delay between bouts of hilarity. Guochen's mental chagrin at belonging to the house sect mixed with irritation at his interlocutor's drunken state, forcing him to silently hold out the application. The unexpected decision of the guest to sit across the room caused the attentive attention of the servant present. The guard's curious gaze met the fat man's explanation of the new companion he was cradling. Guok's boastful speeches about the girl's beauty were accompanied by unpleasant touches as she sat with her head down and eyes closed. The earnest mention of an important errand did not impress the host, who continued to show possessiveness over his companion. The guard's imperious order to remove the girl was accompanied by a stern look that tolerated no objection. Realizing the gravity of the situation made the fat man remove his hand, allowing the stranger to respectfully remove herself. The host's unseemly behavior manifested itself in a rude gesture and mocking words in the wake of the departing figure. The guard's furious pounding of his fist on the table emphasized the demand to focus on the important matter at hand. The fragile girl's swift U-turn ended with a crushing slap that landed on the cheek of the smug owner of the informant pavilion. Astonishment was reflected on Guo-chan's face, whose hand froze on the table as he watched the transformation of the fatty's shocked expression. An impatient exclamation followed the sudden movement of the girl pulling the disguise off her head in front of her host, frozen in horror. The fat man's furious curses were drowned out by the rustle of the wig being removed, revealing the stranger's true appearance. A lightning-fast leap allowed him to grab his opponent by the scythe, using his head as a fulcrum for an acrobatic somersault. The advantage of the position went to the nimble attacker, who threw the confused Guok back with a skillful move. Guo-chan's instinctive movement towards his weapon was accompanied by a surprised exclamation, betraying an unpreparedness for a surprise attack. Her martial arts mastery was evident in the ease with which the girl tossed the massive table toward the guard. The guard's confusion was reflected in the continued screams as the flying furniture came closer to his face. The silhouette of a mysterious warrior with long needles flashed through the slits of the flying table, who greeted the low-ranking assassin, number 86. With a precise motion, she hurled the needles with such speed that the guardian had no time to touch his weapon and was instantly paralyzed. A delighted acknowledgement of the technique escaped the lips of the immobilized opponent, watching the triumphant victor. Disappointment rippled across the girl's face at the realization of complete incomprehension on the part of low-ranking assassin number 86. Lilac hair playfully rippled as the owner of the graceful silhouette tossed a clarifying phrase in the direction of the dazed guard. The menacing atmosphere of the head of a powerful assassin organization pressed on the space, causing the frightened guard to freeze with his mouth wide open in surprise. The bloody ritual of ascending to the position of sect head required hundreds of sacrifices, hundreds of ragged lives, hundreds of cold bodies. The ancient tradition of the Wing Assassin sect elevated a successfully passed test to the rank of one of the four great Zhongyuan assassins. The mystical needle of benevolence, the secret poisonous weapon of the sect heads, gleamed in the graceful fingers, leaving the body of the paralyzed victim. Careful movements accompanied the extraction of the needles from the body of the tense Guo-chan, incredulous at each movement. Anxious thoughts of his former acquaintance's new status made the guard break out in a cold sweat. The talented heiress of the Wing Assassin sect, Ha Che-rin, was the only contender for the sacred title, the seat of the current leader. The complex character of the young assassin was becoming the only obstacle to absolute power. Memories of an arrogant splinter from the past contrasted with the doubts of those around her about the girl's ability to take the lives of 100 victims. Inner confusion gripped the guard at the sight of the figure of a former acquaintance whose body clearly did not look childlike. The abrupt movement of the last needle being pulled out caused a painful scream and a drop of blood on the freed captive's forehead. Nostalgic notes sounded in the girl's voice as the freed guard checked the mobility of her limbs after the paralysis. A formal address to a former acquaintance was interrupted by an imperious reminder of her new status as head of the sect. The majestic pose on the bench emphasized the girl's new title, making the guard ponder the possible change in her character. Arrogant notes sounded in the rebuke of the inappropriate greeting, reminding him of his former arrogance. A momentary drop to his knees was followed by an apology met with an eye roll and a remark about demanding proper deference. The cryptic remark of fortunate coincidence elicited a perplexed question from the kneeling guard. The cunning plan to infiltrate the manor was revealed to the astonished Guo-chan, originally prepared for the first son of the Seok clan. A meaningful look accompanied the account of the information received from the mysterious source.
The mention of advanced assassin number 29 instantly distorted Guo-chan's face, causing a grimace of hatred and a slight blush of restrained anger.
It was about guard Kama, who shamefully failed the task assigned to him to eliminate the target. The high praise for the 29th assassin's skills came with outright disappointment, emphasizing the iron discipline of a sect that demands unquestioning execution of extermination missions. The playful intonation of the interlocutor, with a slight smile, emphasized the mocking mood before revealing the true reason for the visit. The chilling statement of intent to behead the third son of Seok Manor made the bowed head of the guard contort with fear and internal contradictions. Sunset evening was gradually descending over the Seok Manor, coloring the sky with rich orange tones with slight shimmers of darkness. The protagonist continued practicing in the open, ignoring the stare of his familiar. The azure ghost's impatience reached its limit, causing her to emotionally exclaim and move closer to the young man absorbed in her training. A sudden realization of the passage of time caused Chan to interrupt the class and look around at the darkening sky. The hint of dinner sounded like a well-timed suggestion, eliciting a barely perceptible smile from the ghostly companion. A quick agreement brought both of them to the cozy space of the protagonist's room, where a hearty dinner awaited them. The maid instantly pounced on the food, hurriedly devouring the dishes without the slightest sign of restraint. On the contrary, Chan's focused attention was drawn to the pages of the mysterious tome, disconnected from the world around him. Audible displays of enjoyment of the neighbor's meal occasionally disrupted the deep immersion in reading. The young man's questioning gaze met the girl's vigorous attempts to handle the jug, while wiping the traces of the feast with her sleeve. A philosophical remark about the gastronomic pleasures of life was uttered between sips of the heady beverage. The towering ghostly silhouette of the familiar over the possessed maid emphasized the true nature of the feasting maid. The hero's reflections on the success of the spirit's installation into the body of the servant girl were interrupted by the sight of the unconcealed enjoyment of the drink. Ominous purple cracks began to spread across the hand of the possessed woman who had dropped the lid of the decanter. The ghost's furious resentment over the weakness of the temporary receptacle reflected the imperfection of the captured body. The maid's sudden falling face, first into the remains of the food, was accompanied by the release of an ancient spirit that realized the excessiveness of its power. Puffs of smoke from the newly lit pipe enveloped the ghost, interested in the young man's fascination with shamanic practices. Immersed in studying the techniques of summoning the spirits of 6 people, the young lord noted the particular value of the spellcaster's book. Deep thoughts about the possibilities of dead souls captured the mind of the inquisitive researcher. The unexpected occurrence behind made both of them turn around sharply with eyes widened with surprise. The ghost's condescending smile accompanied the remark about the young student's heightened sensitivity. A gloomy energy filled the space of the room, enveloping those present in a heavy atmosphere. Go Chang's appearance with the maid's clothes for Ha Chi-rin broke the mystical atmosphere of the room. The scornful comparison of the garments brought with those of the fallen women met with the guard's silent indignation. The guard's inner simmering anger was only given away by his raised chin as his mind realized the catastrophic nature of the situation. The mental enumeration of degrees of horror helped to restrain the irritation bursting forth. The chilling realization of possible retribution for the elder Cam's betrayal pierced the mind of the guard watching the capricious maiden. A grim premonition of imminent doom prompted the guard to make a hasty excuse for his departure, feigning delicacy while changing the girl's clothes. The playful invitation hung in the air, met with an irritated look from his interlocutor, whose face still retained traces of its original anger. The girl's provocative tone escalated, hinting at a rare chance that couldn't be missed in trying her best to seduce Guo-chan. Her ruse had an effect. The guard paused, inwardly hesitant and already mentally imagining the forbidden sight, his cheeks colored with a slight blush of embarrassment. Ha Chi-rin's sudden burst of laughter ruined the intriguing atmosphere, turning a tense moment into another sarcastic joke. A cynical thank you sounded for helping him break in, causing the embarrassed guard to scratch the back of his head awkwardly and mutter a conciliatory, "Ha ha 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 ha." The feeble attempt to justify revenge for his older brother contrasted sharply with his inner fear of the possible exposure of his betrayal. The girl's enthusiastic compliments had an instant effect on the vulnerable psyche of the guard, who felt an imaginary protection and safety. The abrupt change of tone of her interlocutor instantly shattered the lighthearted atmosphere, exposing a hidden threat. The tragic moment was interrupted by a sudden volley of needles flying at precisely the right points, paralyzing the careless guardian in a matter of moments. A cynical comment accompanied the moment of betrayal, showing the cold calculation and ruthlessness of the killer. The belittling speech turned into a sentence revealing utter contempt for the guard's weakness and cowardice. The sudden realization of utter failure made the guard shudder with chilling fear at the omniscience of his interlocutor. The derogatory remarks poured down in hail, emphasizing the insurmountable contempt for the weakness of the interlocutor. The rhetorical question sounded like a verdict, exposing the merciless logic of destroying worthless creatures. A flood of memories and self-injury flooded Guo-chan's mind, mixing anger, fear, and hopelessness. The bitter admission of her own weakness was accompanied by a flood of tears of despair and powerlessness that were hard to hold back. The cynical suicide plan was voiced with cold calculation by the head of the sect, accompanied by the display of a sharp blade. The last moments of his life stretched out in languid anticipation of imminent death as the guard resigned himself to his fate. The sudden appearance of a mysterious hand that broke the wall ruined all plans, cutting in at the last moment. The mystical power of the attachment ritual snatched the deadly blade from the hands of the confused assassin moments before the fatal blow. The flawless precision of moving the weapon into the mysterious hand sticking out of the wall demonstrated the incredible skill of the unknown savior. The sequence of amazing events continued with a crushing kick of a leg that kicked the door with incredible power. The paralyzed Guo Chang stood in tears, his face now expressing animal fear beside the confused girl trying to discern the mysterious stranger.
The dissipating smoke revealed the silhouette of the protagonist clutching the reclaimed blade and addressing the shocked guard. A faint smile of understanding flashed across the guard's face for the first time as he realized the true power of the demon lord.
The protagonist's piercing gaze was accompanied by the play of light on the blade, which glinted with menacing elegance. The fleeting joy dissolved when the sect leader grabbed the guard by the collar in a lightning-fast movement and pulled him to her like a shield. The imperious demand for immobility was accompanied by the threatening pointing of the sharp blade toward the captive's neck. An ominous warning of possible bloodshed hung in the tense air as the tip of the blade approached the defenseless neck threateningly. The protagonist froze in wary anticipation, realizing the seriousness of the enemy's intentions and preparing for any development of events. The immobilized guard's thoughts flitted between speculation about the intelligence and his lord's unexpected abilities that Ha Che-rin knew for sure. The paralyzed Guo Chang was able to see the expression on his opponent's face, extremely serious and focused, clearly shocked by the display of incredible abilities. The protagonist's self-confidence contrasted with the bewilderment of his opponents, who were unaware of the true nature of his power. The inner understanding of the immortal essence of the Lord, to whom other people's lives are worthless, was reflected in the observation of the ominous glow of the possessed gaze. The fearless advance caused confusion to the invader, who had not expected such defiance. The humble acceptance of inevitable death and bitter farewell to life, reflected in the closed eyes of a guard who understood the cost of disobeying his master. The mounting tension peaked as the young man, ignoring the order, slid his hand with his blade behind his back in a threatening pose. The unexpected throw of the weapon into the floor caused a wave of confusion in the stiffened guard and his captor. A pleading gesture of an outstretched hand accompanied the hero's request for the captive's release, taking a cautious step forward. The invader's sarcastic reply was accompanied by a tightening death grip around the pale guard's neck. The offer of freedom in exchange for Guo Chan's life was met only with a derisive remark about its unexpected value. The calm threat of a last chance to leave came from the young man's mouth, emphasizing the importance of the captive's life. Incredulous amazement contorted the guard's face as he realized the demon's attempt to save his life. The resolute figure of the hero frozen in a tense dialogue with the girl, trying to free the faithful guard. Ha Che-rin's sinister laughter echoed off the walls as black energy imperceptibly enveloped the space around them. A cruel demand to kneel sounded from the mouth of the head of the assassin sect, causing cold sweat to break out on the captive's face. The young lord's heavy exhalation broke the oppressive silence after a long, studying stare at his rival. The unexpected movement of the hero slowly crouching to the floor caused a wave of surprise in both observers. Distrustful thoughts whirled through Guo Chan's mind as he watched the unthinkable humiliation of the Lord. The astonished exclamation of the sect head betrayed her shock at the young man's willingness to kneel for a mere guard. The attentive gaze gave away Sok Genwon's true intentions, thinking out a plan of attack under the mask of submission. Lightning interrupted the deceptive maneuver as the hero's hand closed on the hilt of the blade embedded in the floor. The swift dash forward took both observers by surprise, not expecting such a speed of attack. The girl's triumphant exclamation and laughter gave away her confidence in the predictability of her opponent's actions. A sudden realization silenced Hachirin, noticing his opponent's strange gaze somewhere to the side. The demonic monk and familiar were already putting the hero's plan into action, whose piercing gaze served as a silent signal. Blood streams and ghostly hands slowly enveloped the feet of the frozen sect head, foreshadowing the imminent threat. Terror gripped Hachirin's body at the sensation of the azure ghost's bloody hand reaching for her head. An ominous foreboding gripped the girl at the sight of the green apparition blocking the path with streams of blood, leaving her in a hopeless situation. The ghostly maiden gathered the mystical currents together with a powerful spell, but the held captive in her arms forced both to fly backwards from the force of the magical strike. A desperate cry burst from the guest's chest, convulsively clutching the guard's clothes with one hand and ready to fight with the sharp blade in the other. A chilling horror gripped the warrior's heart as her gaze failed to detect the enemy in the space before her. The azure ghost uttered words of admiration for the girl from the higher realm's ability to sense otherworldly auras, explaining her incredible evasion. A sly grin slid across the ghostly maiden's face, hinting at the danger lurking behind her unsuspecting rival's back. The young man's swift attack ended with a masterful blade throw, knocking the weapon out of the girl's hands and throwing her back with a precise blow. A lightning-fast reaction freed the guard from captivity, but the heat of the battle only intensified in the danger-soaked air. The gentleman's calm voice greeted Guo-chan, while dexterous fingers extracted paralyzing needles from the body of the loyal guard.
Bewilderment froze on Hachirin's face, unable to believe the rapid developments before her eyes, especially the violation of her deadly technique.
The bewildered warrior leaned over slightly, watching the approaching enemy and the rescued servant trying to regain his breath. A mysterious energy pulsed behind the girl's back, remaining invisible to her intense gaze. Analyzing the situation with the thrown blade knocking out her weapon led the girl to an unexpected revelation. A triumphant smile lit up the face of the head of the assassin sect as he discovered his opponent's seeming weakness in his technique. After estimating the strength of the dagger throw, Hachirin rushed towards the enemy, preparing the deadly weapon behind her back for a decisive strike. The rescued guard watched the unfolding fight mesmerized, turning his head left and right. The guard's attentive gaze fixed the unusual weapon on the familiar warrior's belt. Terror distorted his features upon recognizing the legendary ultimatum murder weapon of the Wing Assassin sect. The deadly needle of swift execution glistened in the girl's hands, ready to strike a single but deadly blow.
The opponent judged the choice of weapon as unwise, concentrating the blue-black energy of the mysterious spell in his palm.
A confident sweep of her arm sent the deadly weapon flying, and a triumphant smile froze on the thrower's face, signaling the certainty of victory. The formidable warning of the deadly power of a single needle stab made the young man's face change as he realized the danger. The hero's frozen body interrupted the ritual of attachment, his gaze fixed on the deadly needle, paralyzing the very possibility of movement. The ancient weapon created specifically to kill internal energy masters was inexorably approaching, ignoring any protective barriers. The chilling scream of an azure ghost cut the air with a warning of imminent death. The triumphant exclamation of the head of the winged assassin sect was accompanied by an eager gaze, anticipating the inevitable denouement. The paralyzed hero watched helplessly as the approaching arrow froze a few deadly centimeters away. The loyal guard, bound by his oath to protect his lord at the cost of his life, rushed lightning fast to counter the murderous trajectory. A momentary jolt of saving power ripped the gentleman out of harm's way, turning the guard himself into a new target for the deadly weapon. Astonishment froze on the face of the discarded Sok Gen 1 as he watched the unthinkable sacrifice of a loyal servant. The ghostly maiden froze in sad surprise, sharing everyone's shock at the loyalty shown. The frozen face of the assassin's familiar was contorted with shock, eyes wide open in disbelief at the turn of events. The merciless needle pierced through the defender's body, spewing fountains of blood into the space around the stricken target. The falling figure of the guard stained the air with a rain of blood, paralyzing the frozen perpetrator of the tragedy with terror. The scarlet drops of the faithful Guo-chan reached the face of the discarded lord, still flying by the inertia of the saving push. The realization of irreparable loss distorted the features of the hero's face with genuine horror of loss. A demonic transformation swept over the young man. Grinning teeth and eyes blazing red exuded a thirst for vengeance. The fierce call of the green spirit drew the ghostly maiden, ready to share the just retribution. A sudden fear pierced the head of the assassins, but pride caused a new wave of needles of benevolence to be released. Fearlessness froze on the hero's face as he put his arm out to meet the danger, while his eyes filled with the previously unknown fury of the ritual's summoning. A fountain of blood colored the air as the deadly needle pierced the palm of the hero, who took the blow without a shadow of a doubt. The realization of the truth illuminated the shocked rival as bloody streams like ghostly hands began to envelop her body. The merciless currents pressed the girl's body against the cold wall, restraining every muscle with invisible shackles of dark power. The azure ghost appeared before the captive, piercing her soul with an icy stare and reminding her of the price of rejected mercy. Terror froze in Hache-rin's eyes as a giant bloody hand materialized out of thin air, sealing her scream. Mystical currents were drawing the resisting captive away from the manor into the purple sunset, while an invisible ghostly maiden hovered above the scene. The sudden appearance of the protagonist from the void increased the confusion of the girl surrounded by invisible forces. Fury blazed in the young man's eyes as he passed judgment on her dastardly move in this deadly game. A new wave of bloody streams echoed his words, braiding the girl's body with ghostly hands, robbing her of her last strength to resist. The life energy was leaving the captive, plunging her consciousness into a dark lake of oblivion while her pupils dimmed to a lifeless whiteness. The exhausted body collapsed to the floor before the blank stare of the protagonist, whose thoughts had already drifted to another tragedy. The young man's attention shifted to the prostrate body of the loyal guard, causing him to rush to the fallen protector. Grief darkened the face of the hero bent over the body of the loyal servant who had flawlessly carried out every order. The gentleman's quiet voice spoke the name Guo Chang as his gaze studied the guard's frozen pupils, seeking to preserve the memory of his loyalty. A heavy silence enveloped the figure of the hero, frozen with head lowered over the body of the fallen servant. Sadness was in the young man's voice as he lowered himself next to the dying guardian and spoke words of unfulfilled plans to work together. Sadness clouded the Lord's gaze, quietly questioning the reasons for such a sacrifice, unable to meet his faithful servant's gaze. Intermittent words about the guard's duty flew from the pale lips of the guard, whose eyes stared fixedly at the ceiling. A hoarse whisper about the impossibility of betrayal after an attempted rescue rasped the young gentleman, who continued to sit mournfully nearby. The last of his strength was leaving Guo Chan as he tried to express his loyalty to the only worthy master. The guard's pre-mortem confession of a life of betrayal was punctuated by a bloody cough as his eyes slowly closed. The final words of happiness at finding a worthy lord dissolved into a final exhale as the guard's gaze drifted upward. Chan placed his hand on his loyal servant's chest, paying a final tribute to his unbreakable devotion. Hache-rin's quiet question about the guard's death broke the mournful silence of the room. The hero's soft gaze stopped on the figure of the girl, frozen in the same pose as a moment ago. The young man's brief phrase of soul absorption elicited a satisfied response from the familiar, enjoying his victim's young and slender body. Sudden, ugly cracks distorted the possessed girl's face, repeating the previous maid's gruesome fate despite the power of the ghost spirit. Fury gripped the maiden inside, whose frustrated cries shook the air with curses about the short-lived nature of the next receptacle. Leaving her annoyance behind, she approached the fallen guard, whose eyes were closed by Chan's caring hand, and spoke sad words about the injustice of his demise. The ghostly maiden, speaking through the body of the head of the assassin sect, thoughtfully noted the lack of a vengeful spirit due to the small number of regrets in the guard's life. The bowed head of the hero suddenly rose as he spoke of the ancient technique of summoning the spirits of the six paths. Bewilderment was reflected on the face of the familiar, not understanding the Lord's sudden interest in this technique. While the young man was explaining the connection between vengeful spirits, hatred, and dead chi, his hands began to weave a pattern of summoning dark energy. The revelation about the energy core from the dead chi caused a new wave of amazement on the possessed girl's face. Interlocking his index fingers in a seal of confrontation, The hero confidently declared his ability to create a vengeful spirit. The Ghost Maiden's skepticism dissolved into amazement as the first signs of the ritual's efficacy began to appear around her. Ancient words of incantation about the fruits of techniques and seeds of knowledge were accompanied by precise movements of fingers directing streams of power. The solemn invocation to the highest principles of being and non-being filled the space with mystical energy of transformation. A blue flame originated at the site of Go-chan's mortal wound as the hero called out to the river of the dead and universal interconnectedness. The order to return to the world of the living caused the glowing orb to rise to the eye level of the young man performing the ritual. A red thread, like the binding ties of a familiar and a demonic monk, reached for the pulsing blue orb at the will of the young caster. The ghostly maiden's astonished question interrupted the kneeling hero's focused observation of the results of the ritual. The realization of creating a new familiar spirit from one's own dead chi illuminated Hache-rin's comprehension. Anxiety about the weakness of the energy and the possible disappearance of the spirit without a suitable vessel clouded the serious face of the young man watching the hovering sphere. The determined words about the need to find the vessel were met with a thoughtful response from the girl, who folded her arms in a closed gesture. Terror contorted the features of the head of the wing assassin sect as the realization of the hero's intentions made her break out in a cold sweat, and her hands instinctively folded into a protective cross. Go-chan's consciousness floated in the mystical space, like a body submerged in a bottomless lake of its own energy. Confusion filled the guardian's soul, feeling the departing strength and weightlessness of nothingness. His last thoughts hovered around the meaning of his endeavors and devotion, dissolving into emptiness. A familiar voice calling by name pierced the hazy veil of nothingness, eliciting a surprised response from the soul. The veil melted before Go-chan's gaze, revealing the image of the gentleman who was already so familiar. The incredulous cry for a return to life was interrupted by the serious words of the protagonist, still speaking with his head slightly lowered. The guy's quiet voice revealed the secret of saving a soul with the help of dead chi, turning the guard into a familial spirit. The warning of weak energy and the threat of extinction was interrupted by perplexed questions from the resurrected servant. The explanation of the need for an immediate receptacle for the soul was accompanied by words about the only available body. The final confession of moving the soul into the assassin's body was accompanied by the Lord's first direct look at his transformed servant. Horror and disbelief shook Go-chan's new body as he examined the unfamiliar female shell of his existence. Night silence enveloped the deserted courtyard of the manor, broken only by the desperate cries for mercy coming from the lighted building. Go-chan's sobbing voice pleaded with the young master for the return of the male body, rejecting the imposed female shell. The unperturbed hero continued to fix the damaged door, explaining the inevitability of a spirit disappearing without a receptacle and the need for sacrifice. Despair gripped the servant, who realized the hopelessness of the situation in the face of the imminent revenge of the assassin sect for the death of their head.
A sudden voice interrupted the bitter sobs of the guard sitting on the floor, causing him to turn sharply toward the mysterious silhouette.
The ghostly maiden with shining eyes let out a trickle of smoke, reflecting on her incomplete incarnation even in her current body. Horror distorted the features of the guard in female form at the sight of the frightening creature hovering above him. The newfound ghostly essence allowed Go-chan to feel the nature of his interlocutor more acutely, causing shivers and tears to come up. The face of Hache-rin's borrowed body exactly reflected the storm of emotions raging in the soul of the relocated guardian. The vast gulf in status between him and the ghostly maiden appeared before his inner gaze as a sea of blood where she towered over him. An overwhelming realization of his young master's true nature flashed through the mind of the servant, watching his nonchalant work on the door. The azure apparition's mocking words of horrified expression were met with the guard's confused protestation of his masculinity. Irritation sounded in the maiden's voice, rebuking the servant for earthly attachments instead of the joy of gaining a powerful patron. An unexpected check from the Lord materialized with a lightning-fast kick of his leg, rushing towards the former guard's face. Hache-rin's body showed incredible agility as the servant dodged the deadly attack with unfathomable ease. Go-chan's astonished exclamation was interrupted by the gentleman's insightful remark about the obvious change. The joyous realization of new possibilities lit up the face of a servant, recognizing the powers of the highest peak. The ghostly maiden's satisfied question came across as an embarrassed reminder of the guard's masculinity. The green spirit's playful provocation about the delights of the female body elicited a violent protest from the guard, while the Lord quietly promised a future transfer to another receptacle. A sudden knock on the door, and Baekhyun's voice from the inner chamber caught everyone's attention. The protagonist, upon opening the door, met an excited man rushing to share important news. Curiosity flashed across the third son's face when the visitor mentioned his father. The news of the awakening of the head of the estate caused not joy, but only deep surprise on the faces of the protagonist and his ghostly companions. On top of the mountain was the lone figure of Taoist ghost spirit pavilion master Gu, scrutinizing the distant landscape. A contemptuous grin curved the lips of the master, who recognized the dwelling of the daring Seok Genwon in the sprawling Seok sword manor below. With a refined movement, the Taoist master folded his fingers into a magic circle, preparing to apply a special technique to observe his target. The blackbird soared over the mountain at the master's command, as his laser gaze colored the manor in bloody tones through the ghost's area of will. The bitter realization of the protective barrier clouded the master's plans, intending only to observe the manor through Gu Diao's eyes. A thoughtful gaze through the magical scope searched for ways to bypass the defenses, while the master pondered the next step. Careful observation through the magical eyepiece picked out a group of people at the entrance to the main building, their excited voices reaching the observer. The joyous exclamations of the guards for the young gentleman's well-being were mingled with sighs of relief at his sobriety. The first young master, Seok Yun-ho, rushed to the heirs' meeting call to celebrate the miraculous awakening of the head of the estate. Sharp interest flashed in the Taoist master's eyes at the news of all the heirs gathering in one place. The resolute turning of the figure of the man standing on the mountain gave away his readiness to seize the opportunity. An insidious plan of revenge was taking shape in the mind of the Taoist, intending to use Gu Diao to separate the familial spirit from the victim. Vengeful satisfaction glowed in the master's eyes as he presented vengeance to the lonely third son of the head of the estate. Baekhyun's puzzled gaze stopped on the frozen figure of the young master, who was immersed in heavy contemplation. A strained smile and words of relief at the wonderful news about his father masked the hero's true thoughts. An inner anxiety tormented the young man's soul. The awakening of the chapter meant an inevitable power struggle, ruining plans to quietly leave after mastering the martial arts. The uncomplaining agreement to follow the guard concealed a deep anxiety about the upcoming meeting with the head of the manor. Leaving the room, the hero quietly entrusted the cleaning to Guo-chan in Ha-charin's body, realizing the impossibility of a quick retreat. A fake smile accompanied the guard's submissive acceptance of the protagonist's errand. The loneliness of the guardian's task was emphasized by the loyalty of the familiars following their master. A heavy exhalation broke the silence of the room as the guard, left to himself, leaned against the closed doors. The bitter irony of the situation, having to clean his own body, prompted a stream of somber reflections on the vicissitudes of fate. Dissatisfaction with the new female body was expressed in constant complaints of discomfort, especially with the prominent forms. The sudden thought made the guard look around warily, checking for any witnesses. The feigned words about needing a change of clothes hid the true intentions as the smiling guard began to undress. The full satisfaction of the situation was shattered by the smirk of the azure ghost, sensing something amusing in the girl's appearance. The ghostly figure slipped silently through the closed door, marking its presence with only a slight exhalation of smoke. The sudden realization of the situation made the guard cry out in shame as the mocking spirit disappeared into the portal. Returning to the gentleman following the servant of the inner chamber, the ghost carelessly explained her absence by observing, "One idiot." Turning into the courtyard of the correct building coincided with the appearance of the fourth son, accompanied by another servant of the inner chamber.
The younger brother's furious scream cut through the air as the distance between them rapidly shrank.
The quiet exchange of surprised remarks between master and familiar about his brother's survival dissolved into a tense atmosphere. An attentive gaze noted the strange changes in the skin of the approaching Seok Yu-chun, who had avoided serious qi disturbances. Seok Jin-won's joyous greeting was cut short by his brother's furious demand for silence and a question about the secret technique. The hero's feigned misunderstanding was met with an insistent whisper from his younger brother demanding a direct answer. The ghostly maiden's cheerfulness and the Lord's smile accompanied the obvious signs of his younger brother's troubles. Frustrated questions about trying to master the technique were met with an evasive response from the protagonist as he continued on his journey. The desperate cry of his elder brother's impossible superiority drew the silent attention of the hero and the ghostly maiden. Condemning words of pure evil escaped the girl's lips between puffs of smoke. The ghostly maiden's fixed gaze was suddenly replaced by wariness. Her body tensed, sensing the approach of another's power. The brief warning about the alien did not arouse much interest in the protagonist. Only a questioning glance slid toward the spirit. The ghost's indignation at the unfathomable audacity of a stranger who dared to enter the zone of her spiritual influence filled the air with alarm. A silent exchange of glances between hero and spirit confirmed a hunch about a guest from the Phoenix Spirit Pavilion. The ghostly maiden disappeared into the portal that had been created, leaving the young man to continue his journey with his brother in peace. Seok Yu-chun's bewilderment was expressed in a stream of questions about his brother's strange behavior and appearance, receiving only evasive answers. Watching the third brother and his entourage didn't stop Seok Yu-chun's curiosity as he continued to inquire about his older brother's endeavors. Seok Yun-peng froze in confusion beside his first brother and Lady Shuk as she fussily wiped her adult son's lips. The mother's reproaches about the smell of alcohol sounded insistent, while the firstborn obediently agreed with every word the caring woman said. The four brothers lined up side by side, remaining silent while the second brother's discerning gaze studied the firstborn's strange behavior. Seok Yun-peng's inner monologue was filled with anticipation of the important inheritance decision, while a satisfied smile played on his lips. The first wife's hope of identifying an heir upon her husband's awakening pulsed in her every movement and look. Seok Yu-chun's resolute thoughts of indifference to the methods of achieving the title of heir reflected his unwavering ambition. The main character's sharp mind analyzed the rumors about the head as one of the strongest masters in Anhui province, finding confirmation of them. The powerful energy emanating from behind the door confirmed the presence of a powerful man, the father of 4 young boys. The brothers' synchronized bowing after being allowed to enter showed deep reverence for the head of the household. The individual greetings of the sons allowed the protagonist to finally realize the identity of this man. The majestic yellow-colored aura that filled the room came from the meditating head of the Swordshock Manor. Seok-inden's quiet words of thanks for the arrival of all the sons rang out in the mystical, energy-filled room. The cheerless postures of the first 2 sons betrayed their condition. The firstborn had a slight odor of alcohol, and the second son was clearly drawn to the atmosphere of the room. The protagonist's attentive gaze noted the singular focus of the fourth brother, whose determined posture stood out among the others. One look at the opposite side helped the hero put together a complete picture of what was happening. A discerning mind noted the true cause of everyone's anxiety. It wasn't the status that worried those present. The heavy weight of paternal authority pressed down on each of the sons, determining their behavior. The inner monologue of the hero noted the amazing resilience of the chapter. Not a single muscle did not give away the suffering endured. Realizing the true greatness of the head of the manor made the young man rethink the situation. The disturbing thought of a creature capable of injuring such a powerful man crept into the mind of the watcher. The dusky sky enveloped the Swordshock Manor, where the lone extension of the outer hall could be seen in the distance. The warriors' organization room was located in this remote part of the complex, keeping its dark secrets. A gruesome picture opened up inside. A floor strewn with bodies and a quiet conversation about the miraculous rescue of the head of the manor. The massive figure of a warrior with a huge rectangular sword towered among the bodies, heeding the words of the mysterious messenger. The giant's curiosity about the chapter's method of escape made the lurking guard clamp his mouth harder to hide his survival. Mysterious words about Gu Diao's lamentation flew from the lips of a messenger wearing a strange wooden mask with vertical slits on his face. The blue glow of eyes visible through the slit accompanied Dokibi's mention of Mount Luvu. The giant's thunderous laughter echoed through the hall. The intervention of a master Taoist explained the miraculous healing. The giant's determined steps toward the exit were accompanied by the merciless trampling of bodies, including the still-living pretender, who, despite the pain, continued to remain silent. The sudden halt of the departing enemy at the door made the heart of the surviving guard freeze with terror. Turning back, the piercing gaze of the giant's blue eyes turned to the lurking warrior. A desperate cry burst from the chest of the discovered guard, realizing the inevitability of his fate. The lightning-fast swing of the huge blade sliced the body of the unfortunate man in two with monstrous ease. A powerful kick sent the upper part of the corpse through the kicked-out door, demonstrating the killer's inhuman strength. The majestic man wielded a massive blade resembling a giant cleaver. The rectangular blade with a beveled point at the end gave the impression of a deadly weapon. The commander's imperious shout cut through the silence of the night, and his raised weapon pointed the way to the warriors lurking on the rooftops, whose blue eyes glimmered in the darkness. The warlord's frozen figure continued to point in the direction towards the sword-soaked manor as countless shadows of his subordinates rushed forward. In the main chambers of the manor, the four sons stood frozen before their father, each immersed in his own thoughts. Indon's question about the reason for their convocation hung in the air, filled with the tension of family ties. The brothers' heavy silence was broken only by the quiet sounds of the older son's awkwardness, averting their gazes while the third son stared silently at his father. The protagonist's bold suggestion about the choice of an heir made the brothers wince with unheard-of candor. The younger brother's indignant cry cut through the silence, but the father's gaze remained fixed on his third son. Indon's thoughts swirled around the startling change in Seok Genwan, whose words were taking on new meaning. Memories came flooding back to the head of the family. The moment of first waking up after recovery and the story of being saved by his third son. The story of solely defeating a possessed Taoist seemed unbelievable to the previously timid young man. The head of the family was deep in thought, looking down at the floor. The initial suspicions of lying for power now seemed untenable. Indon's inner monologue reflected his amazement. The formerly timid child had transformed into a confident young man standing before him without a shadow of fear. The decision to check on his son materialized into a serious announcement to find a most worthy heir. The father's solemn speech about the coming ordeal was interrupted by the suddenly raised hand of the third son. The calm words of the main character about refusing to participate sounded like a thunderclap. Bewilderment blossomed on the faces of those present, whose questioning gazes turned toward his brother's unusual behavior. A satisfied smile played on the second son's lips after the affirmative answer. The absence of a competitor boded less trouble. Paternal curiosity broke through the silence with an unexpected question about the reasons for this decision. Modestly lowering his head after a questioning look, the protagonist announced his unsuitability. Indan continued questioning while the fourth brother froze in disbelief at the seriousness of what was happening. The young man's brief reply about his lack of qualities made his father's face change, intensifying the scrutiny. Seokjin-won's calm admission of his weakness compared to his brother's caught everyone's attention, especially the younger one. The words about not meeting the requirements for the head of the family were accompanied by Seok Yun-pyung's caustic smile, gloating over the self-deprecation. Seokjin-won's final statement of renouncing his claim to supremacy was delivered with unwavering calmness. The silence was filled with the stares of the father and second son studying the mysterious third heir. The sudden laughter of the clan leader, raspy and mysterious, made the protagonist freeze in bewilderment, trying to figure out the reason for such a strange reaction. The laughter grew into a deafening, hysterical cascade, filling the space with unnatural mirth. Echoing the last ho 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 ho, the head uttered a meaningful "I see," causing confused looks between the first two sons. The head's gaze fixed on Seok Genwan expressed a deep realization of the true change in his son's character, who had given up intrigue for power. A deep satisfaction filled his father's soul as he watched the once shouty heir learn to sacrifice ambition for the prosperity of the Sword-Seok estate. Warm paternal feelings overwhelmed Indensok, contemplating the dignified maturation of his third son as his hand reached for the ceremonial warrior's robes. Removing his outer clothing, the head of the manor inquired as to the reasons for his third son's such low self-esteem. Astonishment contorted the faces of the three heirs at the sight that was revealed. Only the protagonist remained unperturbed, knowing the terrible truth. The father's quiet account of the assassin's attack and the loss of his arm from the assassin's blade was accompanied by the horror on his son's faces at the sight of the bandaged stump. The words of gratitude to the third son for saving his life caused a wave of hatred in the second heir's gaze. The father's rhetorical question about appointing a productive candidate as heir pierced the air, accompanied by a serious look at his sons. The head's firm statement about the sufficiency of the reason caused Seok Yu-pyung to cough painfully, realizing the inevitable decision. The The second son's incredulous gaze stopped on his younger brother, trying to comprehend his incredible abilities. The figure of the protagonist froze in silent immobility, turning slightly away from the other brother. Shokyun-pung's mental curse about the brat's long silence hung in the air as he stood wide-eyed, swept away by the flood of distant memories. The protagonist's consciousness once again plunged into a painful picture of the past, a burning house and the lifeless body of his grandfather on the floor. A revelation flashed through the young lord's mind. The very same mysterious mark, the object of his long search, had manifested itself on Inden's belly. The ancient mark, identical to the one carved on his grandfather's gravestone, now took on a new incarnation. The ominous symbol that had once adorned the chest of his only family member, who had died, reappeared before the young man's eyes. The cursed stigma forever imprinted on the main character's chest and belly has taken on a new significance. The black flame of eternal damnation left by the unknown villain continued to pulse through time. A demonic smile contorted the young man's features, marking the long-awaited end of the grueling quest. The frozen silhouette of the protagonist continued to radiate ominous triumph, while his gaze was fixed on the glowing mark on the belly of the head of the manor. The sudden realization of the publicity of his demonic smile made the hero momentarily wipe it off his face, furtively checking the reactions of those around him. Inden's firm words about the right of inheritance hung in the air, waiting for the protagonist's response. A sharp wave of alarm distorted the face of the head of the manor, his angry shout breaking the solemn atmosphere of the gathering. The swift turn towards the doors was accompanied by furious exclamations, causing those present to freeze in bewilderment, while Seok Gen-won intuitively followed his father's premonition. Panic rushed into the hall with the guard, throwing aside all ceremony in a moment of emergency. A gruesome scene unfolded in the courtyard. The screams of dying servants pierced the air as the blue-eyed enemies mercilessly thrust their blades into them. The sinister pair, a ginormous warrior and his mysterious wooden-masked companion, leisurely followed their soldiers, wreaking havoc on the estate. Desperate appeals to defend the main gate were drowned in the shouts of battle, with no desired result. The majestic figure of the giant walked calmly through the courtyard, strewn with the bodies of fallen guards. The few surviving defenders, absorbed in the battle with the enemy warriors, missed the moment the giant approached the main gate. A dismissive exclamation of "worthless door" was followed by a swing of the mighty T-sack as the blue glow once again enveloped his attacker's eyes. The fatal distraction was the last mistake of the remaining warriors, who watched mesmerized, oblivious to their own opponents. Сокрушительный удар не просто разнес ворота. Обломки здания взмыли в небо, демонстрируя чудовищную силу великана. The victorious march of the leader into the ruined gate was accompanied by the triumphant entrance of his warriors, who had already massacred the guards. The imperious cry to find the thing rang throughout the manor, echoing off the ancient walls. The mysterious figure of the Taoist Phoenix Pavilion Master was watching from behind the door with growing unease. An invisible observer, hiding behind a column, was closely watching the carnage unfolding in the courtyard. The bitter realization of the missed opportunity to kill Seok Gen-won tormented the master's mind as he watched the methodical slaughter of the estate's defenders. The fleeting joy at the efficacy of the masking skill was reflected in the precise movements of the fingers maintaining the invisibility ritual. The sudden sensation of shamanic energy made the Taoist freeze half a step, a chill running down his back. A sinister figure wearing a wooden mask with vertical slits appeared at the far end of the corridor. Its powerful cry of "reveal" broke the silence. The master's invisible defenses shattered into fragile shards like broken glass under the influence of a powerful spell. The shaman's lightning-fast movement ended in an iron grip on the Taoist's neck, cutting off any chance of breathing. The horror of realizing the incredible strength of the opponent, a moon-level master, pierced through the victim's consciousness while the ruthless question of killing the head of the manor hung in the air. The Taoist master's last thoughts flickered between the mysterious invaders and the powerful shaman, as the black energy of death surged through the blisters on his neck, drowning out his desperate attempts to explain the misunderstanding. Shrill words about breaking ancient rules and meddling in the affairs of the assassin pavilion oozed black energy through the slits of the mask. The death grip intensified, sending the Taoist master's head into its final flight, leaving a bloody trail in the air. The appearance of the giant figure of the Lord did not shake the shaman's equanimity, who threw a short "exterminate" in response. The careless mention of Gu Diao's carrier was replaced with a businesslike tone as the masked man respectfully took out a yellow character sheet. A firm determination to retrieve the treasure led the strange pair through the blazing courtyard and raging battle to the main hall. Righteous anger distorted the features of the head of the estate, watching the destruction of the family nest from the roof of the building. Indan's thunderous voice boomed over the battlefield, instilling hope in the hearts of the defenders of the great sword Sak Manor. The head's inspiring leap from rooftop to rooftop carried his sons and loyal guards, ready to follow through. The protagonist deliberately hesitated, letting the warriors rushing forward, hatching other plans. The sudden stop separated him from the main group, allowing him to attend to his own pressing matters. A cold-blooded assessment of the situation led the hero to think about the ease of one person disappearing in the reigning chaos. The memory of the mysterious mark on the body of the head of the manor resurfaced in the young man's mind. The fleeting thought of help dissolved under the influence of the ominous, dead energy, causing him to turn around slightly. The hero's astonished gaze stopped on his own hand, enveloped in a dense cloud of dead chi. Focused attention to the strange energy did not prevent one from realizing the approach of an enemy warrior with sword drawn. Lightning-fast reactions allowed him to intercept the hilt of the enemy's blade in one precise hand movement. The deadly blow of the wrapped blade caught up with the confused opponent, interrupting his confusion at the hero's incredible reaction. The carnage continued in the courtyard as the outnumbered enemies mercilessly slaughtered the few remaining defenders of the manor. The main character's unperturbed gaze slid across the bloody scene as the body of the defeated warrior slowly settled in a fountain of blood.
A grim intoxication swept over the lad, absorbing the atmosphere of grief, pain, chaos, and despair of countless deaths.
A sinister curiosity reflected on the young man's face as he slowly licked the blood off his hand, enjoying the dead chi in parallel. Satisfaction filled the hero's mind, comparing the scene of carnage to a feast for absorbing dark energy. The inner struggle between the desire to absorb all the dark energy and the realization of the danger of openly circulating chi was reflected in the young man's eyes. Guochan's excited cry in the woman's body cut through the air, expressing concern for the young master's safety. The guard, clutching a blade in each hand, recounted the sudden appearance of a crowd of enemies while changing clothes, explaining his excitement. The protagonist's nonchalant remark about timeliness elicited a perplexed look from the faithful servant. The request for protection to circulate chi was met with fierce resistance from the guard, shouting the insanity of such actions. The guard's desperate objections were interrupted by the sudden leap of the blue-eyed warrior, sword drawn for the killing blow. Guochan's lightning-fast reaction allowed him to block the enemy blade, saving himself and the master from imminent danger. The unperturbed hero sank into meditation, absorbing the dead chi generated by the deaths of dozens of warriors. The pure energy of the pain, agony, despair, and regret of the dying filled the space around the meditator. The joyous realization of twice the energy over prey from the shell beast did not interrupt the hero's concentration. Inner glee from the triple volume of energy being absorbed kept me completely focused on the process. The loyal guard repelled endless attacks, risking his life for the safety of his immersed lord. Desperate thoughts of the multitude of enemies and the absence of the ghostly helper tormented the mind of the fighting guard. The sudden appearance of the head of the outer hall, Sang Woon Baek, behind his back caused Guochan's head to turn in surprise. Joyful hope for the demonic monk's help lit up the guard's face as he remembered the powerful spirit.
Tension rose with every second of silence of the motionless figure of the supposed ally.
Horror gripped the guard at the sight of Sang Woon Baek's face splitting in two as if cut by an invisible blade. The sinister stranger, who had emerged from the torn flesh, noted with interest Seok Genwon's incredible ability to circulate chi amidst the battle. Uncertainty stiffened the guard's movements as he adopted a defensive stance with two blades against his new opponent. Paralyzing fear was reflected on the face of the faithful servant, who realized the incomprehensible power of the enemy that had appeared. The mocking words came from the lips of the giant, the same ruthless killer who had committed the massacre in the annex. Desperate calls for awakening echoed around the hero, immersed in meditation, without reaching his consciousness. Panic gripped the guard at the sight of a swiftly approaching giant with a massive cleaver capable of chopping a man in half. An internal conflict tormented Guochan. The fear of disrupting the Lord's chi circulation fought with the desire to save him from the impending threat.
The chilling realization of his own powerlessness before the monstrous power of the enemy paralyzed the guard's will.
The assassin carelessly passed the frozen guard, focusing his predatory attention on the meditating Seok Genwan. The stranger's gaze studied the unusual chi circulation technique emanating from the guy's motionless figure. The guard's trembling whisper betrayed terror at the incredible combination of the enemy's size and speed. Curiosity flashed in the giant's voice as he watched the young man and assumed he belonged to the Sok clan. A sinister grin contorted the face of the assassin, reaching out to the defenseless hero for a deadly experiment. The desperate cry of the faithful servant in Hache-rin's body broke the silence. The determination to act overcame fear. Instant calculation led to the use of combat techniques from the assassin girl's memory. An aerial somersault reinforced the power of the upcoming attack. The third form of the wing assassin technique turned the guardian into a blur around the surprised giant. The deadly approach was accompanied by the word kill, but elicited only a mocking admiration of speed from the enemy. The giant's lightning-fast movement turned his weapon against the flying girl, demonstrating his superiority in speed and strength. The skill of the head of the assassin's sect allowed him to once again perform an incredible evasive maneuver to dodge the deadly blow. The enemy's furious attack was repeated with redoubled vigor, but again met only emptiness instead of the intended target. The contemptuous scolding was accompanied by a threatening gesture of an outstretched massive hand toward the recalcitrant guard. The heavy weapon came down on the giant's shoulder as his free hand spewed a torrent of destructive magic that threw the defender away like a piece of fluff. The guardian's crushing flight ended in a hard collision with the stone wall of the ancient building. The assassin contemplated the result of his attack, while the defeated guard shuddered in a fit of coughing. Having dealt with the obstacle, the giant returned to his original target, the meditating young man, preparing to carry out what he had planned. A massive hand reached for the guy's head, intending to cause a devastating rejection of chi with a direct touch. The ominous, dark power emanating from the young man became more and more tangible as the assassin's fingers approached. The unexpected resistance contorted the giant's face with tension, causing him to grit his teeth with unprecedented effort. Annoyed by the failure, the enemy switched to the direct method, a deadly blow with a huge blade thrust over a defenseless victim. The sudden appearance of the head of the manor interrupted the deadly attack. The father's blade protected his son from imminent death. The triumphant shout of the enemy heralded the beginning of an epic battle, illuminating the space with a dazzling aura of power. The unbearable glow of the fight made Guo-chan cover his face with his hands, trying to discern what was happening through the blinding light. The guard's astonished exclamation cut through the air as his eyes finally made out the figure of the head of the manor at the epicenter of the battle. An exhausted In-seok stood in front of his son, shielding him with his body despite the blood streaming from his nose and the noticeable stagger. The giant's malevolent laughter cut the air as the ruler of the house wiped his bloody face with his sleeve and coughed again in an agonizing cough. The mighty figure of the invader pitched forward, extending a hand with a final warning to the ruler of Seok Manor. The demand for the deliverance of the manor at the cost of the treasure was met only with a look of fury from the wounded warrior, whose face expressed an unwavering refusal. The stranger's furious cry for the stolen relic echoed through the neighborhood, exposing his true intentions. All-consuming flames engulfed the manor, illuminating the area far around with an ominous glow. The azure spirit gliding through the mountain forest mentally pondered the appearance of the mysterious Chime Sea in his territory. Upon discovering the lifeless body of the black beast, the ghost assumed the death of its master, initially suspecting a trap. The profound realization of the impossibility of quickly destroying the shaman commanding the creature made the observer ponder the mystery. As she straightened up and turned away from the dead thing, she realized the appearance of something truly dangerous in these lands. A glimpse of the blazing abode in the mountains confirmed the penetration of a powerful and sinister force there. An unsettling premonition filled the mind of the spirit, unaware of the presence of the legendary assassin in the manor. The main character slowly came out of his deep meditation, gradually opening his eyes towards reality. Shock gripped the mind at the sight of the shattered wall of the building, which had been intact before the concentration began. An unexpected rumble behind him made the young man turn around sharply, interrupting his thoughts about the changes that had happened. Numerous spectators gathered on the training ground, attracting the observer's gaze. The enemy fighter towered with his blade above the kneeling defenders of the Sword Soak Manor, displaying superiority. Disappointment permeated every word of the observer, noting the scant traces of deadly chi after the duel had ended so quickly. Cautious steps on the ancient steps brought him closer to the epicenter of the recent confrontation, revealing the true picture of what had happened. The unexpected appearance of the demonic monk raised questions for the protagonist, which his faithful guardian in Hachirin's body hurriedly answered. A single exchange of blows was enough for the head of the manor, who instantly realized the overwhelming power of the enemy opposing him. Inden noted what was happening with a silent gesture, thrusting his mighty blade into the stone base of the floor. A brief admission of defeat was accompanied by a promise to return the stolen goods, while the victor kept his weapon pointed at his defeated opponent. The exhausted old man's desperate plea for mercy sounded as the deadly blade came menacingly close to his neck. The giant's mocking words caused the defeated head of the manor to drop to his knees as he continued to beg for a vow. The solemn oath of Light King Song Yun, one of the 5 rulers of the Heaven and Earth Association, echoed around the courtyard, catching the attention of the wounded guard. The overwhelming realization of the importance of said organization was reflected in the faithful servant's eyes, widened with horror. Chan's curiosity about the mysterious association was met with a grim response from his interlocutor, who lowered his gaze at the mention of the sinister organization. The mighty association of heaven and earth towered amongst the 3 greatest powers of Murim Jongyun, instilling awe with its mere name. A blood trail stretched behind the ambitious goal of uniting all of Murim, painting the organization's history in ominous scarlet tones. The sad realization of the disparity of power between the powerful association and the sword manor was reflected in the words of Guo Chan, temporarily managing the body of the head of the assassin sect. A slow turn of the head was accompanied by an eloquent glance toward the majestic figure towering in the center of the assembly. Mighty Light King Song Yun, one of the legendary 5 kings of the Heaven and Earth Association, radiated an unwavering aura of absolute superiority. The majestic posture of the king, seated like a deity among his devoted servants, and the armed soldiers surrounding him created a picture of absolute power over the kneeling guards of the manor. A reverent understanding of the situation compelled the head of the manor to reveal the location of the treasure, for which the servants sent were already hurrying after. The tense attention of the protagonist for the first time during the whole conversation focused on the mysterious treasure mentioned by the interlocutor. A mystical glow of scarlet light illuminated the young lord's eyes as the guard pointed out the location of the study hall. Furious demands for the whereabouts of a sacred book made of human skin echoed in the young man's imagination. Chan's unwavering outward calmness masked the turbulent stream of thoughts taking his mind far beyond the current moment. The strategic advantage of the situation was gradually revealed in the reflections of the protagonist analyzing his unique situation. The precious knowledge of the location of the legendary book, adorned with red beads, became a powerful trump card in the hands of the last witness. The guard's shrewd guess as to the value of the information was interrupted half-heartedly when he discovered the sudden disappearance of his master. A turn found Chan approaching the head of the manor, despite Guo Chan's anxious cries trying to get the attention of his son Inden, who had already noticed. A fatherly concern sounded at the question of possible injuries in qi circulation, but the young man ignored the offer of rest, focusing on the mysterious scar. Inden's fixed gaze expressed growing bewilderment at his son's unexpected question. Chong's tense interest in the origin of the mysterious sign resounded through his serious question. A cautious bewilderment was reflected in the head of the manor's answering question, trying to understand the true meaning of the questioning. The triumphant cry of a warrior presenting the cherished box kneeling before Song Yun's throne interrupted the tense dialogue between father and son. The giant's enthusiastic exclamation was accompanied by the eager movement of his hands toward the long-awaited trophy. An attempt by the head of the estate to postpone the conversation met with a firm refusal from the persistent young man. The unexpected offer of a deal sounded simultaneously with the moment the majestic hands of the King of Light closed on the mysterious box. A mysterious glow from the open chest illuminated the solemn moment of the precious relic's return to its true owner. A cryptic offer of help from the protagonist mentioning the basement of the healing hall caused the head of the manor to ask a perplexed question. A tense silence enveloped the space as the King of Light stood frozen for a few moments, gazing into the contents of the mysterious box that radiated blue energy. Fury distorted the noble features of the mighty figure, whose sudden reversal was accompanied by a furious shriek of the name of the head of the shock manor. The hero's mocking gaze slid over Indon as he nonchalantly pointed to the void inside the cherished vault. The second and fourth heirs froze in amazement, watching the giant's uncontrollable anger, not understanding the reasons for his rage. The First Lady watched with a predatory smile, mentally noting the familiar look of the true perpetrator of the events. The triumphant thoughts of exposure were interrupted by a sudden shock at the unexpected sight before his eyes. The glint of the jewelry in Seok-young's hands was accompanied by an angry question about the origin of the mysterious earring. The lady froze in a daze as she recognized her spouse's memorial gift, given on the anniversary of their union. The woman's fierce gaze flickered to the third gentleman, whose lowered head did not conceal a sinister grin. The hero's loud, mocking laughter echoed through the room as he pointed out the first wife's ownership of the jewelry. The head of the manor let out a furious cry, unable to comprehend the motives behind his offspring's unexpected act. Paralyzing fear gripped Ladik, who realized the inevitability of the consequences of the unfolding tragedy. The young man's thunderous cry reached the ears of the enraged giant, whose fury was expressed in a crushing squeeze of the precious earrings until they were completely destroyed. The father's futile attempts to stop his son were shattered by his enigmatic smile and mocking questions, causing even the remotely standing Guo Chan to be perplexed. Chan continued his cruel game, deliberately deepening the chasm for Mistress with sarcastic remarks about her obvious involvement in what was happening. A demonic grin contorted the protagonist's features as he stretched out the words of the accusation of cruelty, enjoying the effect he had produced. The woman's desperate cries of framing and misunderstanding echoed through the air as the enraged King of Light approached with the intimidating weapon. In a trembling voice, she appealed to logic, pointing out the absurdity of placing her own jewelry in a compromising location. A growing terror enveloped her being at the sight of the blade slung for the fatal blow, inexorably approaching her neck. The betrayed spouse, lightning fast, traveled the separating distance, heroically taking the blow of the monstrous sword on his own weapon. The superior strength of the Light King easily threw away not only the defensive weapons of the head of the manor, but also the defender himself by a considerable distance. The giant, towering over Indon's trembling first wife, inquired ominously about the whereabouts of the secret teachings. The rhetorical question about the right to her life was accompanied by the threatening motion of a massive cleaver raised for a single blow. The giant's thunderous voice boomed across the field, addressing the head of Soku Manor, who was lurking among the crowd. The main character's sinister interest only elicited suppressed curses from the Indons sitting next to him, reflecting his helplessness. Song Yoon's massive figure loomed over one of the guards, bringing his deadly weapon to bear. The lightning strike broke the silence, staining the ground with scarlet splashes and leaving a lifeless body in a spreading pool of blood. The fierce scream of the King of Light accompanied the raising of the bloody weapon, instilling primal terror into the hearts of the nearby surviving guards.
The chapter's final attempt to delay the explanation was met with cold irony by the young man commenting on his peculiar negotiating style.
The giant's furious roar was accompanied by another deadly blow, separating the unfortunate man's head from his body, reinforcing the promise of total annihilation. His father's angry rebuke of the massive loss of life was met with Chan's cold sneer, hinting at the need for further deterioration of the situation. Hoen's resolute steps were accompanied by a desperate desire to convey important information to the Great Lord. An unexpected accusation against the sons of the estate came from the mouth of the warrior woman, pointing out the benefit of the First Madam's death. Tense incomprehension froze on the faces of the accused as she revealed the theory of planted earrings and secret teachings. The words about the secret vault triggered disturbing memories in the second son of a forbidden book, obtained from the third brother through a guardian. The fourth brother involuntarily gave away his involvement with a changed expression, remembering the protagonist's promise of the benefits of secret teachings. The shrouded demonic warrior monk called for an immediate search for the true owner of the teachings through interrogations and searches. Seok Yun Peng's hysterical cries of nonsensical accusations echoed over the crowd of people present. The younger brother picked up on the wave of denial, furiously accusing the guard of lying and lacking logic. Suddenly, a mysterious voice from the crowd confirmed the plausibility of the version, while Song Yoon continued his carnage. The giant's instant reaction to the suspicious cries resulted in an order to seize and search the most active protesters. Fury gripped the head of the manor, shouting out the phantom sword information to his third son. Desperate cries for the owner of the 6 heavens and 8 stars were accompanied by a demand to immediately bring the secret teachings here so that no one else would be harmed. Joy lit up the protagonist's face as he finally connected the mysterious silhouette from memories with the name of the phantom sword. An ominous transformation engulfed Hoenn and the demonic monk as an eerie column of hands began to emerge from his tilted head. A bewildered Chan watched the unforeseen development, unaware of the presence of the whistleblower behind his back. A mysterious shaman in a wooden mask watched from the balcony below, determined to expose the true culprit of the riot. The mighty giant who had come to the manor with his mystical partner called out to him respectfully, "Shaman Cho." The young man turned around at the voice, noticing a masked figure with vertical slits exuding a dangerous blue energy. Approaching the warrior encompassed by the demonic monk, the mysterious shaman uttered words of exorcism. The ancient words of the ritual about unity, battle, and the future created a golden glow with a mystical sign, beginning the sacred ritual. The magical energy pierced the warrior, screaming in pain, causing him to squirm in agony. The observing hero noticed how the ritual affected not only Hoenn with the demonic monk, but also standing behind Guo Chan in the girl's body. The shaman's commanding voice ordered the evil spirit to return to the underworld, creating a glowing circle with ancient hieroglyphics in front of its face. A sudden shout interrupted the silence as a sharp dagger flew towards the ritual master conducting the ritual. Keeping his concentration, the exorcist continued the ritual until the devoted warrior grabbed the flying weapon with his hand. The defenders rushed toward the shaman, screaming at the folly of an attacking hero who dared to attack a holy man. Dispelling the mystical sign with a wave of his hand, the masked man grinned, ignoring the concern of the fighters guarding him. Defying the guards' defenses, the confident shaman headed straight for the perpetrator of the attack. Unwavering determination froze on the young gentleman's face as he waited for his opponent to approach. A single eye, glowing blue through the slits of the mask, took in the figure of the young man. The feigned incomprehension hid the Third Lord's annoyance at realizing the haste of his intervention to save the demonic monk. Cho noted the similarity between the young man's strength and Song Yun's power as he scrutinized his aura. The shaman's threatening words of deliverance from dark creatures were accompanied by the appearance of ancient ritual props. The agonized screams of the demonic monk and the possessed warrior echoed across the courtyard as the sacred ritual resumed. Calm confidence sounded in the exorcist's voice as the yellow sign glowed before him, and the first wife watched the fallen loyal guard anxiously. The sage speculated on the difference between martial arts and shamanism, while the protagonist watched the suffering of the guard in silence. The mysterious exorcist pointed to his glowing blue eye, explaining his innate gift of seeing spirits.
A meaningful glance at the third gentleman was accompanied by words about his destiny to become a shaman.
The admission of his own inability to see spirits contrasted with the hint of the young man's special gift as he continued to feign incomprehension. The mocking question of pretense was replaced by a demonstration of an ancient ritual. The shaman's fingers entwined in a mystical pattern, summoning the power of the 4 peaks through sacred words. The sudden question as to why the first experiment had stopped hung in the air, filled with mystical energy. The result of the ritual manifested in the materialization of the demonic monk, surrounded by a yellow glow like fire pulsing around his ghostly figure. Astonishment was reflected on the protagonist's face, while Guo Chang in the body of the sect head froze with his mouth open. Shaman Cho's thoughtful voice broke the silence, commenting on the unusual behavior of the evil spirit as his hands adjusted the mystical symbols. The observant exorcist noted the demon's submission to the young man's will, while the creature remained imprisoned in a smaller copy of the ritual circle. The imperious demand to reveal the secret of spirit control came along with the promise of the captive's release. Instead of answering, the young lord began to invoke the mirror ritual, fingers folded in a similar combination, calling upon ancient powers through sacred words. A shocked cry from the shaman tore through the silence, watching the icy protection envelop the demonic monk against the raging flames.
The incredulous question about learning shamanism betrayed the deep shock of the master of the ancient arts, due to the young man's ability to not only block, but also turn the ritual against the creator.
Sincere surprise sounded in the voice of the hero who had learned the necessity of learning this art. Incredulous amazement swept over the shaman's mind as he watched the young man able to copy the most complex technique after a single viewing. The water sheath enveloped the demonic monk, demonstrating the young watcher's instant understanding of the technique. A sad realization visited the shaman. The unusual eyes were only part of the young man's amazing abilities. Magical circles pulsed with power in front of the opponents, until a sudden cough from the old wizard drew the hero's surprised attention. Triumphant laughter filled the space. The shaman's accomplished goal caused the protagonist's mirror reaction. Another mystical ritual encased the screaming demonic monk in a blazing ring of fire. Turning sharply to the King of Light, Cho demanded the third young lord, dismissively dismissing the others present. Song Yun's bewilderment was replaced with interest when the shaman, relying on past merits, dared to make a single request. The lord's grim assent was accompanied by a threat to destroy the others, eliciting the sorcerer's agreement in the panicked cries of the guards. The contradictory feelings of the head of the manor were expressed in a confused look at the young man, who responded with the same surprise. The young man's deep exhalation signified resignation to the inevitability of the promise being fulfilled. A prolonged scream from the guards cut the air at the sight of the deadly weapon that had already taken many lives. The boy cautiously stepped toward the King of Light, interrupting the tension by reporting the presence of the item he was looking for and asking for the bloodshed to stop. Sung Yun's formidable demand for location was accompanied by Chan's instant gesture of pointing at his own head. The confident statement about the burned book and the knowledge preserved in the memory rang out in the tense silence. Inden watched the scene unfold, amazed at the cleverness of the situation. The Light King's confusion was replaced by laughter and accusations of lying, met by the young man's unwavering calm. The Lord's sparkling blue eyes radiated confidence in the impossibility of destroying the holy book. The powerful defenses that make the book invulnerable to fire and destruction were the subject of a lengthy explanation, carefully taken in by the protagonist. A grim irony sounded in the giant's words about the quality of the lie, accompanied by a threatening motion to the hilt of the cleaver. The mocking advice for the next life sounded at the same time as the weapon slid in for a strike. A cold-blooded description of burning bloody pages came from the mouth of a guy feeling a cold blade at his neck. The Light King's inner shock at the stranger's knowledge of the bloody writings stopped the fatal blow. The giant began to express doubts, but the young man interrupted him with a question about the motives behind the lie, making him think that such details were known only to a select few at the top. The sinister secret of the book was that anyone who dared to open its pages would inevitably meet his death. The Light King's thoughts wavered between disbelief and memories of the leader's order to return the book at any cost. The demand to recount the contents of the folio sounded like a final test to confirm or deny the veracity of the young man's words. The protagonist decided to test Sung Yun's reaction to a few true lines, realizing that making up the content wouldn't work if he had read the book. A sudden call of "mortal" from the top of the building interrupted the lad's musings, causing him to look up to the roof. Surprise flashed through the hero's mind as he recognized the green spirit on the roof of the building. Azure Ghost, showing emotion for the first time, warned with unaccustomed sadness of the deadly danger of uttering lines from a book. A wave of bloody rage capable of consuming an entire estate began to rise around the protagonist. The power of this wave was so great that even a maiden could feel its immense depth. The green spirit's face transformed. His forehead furrowed, bloody marks and sweat appeared around his eyes, and his expression became frighteningly serious. It was rage.